हेलो 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 हेलो। क्या हम लोग लाइव आ चुके हैं? चैट हाय हेलो लिख के एक बार बताओ, क्या मैं ऑडिबल हूँ? चश्मा अरो जैमिला बहन, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। की हालचाल? की हालचाल गाइस? सॉरी फॉर द डिले। आज की गेम्स रुको थोड़ी देर, इसको म्यूट कर देता हूँ, अपन बातें करते हैं। की हालचाल ये बताओ, कैसे हो सुमित्रा? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। जामिला बहन वेलकम वेलकम। यार पता है, मैं चाय चढ़ाया हुआ था, शुगर खत्म हो गया था, तो वो आने में टाइम लग गया, इसलिए मैं आने में टाइम लग गया, समझ रहे हो? चाय बना ली, लेकर आया हूँ, इसी में लेट हुआ है। योर भाभी नाराज? मेरी भाभी क्यों नाराज है मुझसे? क्या हो गया भाभी? मैंने कुछ नहीं किया। आज नया राउटर लगवाया है वाईफाई वाला। आज की स्ट्रीम की क्वालिटी अच्छी आएगी आज से, देखो, कल के कंपैरिजन में। ओ देख रहे हैं? अरे भाभी जी, अगर आप देख रहे हो तो प्रणाम आपको। पॉपकॉर्न है, जब इंटेंस सिचुएशन आएगा तब खाया जाएगा, ठीक है? पॉपकॉर्न है बट वो डब्बा नहीं है, डब्बा नो डब्बा। हम्बा 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 रंबा रंबा रंबा, नो डब्बा डब्बा डब्बा। गाइस लाइक कर दो, 6 लोग देख रहे हैं, तुम लोग पहले लाइक कर दो, आते ही पहले तुम लोग लाइक कर दो, समझ रहे हो? इंटेंस। देखो, आज की स्ट्रीम छोटी भी हो सकती है, क्योंकि पॉइंट्स देख लो, 112 है, ठीक है? स्मैश रूल लग सकता है, कहीं स्मैश विन ना हो जाए तो ये अरीना पहले जीत जाएगी। तुम लोगों ने लाइक किया? पहले ये बताओ, छेती छेती। 1 मिनट दो यार, पानी पीने दो। वो क्या होता है? क्या 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 होता है मतलब? पीते पानी नहीं? अरे अभी चाय नहीं पिया, अभी जस्ट पानी पिया, इसलिए पहले पानी पी लिया ताकि चाय पीने के बाद ना। गाइस जो लोग भी स्ट्रीम पे नए आ रहे, लाइक कर दो, चैनल को नहीं किया सब्सक्राइब तो कर दो यार। और चैटिंग आज रुकनी नहीं चाहिए, स्ट्रीम रेकमेंड होनी चाहिए, समझ रहे हो? स्मैश रूल, जितना मुझे आइडिया है, ठीक है, उस अकॉर्डिंग ये है कि जो भी टीम 122 का पॉइंट क्रॉस करेगी, उसके बाद चिकन आएगा, वो सीधा जीत जाएगी, ऐसा है। अब पता नहीं, कंफर्म नहीं हूँ, 90% श्योर हूँ, उसके बाद नहीं पता। और जामिला बेन, खाना खाया? लाइक कर दो गाइस। यस डन, योर्स नॉट माइन, मेरा नहीं हुआ है। ऐसा तो ये जीत जाएगी, जितना मुझे आइडिया है यही होता है स्मैश रूल। देखते हैं, अभी कुछ भी प्रेडिक्शन नहीं करते अपन, जो होगा देखा जाएगा, ठीक है। अपन अभी एंजॉय करेंगे स्ट्रीम।
For them, they were able to just skyrocket up to that first
थोड़ा सा
place.
आवाज
Game 2 slipped down a little bit. They were not feeling as confident, not feeling as strong. But I tell you what, Mormon's still stepping up to the plate even in day one. So I think also a lot of teams, like we were talking about,
yes,
Aurora,
right? मतलब स्मैश रूल आज शायद लग सकता है। स्मैश रूल में जितना मुझे आइडिया, ठीक है, मैं भी शॉर्ट नहीं हूँ, बट जिस भी टीम के पहले 122 पॉइंट्स क्रॉस करेंगे, ठीक है, उसके बाद कोई भी चिकन आएगा तो जीत जाएंगे, ऐसा है कुछ तो स्मैश। आई एम नॉट श्योर, 90% श्योर हूँ, उसके बाद का नहीं पता। 7 लोग देख रहे गाइस, थाला फॉर अ रीजन, लाइक कर दो। और आज का बताओ भाई, क्या आज हमारी इंडियन टीम का चिकन आएगा, ये बताओ। Why means that's okay, okay. लंच, अरे मैं काम ही कर रहा था, पता है, मतलब वाईफाई का राउटर आज चेंज करवाया है, वो अभी चेंज करके 10 मिनट पहले, 10 मिनट नहीं, मतलब वो आधे घंटे हुए, आधे घंटे पहले राउटर चेंज करके गया, उसके बाद
It's really interesting because both of these teams play very similarly, actually, right?
आज से स्ट्रीम की क्वालिटी तुम्हें थोड़ी इंप्रूव दिखेगी, क्योंकि राउटर ही चेंज करवा दिया, वो अटक रहा था बहुत ज़्यादा।
Able to push other teams away. They're very other team focused, right? But for me,
guys, like कर दो यार तुम लोग। ओ होमो सेपियन भाई, थैंक्स फॉर द ट्रीट। ट्रीट कितने का आता है ये ट्रीट? 5 जेम का, 5 ज्वेल्स का एक ट्रीट। थैंक्स फॉर द ट्रीट बड़ी। क्या बनाया है लंच में? बनाया अभी कुछ नहीं बनाया है।
It's for me, I'm on the fence because I think Aurora has that better consistency.
अभी कुछ नहीं कर रहा है।
STG have proven to us more that they can win, and when it comes to that smash roll, it's whoever wins.
करते ऑन स्ट्रीम में देखेंगे।
Which is great to hear about that. But I have 2 players that I'm looking at for both teams. MCG maybe getting his 2nd international trophy, right? Won Pmwc a few years ago back in Jakarta with actually S2G Rice. He's still in that lineup, and then you have Top that's gotten so many global MVPs in the past, same as Doc, right? I would love to see them get an MVP award. It would be cool. But I feel like the trophy and a $500,000 prize pool would be huge to get 7.
It would be, and I think for his legacy, for his career, as well as where he's probably getting towards the later end of his career, this would be the perfect time for him to be end up winning a global championship, especially the way that he was able to.
अरे बाहर से मंगवाऊंगा नहीं, देखते देखते। गाइस तुम लोग स्ट्रीम पे चैट करो,
And I just want to see Aurora pop off.
जैसे जमीला बिन कर रही है, अगर कोई भी बंदा देख रहा है तो
other teams that are going to be
लाइक इन
popping
सब
off
को
and
यार।
that are going to be looking to actually perform here are going to be Ulf and Furia. Furia, they need to start seeing that aggressiveness again because that was the best time and stay away from driving around. Drive-bys,
हमें चाहिए
He loves using the cars in these finishes, especially Ayala. Gonna calm it down, especially when pushing onto E Arena in that open finish outside of Yasnaya Lake. But we had so many great moments that really stood out for Furia and also Ulf, right? The walk
चैट
back
कैसे
and also
करते हैं?
the Jaguar
एक
pack also
मैसेज
looking
टाइप
really
का
strong
बॉक्स
at this
दिख
moment.
रहा होगा, उसमें
But
टाइप
in
कर दो कुछ,
particular, I'm looking
वैसे
at
चैट हो
these
जाए।
teams.
सुमित भाई कहाँ गए? सुमित भाई आर यू इन चैट? आज तो सुमित भाई भी नहीं है चैट में, इसीलिए चैट रुकी हुई है। गाइस ज्वेल्स जिन पे भी पड़े वो भेज दो यार। पहला गेम 4:30 पे स्टार्ट होगा ना?
I mean, we have the docketing, we have the sickening. Yeah, I like it.
सुमित भाई सो गए? वो कहाँ सो गए? आपको कैसे पता सो गए?
7, but then that's not a thing anymore because they ended up winning. And now they just exactly.
कुछ तो बात। ओ सेंट चाय टोस्ट, शुक्रिया जॉनी भाई, जूनी भाई, तुम मेरे दिल में हो। दोनों जूनी भाई मेरे दिल में है।
Very methodical, very calculated, so that kind of feels like they're a little bit slow, but they're very proactive. They will
इसने भी ब्लैक पहना, मैंने भी ब्लैक पहना, देख रहे हो?
reactive, and so when you come to those 2 different strategies,
घर पे उनके
going to be really interesting to see.
सो गए? अरे ऐसा क्यों सो गए? मतलब क्यों, आखिर क्यों सोने की क्या तलब थी? इसने भी ब्लैक पहना, मैंने भी ब्लैक पहना, देख रहे हो? हेलो ध्रुवी, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। की हालचाल, कैसे हो आप?
Look, this is what we're going to discuss. Galaris, Jackie, and Lace here. Obviously, we have our teams that are leading the pack, the Arenas, Aurora, Nongshim. But we are going to talk about Rondo specifically, the map coming up, along with our middle pack teams and what these teams Galaris for thrives. Our Pmwc champions at 77 points. What are their expectations
आ जाएंगे चैट में, वो
especially
कहे होंगे कुछ तो काम आ गया होगा उनको। तुम बढ़िया, आपके सब मैं भी बढ़िया यार। आप बताओ कैसे हो, खाना वाना खाया कि नहीं? वैसे ध्रुवी आप हो कहाँ से? पहला रोंडो
almost take a few more risks, but just kind of find themselves like a bit more forcefully moving into some of these circles as opposed to sitting on the edge meekly and not really kind of doing much.
And Rondo's the map to take
Gujarat.
risks, right? We expect this is where you will gather
कैसे
most
हो
of
आप?
those eliminations.
गुजराती
And obviously,
में
you know,
मुझे
they got
ज़्यादा
to
कुछ
chat a little
आता ही
bit
नहीं
about
है।
Furia. But Jackie, I want to pick your brain about Furia because we all know how I feel in their drive-by special. But this is a team that's
Game
to
show.
maximize eliminations, and they
ध्रुवी
are
game show।
at 74
दमे game show।
points. What do you think expectations lie on
मुझे
Furia
खुद को
coming into
नींद
this?
आ रही है। अरे अरे पता है मुझे गुजराती आती है, मैं 6 महीने रहा हूँ गुजरात में यार, अभी भूल गया हूँ, पता नहीं अचानक कैसे भूल गया हूँ मैं। गुजराती आती है यार, 6 महीने रहा हुआ मैं।
But you've got to target teams above you as well. Realistically, break their legs on the way if you have to stop them getting into a safe position in Smash.
This is the crazy thing about those kind of mid-pack teams is that I think they're going to need a little bit of divine intervention from elsewhere to be able to catch up. And
यार मैं सही में भूल गया यार गुजराती, मैं 6 महीने रहा हूँ उधर।
Whilst also figuring out the fact that somebody could quite easily finish it before those 2 wins even come their way as well. So there is some of that does come in for Furia. They've been on the absolute end of
ध्रुवी आपने क्या खाया खाने में? जामिला बिन आपने क्या खाया खाने में बताओ, सब बताओ। SG भाई आप भी हो चैट में क्या?
I like the way that you said that.
इस चैट में कौन-कौन है अभी बताओ पहले।
Kind of fall out, given these middle pack teams an absolute opportunity and chance to do so, but of course we're going to have to wait and see. But 7, I am going to bestow the driver's license back to Furia so they can do the absolute craziness it is Rondo in this map.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Let's see what kind
Yep.
of craziness we're going to be
और
getting
बताओ
here
आपने क्या खाया ये
in
बताओ।
Rondo coming up. But I know with everything going on here at EWC 26, there's a lot
खाना
of
नहीं
movement
खाया,
happening
चाय
within
पी
the
ली।
club
तो सुबह से
championship.
खाना नहीं
So,
खाया, क्या
Glenn,
बात कर रहे
what's
हो आप?
currently going on
दाल चावल
with
खाया,
the club
नाइस।
championship?
जामिला बिन ने दाल चावल खाया।
To get through, so let's dive into it. We have had so much going on here in our championship.
तो आपने
weekend.
ध्रुवी
Right now,
पूरे
2
दिन में अभी तक
grand
बस चाय
finals
पिया
have
है क्या बात?
officially completed.
छोले
Yesterday,
भटूरे वो
over
हो
in chess, it was
नहीं
Magnus
तो
Carlsen who was able to
आपने
take
तो
home
बोला
the
खाना
title
नहीं
when he
खाया,
faced
चाय
off
पी ली
against
ऐसा।
Dennis Lazovic. That of course means that Liquid got the 1,000 points when it comes to the club championship, and
छोले भटूरे
AGAL
लोग
were
खा रहे
managing
भाई।
to get that 750
मुझे भी
points.
छोले
Already
भटूरे
accounted
खाने
for
की तलब हो गई
last
है।
time we spoke. But that wasn't the only grand finals that happened. We then moved on over to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, where we had Rainbow Six Siege finishing their grand finals as well. That was a massive
मुझे
face-off
पानी
between 2
रुको, एक
Brazilian
मिनट,
orgs and Furia
2-3
and
बार
FaZe. And at the end of the
मुझे
day,
पानी
it was
पूरी
FaZe
खाने
who
का
was
मन कर
able
रहा
to
है। अरे
take home the win
चाय पगलू,
despite
चाय
all of
पगलू
the
तो मैं
support
हूँ।
from the
चैट में
Furia
लिखो
fans
पगलू,
in
वो
the
बताएगा।
crowd.
नाइट
Both of
बॉट
those squads are also in the club championship as well.
मंगवा
So
लो,
some points on the
देखते
board
हैं
for
मंगवाते हैं।
them. But now we're focusing on what we've got going on here today, because we have 2 more grand finals that will be ending today.
देखो,
One of them will be in
आया ना,
Rocket League. Now
who
they
is
still
चाय
have to
पगलू?
determine which
देखो,
teams will make
I
their
am
way
the
through
चाय
to the
पगलू,
grand
I am
finals
the
as
real
they'll be
चाय
starting
पगलू।
off with their semi-finals matches here today.
पर
These
मैं
are gonna be
मोमोज
some big
खाऊंगी।
ones
अरे
when it comes
तो
to the club championship
गोलगप्पे
side of
खाने
things,
का
because
मन है, फिर
on the
मोमोज
top
खाऊंगी,
side
ये
of
तो
the
अलग
bracket,
बात है।
we have KC versus Falcons, and we know how everyone is keeping their eyes on Falcons to see what they're able to do with the points. Then on the bottom side of the bracket, we have SSG and NIP. So it's going to be an action-packed day from Rocket League as well. But Devin, I'm going to send it back on over to you so we can get into what we have going on in PUBG Mobile today.
Shout out to the amazing Glitter Explosion, getting all those updates, running around to every single stage, and just keeping us updated with what's going on within that club championship ranking. But right now, I want to get some predictions out of you guys, because we've been getting the predictions out of the viewers. Max, which is the team that's going to be eliminated?
कभी
first
हमारे
in
साथ
Rondo?
भी
Oh, I thought we wanted like
गेम
a
खेल
pick
लिया
on who's
करो।
gonna
गेम
win.
खेलेंगे कल से,
First,
स्ट्रीम पे गेम
Aurora.
खेलेंगे।
It seems like
BGMI
something they would do.
कल करते हैं।
Crazy. That's wild.
No. For you, I'm
कल
down
से
with
अपन
that.
आज
Oh,
तक
hold on a second.
ये
Hold
आज
on.
तो लास्ट यही कर
Which
रहे
team is going to be winning?
हैं। वॉच पार्टी कल
Which team is gonna be winning
कल से
Rondo
नॉर्मल
fourth
टाइम पे
round?
आते देखते हैं। स्ट्रीम के लास्ट में डिसाइड करेंगे कि किस टाइम पे आना है, बट आएंगे कल से।
No, hold on. That might be a good thing because they might be able to just reverse that curse, and it could be a blessing here for Port Thrice. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking enough.
Guys, अपना पहले गेम का प्रेडिक्शन दो, ठीक है? कि क्या लगता है कौन चिकन ले रहा है, कौन क्या कर रहा है? आप लोग पहला गेम किसके साथ जा रहे हो? साइको स्नैप आईडी दे दो, एक्सक्लेमेशन मार्क स्नैप लिख दो, आ जाएगा। गाइस अपना अपना प्रेडिक्शन दो। मुझे आपके चाय वाले स्नैप देखने हैं। अरे चाय वाले स्नैप्स क्या, ये क्या लिखा किसने? ध्रुवी आप स्नैप, अरे यार ये देखना जरूर, ऐड कर लो, देखते रहना, दिखा हुआ सबको भेजता हूँ मैं। अरोरा और ये क्या बात है? गाइस कोई चैट में एक्सक्लेमेशन मार्क स्नैप लिख दो ताकि आ जाए। 6 मिनट में गेम स्टार्ट हो जाना चाहिए। आई एम विथ टीम इंडिया। अरे अस विथ टीम इंडिया, दोनों ही टीम इंडिया के साथ हैं। मेरी चैट देखो चाहे, 1 मिनट। पानी पूरी से ज्यादा OMG मोमोज इज बेस्ट, ऑलवेज चिली एंड शेजवान वाले। वाओ यार देखो मैं भूखा हूँ, ठीक है? इतनी खाने की बातें करोगे तो मुझे थोड़ा भूख लग जाएगा, समझ रहे हो? मेरे पास खाने को बस ये है जो कि आप लोगों को भी खिलाऊंगा। तो जरा पॉपकॉर्न लेके आया हूँ। गाइस 7 लोग देख रहे हैं, थाला फॉर अ रीजन। इसी बात पे सब लोग एक बार लाइक कर दो यार, जल्दी से, छेती। स्पॉटिफाई मैसेज कर रहा, बताओ। 1K करवा दो, मोमोज भिजवाऊंगा घर पे। कल एक्सेप्ट किया ना मैंने। गर्मी लग रही है आज, रुको एसी चलाने दो गाइस, ऑन करके आता हूँ, रुको।
There's something brutally honest about the
just a
final
second.
day. Don't give me excuses, just give me results. My name is Barney Banks and I'm your host alongside the awesome Luti. And welcome to Smash Sunday!
I hope you're ready, Atom, because we are ready. So it's time to welcome one last time our finalists on stage, starting with Al-Hula.
आज फूकी को फर्स्ट प्लेस दे दिए, सॉरी VIP सीट मिल चुकी है पहले ही। दिख रहा है ना फूकी, मुझे ही देखने दो। आज फूकी दिख रहा है पहले से। लेट्स गो। भाभी के लिए क्या बोला मैंने, सुना नहीं, फिर से बोल। मैंने बोला भाभी नमस्ते, अगर आप देख रहे हो स्ट्रीम तो नाम आपको मेरी तरफ से सुमित्रा को डांटना, उनकी पिट्टी कर देना मेरी तरफ से। गाइस तुम लोग लाइक कर दो यार, छीती। और आज चैट रेट थोड़ा बढ़ा देना यार कल से, ताकि स्ट्रीम मस्त जाए। वू टीम इंडिया। होरा ओरंगुटन। क्या हो गया ध्रुवी, हंस क्यों रहे हो आप? भाई ओजी को बुलाओ। फ्यूरिया बोला क्या? फ्यूरिया नहीं बोला। भाई ये तगड़े बंदे लगते हैं, ऐसा लग रहा है ना ये लोग जाते हैं कहीं, वो गैंग नहीं होती, ये गैंग वाले लगते हैं, उल्फ वाले। भाई क्या हट्टे कट्टे तगड़े सा लगते हैं, कहीं जा रहे भाई किसी को पकड़ के लाएंगे। वाई साइको इज लाइव। अरे ये क्या नाम हुआ? क्या बात है लॉन्डे, याद है ये मेरा नाम है। अरे यार बस करो। हाँ ना भाई, मुझे क्यों लग रहा है आप लोग पूरा स्ट्रीम डीले में देख रहे हो। सब लोग एक बार स्ट्रीम को रिफ्रेश करके देख लो, क्या पता आप लोग का पीछे चल रहा हो, क्योंकि मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ डीले आ रहा है। ट्रॉफी तो है भाई, ट्रॉफी तो बना।
Single one of these teams has proven that they belong on the Gadia city grid.
बताओ जल्दी से क्या बताना है ये बताओ।
To be the last team standing.
Only one key will remain intact after Alpha 7 and Yangon Galacticos. The throne sits empty.
क्या बताना है बताओ, मैं बताता हूँ आपको।
The dawn of the final is here. This is Pmwc 2026 at EWC.
EWC. मेरी चैट नहीं दिखी दिखी। OMG छोले भटूरे, पानी पूरी, डावली, पिज्जा, पाव भाजी, चाउमीन, डोसा, इडली। वाओ हाँ भेजा, बोला ना दिया आपको। स्नैप आईडी दे दिया, ये कर लो, ऐड कर लो, मैं ऐड बैक कर दूंगा। स्नैप आईडी मिला ना शायद, किसी ने लिखा था ना। हाँ है ना स्नैप।
There's been so many huge games. E-Arena, one team that's already shown we can break records here live at EWC. So yeah, I think it's going to be a spicy start on Rumble.
डिले है स्ट्रीम आप। हाँ भाई गाइस, आप लोग एक बार स्ट्रीम को ना रिफ्रेश कर लो, ठीक है, मेरी स्ट्रीम को।
E-Arena barely made it here into the finals, and now they're looking on top of the leaderboard.
ऐड किया मैंने, चेक करो।
They could just continue to be
आओ अभी चेक कर देता हूँ।
We should be able to see them win the whole thing.
It's just Rauf, and that is it. E-Arena get the first chicken dinner here today.
प्रीति
वो लालू डी आप वो मेरा बिना मान
डन।
प्रेशर तो है, हम इसके लिए तैयार भी हैं और
डन।
यहाँ पे compete करने आए हुए हैं।
My opinion on Four Fives is that they're actually a very talented team. I think they've got a lot of firepower.
भाई तुम लोग फूकी को हेलो नहीं बोले भाई, आज फूकी को हेलो बोलो पहले, उसके बाद फूकी को हेलो बोलो।
And I think we're going to see that today.
Oh, against the secure 4 thrives, finally shut down E-Arena.
The team that surprised me the most has got to be Nigma Galaxy. I mean, they were getting hot dropped by Ida almost the whole tournament, and they're at the top of the leaderboard.
फूकी बाय, फूकी को बाय बोल रहे हो। होय फूकी, फूकी हेलो, ये कर रहा है हेलो फूकी। यस गाइस 9 लोग देख रहे हैं, जो लोग भी स्ट्रीम पे नए आ रहे हैं लाइक कर दो एक बार, और सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया तो कर दो यार, नंबर बढ़ाओ इसको। कब करोगे मैच स्टार्ट, अब कर भी तो।
My pick would be Non-Shin Red Force. They've had great communication, great structural plays in how they're advancing into the zone, but the firepowers all come alive just when it needed to, and that aggression could.
पहला गेम प्रेडिक्ट करो भाई, पहले ही प्रेडिक्शन दो अपना अपना, ठीक है, बाद में मत कहना, अभी दे दो। पहला चिकन किसका आएगा, सब अपने अपना प्रेडिक्शन दो। मैं लास्ट में दूंगा।
My dream scenario is if we see 6 matches with like 6, 7 teams in the
जमीला
zone,
बिन एक
just battling it out to see who's going to take the whole thing, and the most wildest thing ever if we just
नहीं,
see like
आप ही
a 6th place team somehow
आप भी दो।
clutch up a
हाँ
chicken dinner
मैं भी
and
दूंगा, मतलब मैं अभी सबसे लास्ट में दूंगा ऐसा, पहले आप लोग दे दो उसके बाद। गॉडल नाइस। गॉडल वंस अगेन। अरे नहीं जमीला, एकदम एक फाइनल दो, ठीक है, लास्ट तक किसी पे स्टिक करना है भाई। बाकी लोग भी प्रेडिक्शन दो यार, सिर्फ देखने से नहीं होगा, चैट भी करते अपन।
And like Lutty said on the stage, the dawn of the final day has finally arrived, Blank, and everyone is sat in anticipation here live in Paris, France, for a new champion to be crowned, the new 4 kings of PUBG
Godel,
Mobile.
Godel. वन एंड ओनली टीम इंडिया। हाँ टीम इंडिया सही है, दोनों में से कुछ, बट एक चूज करना है। होमोसेपियन प्रो ओनली वन, जिसमें टीम इंडिया में ओजी और गॉडल दोनों आती है। वन एंड ओनली के बाद भी लिखो सुविधा, वन एंड ओनली गॉडल 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 गॉडल, सबका गॉडल एवरेशन। मैं भी गॉडल के साथ ही हूँ, मैं भी गॉडल के साथ हूँ। भगवान प्लीज आज पहला चिकन, एक और मोमेंटम आ गया ना लॉन्डो का, मजा आ जाएगा। रेडी फॉर द गेम। कुछ भी करे भाई, अच्छा करे बस। गाइस सब लोग लाइक कर दो एक बार।
The day goes on, that is for certain. Right now, a lot of trepidation in the arena as we head into the first match.
क्या लगता है, दो प्लेन पाथ होगा या एक? मुझे तो लग रहा है एक ही होगा, एक ही प्लेन पाथ है। मीनो भाई हर गेम के पहले करते हैं भाई, क्या बात है। यही है अपने इंडियंस की खासियत।
It is really not that far away to hit the smash point, which is currently set at 122.
A lot riding on this one. We were talking about those middle of the pack teams, opportunities for you to leapfrog up the standings. Rondo is the dream battleground for it, a hell of a starting point blank. But it can't just be an acceptable game. It's got to be huge eliminations. We're talking within a region of 11 to 14 plus. Really make the most of this one. Aim for that chicken dinner, and if possible, take down the teams that are ahead of you along the way. That's going to be a salient talking point longer the day goes on as well. If they're in the smash zone,
guys, जो बंदा भी चैट करेगा भाई, सॉरी उसको मंच दूंगा मैं, वो भी मैक्स दूंगा, ठीक है। आतंकी पाजी नॉक है, टीम एलिमिनेट हुआ नहीं, वही तो फर्स्ट एलिमिनेशन आया था। ओजी ने एक पॉइंट लिया, नाइस नाइस। तुम थोड़ा ऊपर हो भाई पुक्की, तुम दिख नहीं रहे हो। दे दो, दूंगा दूंगा दूंगा। आज तो बस गॉडल होना चाहिए लॉबी में, हाँ ना। थैंक्स फॉर दी 40 रुपीज सुमित, थैंक्स अ लॉट। 40 रुपीज सबको मिलेगा, गेम लास्ट में मिलेगा, लास्ट में इस गेम के बाद मिलेगा चॉकलेट, सबको मिलेगी।
Picture in picture, we got Aurora coming against GodLike. Aurora not that far behind.
GodLike
hit that smash, ruling Aaron down, and Kamikaze keeps lighting up this stage.
मुझे इधर देखने दो, तो पीछे बैठ जा भाई।
Great story for him as an individual with some of the plays he's been making.
Aurora versus Godel, nice.
Well, like you touched on, we saw it down in the bottom left. Now we get it full screen. This is Aurora.
ये कौन सा सूट है भाई? नया है क्या गेम में? रिकॉल प्लेयर को धर लिया क्या? विज ने नॉक दिया, नाइस। फिनिश लिया विज ने फ्यूरिया का, नाइस। बढ़िया 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 स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं।
From Rondo, usually have a 3-man send out, and one player will be the backup on the res, and that is Pubg right now. For Flash, Admino moves in.
Ooh, nice, nice power. दो नॉक दिया, नाइस नाइस नाइस। दो फिनिश आ गया, लेट्स गो। पेप जैसा लग रहा है ना। ओ एके ने नॉक दिया, M24, नाइस। ओजी ने 3 फिनिशेस ले लिए, विज नॉक है। ओ विज के नेट से फटा, एके ने फिनिश लिया। नाइस, 4 फिनिश आ चुका है। नाइस नाइस,
Tizzy just playing on the lip of the window here.
बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया।
T24 down outside, IQ trying to play off.
एक बार ओजी की भी फाइट दिखाओ भाई। EWC
Back up in Falak. Oh, good pre-fire. Expected a peek. That one's going to do a little bit of chip damage, but he wants the whole.
EWC वालों फाइट दिखाओ।
Spams around, upsets Falak on the peak, but the response comes back over from IQ, charging him down with the SMG.
Honestly, for Tizzy there, he's working no vest, no helmet, playing like he is got all
Let's
the
go,
offer in
yes.
the world. 12K, 6 bullets. Can't quite handle the jump out there. Tried to
क्या
go for
हगू
the
हगू
top
किया
shot on
इसने।
that one. So easy, is good to go though. Gets the players back up and in position. But this is all the way over towards Ryan, right on the north side of the map. So a bit of a journey to go. OG also popping off over towards the likes of Alula. He take a fair bit of damage there, but Tizzy's back in. Function Red Force, good to continue. The arena though, good start for them. We know that they like to flex out around stadium, get themselves some eliminations where they can. Already started off in a good way over towards Flash. Those 3 points are
मैसेज किया था, यस किया था। और वेलकम टू दी स्ट्रीम सुजी ब्रो, की हाल चाल। तेरे को दोबारा मैसेज करता हूँ मैं 5-6 बजे के करीब, ठीक है? देखते हैं, मेरा एक काम था वो हो गया है शायद। मैं तेरे को बताता, ठीक है? सोया था ओ। अच्छा हाँ, आज तो संडे है ना ब्रो, घर पे रहेगा। लाइक कर दो गाइस, जो लोग भी नए आ रहे हैं आज छेती छेती लाइक कर दो। ठीक, यस मैं करता हूँ तेरे को उस टाइम पे मैसेज।
But none other are beating out 4 Thrives with the 7 they've been able to farm up after shutting down, of course, Nonshin Red Force in the cheeky plays we were seeing through the windows. 4 Thrives, bro.
Unlike क्यों लिख के आ रहा है यहाँ पे?
Going early, Blank. You're already about halfway there, man. Just keep working on this. Keep farming up the elims. We've got a long game ahead of us. We're only 6 minutes into this game 1 on Rondo. It'd be the dream scenario to start the day. Climb as high as you can.
पावर ने, अरे अपनी ही लड़ाई होती है यार, अपनी ही लड़ाई होती है। मीनो ने नॉक दिया, इसमें खुश होए इंसानियत, क्या करे? एक तरफ खुशी होती है, एक बार को फिर लगता है कि यार क्या हो रहा है। आपस में ही लड़ रहे हैं। आज बोलबम है, यस आज तो बोलबम रहेगा, हाँ ना यार, अपनी ही टीम से लड़ती है यार। बट कोई ना, वहाँ कोई बचा नहीं होगा इसलिए। गॉडल ने 5 फिनिश ले लिए है, ओजी ने 6 फिनिश ले लिए। दोनों का स्टार्ट चुम्मा आया है, दोनों का स्टार्ट अच्छा है। पीछे गाना गा रहे हैं लोग यार। गॉडल के भी तीनों रिकॉल बाकी होंगे, कहीं तो जाएंगे। एक बार मैप दिखा भाई।
Chief further back on the other side of the bollards, throwing the nades in as well.
Kind of an interesting setup here because they've got a big old split on over towards Testract and Neox. Very dangerous area to be in. So again for E Arena, you do have Schweppes as well.
आगे गॉडल आई है फाइट लेने थर्ड पार्टी के लिए।
They're waiting, poised because they're sort of certain this fight is not going to go well. Require a bit of a sick play. It's a couple of plays from Tony K.
गॉडल आई है फाइट लेने आ गया।
Tony K, he's just been arming that nade, waiting for an opportunity to get the most out of it. Yeah, quick head count on the util. He's only got
सॉम ने नॉक निकाला, नाइस फिनिश लिया। जी
floor by floor, but they run into Joker. Good first hit. They respond back in kind.
बढ़िया बढ़िया।
1-for-1 trade.
अभी आ रहा है।
That's one of the 2 thrown out. It was a good primer, but no direct connection. He's going to be
रिकॉल खत्म होने वाला होगा। थर्ड स्टेज है ना?
Oh, the bounce is big. Turn around as well.
स्टेज हाँ, थर्ड में खत्म हो गया।
So close. You can feel in that moment there was almost a clutch potential. Luckily for E-Arena, they can't move back up towards Stadium, move back into the circle. But what a long journey it's going to be to get up towards Lo Hua Sing on the eastern side. Fourth round, you're right, man.
GODLIKE के भी finishes होंगे 6 इसके भी होंगे OG के भी.
Kalash just talked about it earlier. Wants them to be a bit more aggressive on those entries, lurking around the outside edges a little bit too much when they have the gumption, they have the capability to play those central positions. But for E-Arena, I think they were just gambling with the points there. If they get the full 4-man flush, then
सॉम ने एक और नॉक दिया. नाइस सॉम. पावर ने भी नॉक दिया. लेट्स गो. मीनो ने फिनिश दिया. ओ जीजी गाइस. एक फिनिश आया 7. भाई क्या नॉक दे रहे हैं. बढ़िया. दूसरा. ओ नाइस नॉक फिनिश. लेट्स गो भाई. 8-9 फिनिश हो गए होंगे. 9 फिनिश हो गए होंगे ये लेके. 10 फिनिश. 10 फिनिशेस आ चुके हैं. लेट्स गो. बढ़िया. आज एग्रेशन है. लेट्स गो गाइस. ओपी जीजी. यस. तीनों बंदों ने मारा भाई. बढ़िया है. 10 किल. अब थोड़ा सा काम डाउन रहे. बस बात खत्म. लास्ट में आ ही जाएगा. गॉडल है ना. 10 फिनिशेस ले लिया यार. बढ़िया. सबसे ज्यादा अभी तक गॉडल ने लिए. बस रोटेशन में ना फंसे. पता है अपनी फाइट ही हो जाएगी. देखना मुझे लग रहा है गॉडल और इसकी ओजी की फिर से रोटेशन में.
GodLike though, 10 eliminations. You can only imagine that full squad wipe over towards Fury came through from GodLike with a small assist.
पूरा Furia को खा गए भाई वो लोग.
Yeah, GodLike certainly trying to put their name on the map today, but it feels a little late for them. At 67 points, they can earn those big rankings today. Grab some more cash on board, a bit more pride for the country as well. Overall, really big step up in that last day, which is why I was saying on day one, you got to give these boys time. It's the first time at an international here at Pmwc, so realistically, they just needed a little bit of acclimation, essentially. And once that was done, they looked pretty
दोनों वही जोन लेने का सोच रहे हैं क्या?
portions of yesterday and already starting out strong here on the first game of the day.
देखो, गॉडल ओजी रोटेशन सेम ही रहता है इनका. अच्छा लंबा रोटेशन ले रहे हैं. मान्य अकेला पकड़ा ना जाए ईडा से.
throughout the majority of games, some very good rotates. I mean, Solkay's been in the game such a long time at this point.
लेकिन जोन बढ़िया लेगा यहाँ पे. टॉप 3 में 2 इंडियन. हाँ ना. ये तो इस मैच रैंकिंग में है ना इसलिए. बट ठीक है. अच्छा जा रहे हैं. और मान्य ने वो जोन ले लिया और ईडा निकल गई ना आगे. मजा आ जाएगा. बढ़िया जोन मिलेगा.
You got a lot of talent on that roster. You can pass the baton too if you need to rely on someone for a sick play.
अच्छा लेगा जोन. हाँ. बस वो ईडा धरे ना.
Aurora getting line of sight over onto the Vitality migration as they wanted to make a move straight past. 2 shots on target, resulting in them going down to a 3-man squadron.
ये अच्छा आएगा जोन. हाँ. वो अच्छा जोन आएगा.
I'm curious as well, bro. The push down from Nonshin Red Force, thunder-footed their way into the zone early. I was saying the consistency of this team looked good, but it's the fact they've turned on this aggression. They're willing to fight for a good position now, Blank.
I mean, playing over towards the northeast side of Meiran, I mean, it's a bold maneuver, right? You don't try and play to hold out teams on the outer edge.
आएगा.
But they don't get themselves too stuck.
अभी भी 60 बंदे बचे हैं बताओ.
They have accessibility.
थर्ड एक ही टीम एलिमिनेट हुई है. उसके अलावा कोई एक सिंगल बंदा भी नहीं हुआ है. डू और डाई तो मार के. हाँ देखो फिनिशेस हो गए. देखा ईडा ने धरा. वही बात है ना. ईडा सेम में गॉडल के एलिमिनेशंस. हाँ वही ना 10 एलिमिनेट किए हुए. चल मान्य ने दिया. नाइस भाई. अपनी फाइट दिखाओ ईडब्ल्यूसी वालों. गॉडल की उधर फाइट हो रही. मान्य डाउन. पावर ने दिया. नाइस 2-2. ओ मीनो ने दिया. लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग होगा. ईडा का खत्म. 14 फिनिशेस गॉडल ओपी यार, गॉडल ओपी भाई, एलिमिनेट सीधा, लेट्स गो। एक गवाया 4 लिया, बढ़िया बढ़िया यार, बढ़िया बढ़िया, गॉडल ओपी यार, गॉडल ओपी, बढ़िया यार, नाइस नाइस नाइस, 2 टीम्स को हटाया भाई। इंडियन को दिखाई नहीं रहा भाई, इंडियन को दिखाई नहीं रहा भाई, हमारी फाइट हो रही दिखाई नहीं रहा, इधर दिखा रहे हैं ओजी को। मान बोला जोन बढ़िया है यहाँ पे, बढ़िया बढ़िया नाइस, 14 फिनिशेस ले चुके हैं, लेट्स गो।
So much about getting ginormous points, but what does matter is just getting enough.
वो क्या घूम रहा है भाई पावर, पावर उधर से जोन मत लेना, मेन फाइट था ना, मेन फाइट दिखाई नहीं रहा। पूरा का बंदा प्ले जोन से गया,
Vitality finds the first here in top, but Axel will go down once again. Aurora has been
अरोरा तैयारी करके आई है
the entire game.
40 और टियान की हो गई, टियानवा की फाइट, टियानवा को एलिमिनेट कर दिया शायद, लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग होना चाहिए।
Actually getting vision of their entry point, and they've instantly dispatched 2 of the players. They're pincered as well. Velula on the other side.
क्या बात कर रहे हो, क्या बात कर रहे हो, 100 में रिकॉल हो गया, अपन 4 मैन स्टैंडिंग हो गए भाई, 0, लेट्स गो भाई, क्या पावर रिकॉल करने गया था, पावर रिकॉल करने गया था, लेट्स गो, 4 मैन स्टैंडिंग है अपन, क्या बात है, जीजी वे, 2 स्क्वाड को ऐसा निकाला भाई, जीजी वे, यही चाहिए यही चाहिए, बढ़िया ओपी, हाँ ना, 4 मैन स्टैंडिंग अपन, ओजी ने मारा इधर, बढ़िया 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 बढ़िया,
team with a whole load of elims and GodLike wrapping down potentially to get a bit of a scout over towards the setup from E-Arena, Blank.
E-Arena would be really bad to go out right now, and I can actually
टीम वर्क, हाँ ना टीम वर्क
भाई,
मुझे लगा वो सॉम उधर से जा रहा है, ये सॉरी पावर उधर से जा रहा है जोन लेने, सॉम फिर से नॉक हुआ, इनको तो मारेंगे भाई, लॉबी डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं भाई, 14 फिनिश लिए हैं, डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं, आओ भाई, 8 फिनिश लिए पावर ने, 5 लिए मीनो ने, क्या बात कर रहे हो यार, लेट्स गो, नहीं 8 नहीं 6 है, सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी, पावर के 6 फिनिशर है, मीनो के 5, गाइस 9 लोग देख रहे हैं, जो लोग भी नए आ रहे भाई लाइक कर दो जल्दी से, क्या मैच यार, बढ़िया बढ़िया, सॉम शायद रेव हो चुका है, लॉन्ग फाइट,
What's great for Fourth Rise, right? In PMGO Season 1, they
Let's
were
go.
top of the back seat because they came in with Smash Point very early on the first day.
Rest to की fight.
And I think that pressure got to them a little bit. It went all the way.
सॉम मस्त रिवाइव हो गया, हील हो गया, सॉम ने नॉक दिया, लेकिन मीनो नॉक है अपना, कोई बात नहीं, फिनिश आना चाहिए अपना, एक परफेक्ट नहीं, ओ थर्ड पार्टी हुई, बढ़िया कवर आया भाई, लेकिन एक तो उठेगा अपना, एक बचेगा, फिनिश ले आ रहे नहीं, नेड नहीं आना चाहिए यार, नहीं पीछे मत जा, मीनो बचा है, दो नॉक पड़े हैं, अरे अपने ओजी की भी फाइट हुई है,
I think they're going to sweep round in the vehicle, try and figure out what's going on back there. S-Power still down, knocked. Schweppes moves up, goes for the drive-by, has the
अरे
information, and that is GodLike out. So a good refresh on the gear.
बट कोई ना 15 पॉइंटर हमने लिया है भाई, डोमिनेट किया लॉबी को बताया हम कहां से है। कोई बात नहीं, एंटी रे 15 फिनिशेस भाई।
Away from Mayran.
GG भाई, GG कर।
Arena getting thrown a bone here, but still they have 3 players. They are not at full force. Let's see how they play this out.
In the midst of this, that elongated battle that's gone on the whole map here between S2G and
हाँ, नेड की बरसात कर दी उधर। कोई ना अपना बढ़िया खेला। अपनी एक टीम बची है ओजी।
Goodbye to Solke on S2G, so a triple threat remains there. There was some fighting over from Nonshin onto OG inside Mayran as well. They were taking pot shots at them, so a 3-man squad living on amongst that. And 4-5's consistently keeping their head on a swivel as well. They were peppering bullets over to the E Arena encounter with GodLike. Yes, they got some shots, but none of those converted into points.
अपन दिखा के गए भाई, डोमिनेट करके गए लॉबी को। 15 किल किया भाई, मजाक नहीं। 2 प्रॉपर 4v4 फाइट किए और जीते हैं।
Just about in the zone. Same can't be said for Ulf there, but Alula's going to continue to put the hurt on. Enigma Galaxy wanted to move round on that eastern side, see what they could pick up, but all those points have been dashed away. Still a 5-pointer on the game with the 3 players. Enigma Galaxy hold on the other side to the arena.
ऊपर वालों को मत बढ़ने दो भाई आगे।
Playing the northwest edge whilst Mormon holds down the compound. They're looking for exit frags here, Jackie.
ये अरीना अगर ये चिकन लेगा ना भाई।
Conversations there between S2G. It's an intense day. Gotta clear the bag instantly off the back of a game 1 like that. Mormon did set himself up just as you suspected early, and then have played a little bit more of a scout.
गड्ढा खुदाई चल रही है गाइस।
Aware of what's occurring up between the setup of 4-5.
देख रहे हो मजदूरी कर रहे हैं लौंडे। जोकर भाई मजदूरी कर रहे हैं यहाँ, देख रहे हो।
Don't mind this too much. Just trying to create a little bit of a dip to play around as players will.
भाई रोंडो की यही खासियत है भाई, तुम अपने खेलने की जगह खुद बना सकते हो।
Likely first to leave. It's a
मजदूरी करी भाई बंदे ने।
They're close now. They know they're close.
क्या जोन है?
Into those placement points, they get a couple
पूरा
more
ओपन न बन
eliminations.
जाए।
They're set. Their goal in this game was far easier than most. Not looking for that.
ओ जोन है अपना।
Into Mayran. Goodness me, we went
बढ़िया।
south back up.
अब ओजी की बारी भाई अपना जोन बढ़िया है। बट अभी सब कंफर्ट है इस जोन में। निगमा को फाइट लेना होगा ज्यादा से ज्यादा। फ्लैश भी लेगी बस।
OG loses one.
ओजी अरे यार ओजी का एक डाउन हुआ। कौन डाउन हुआ दिखाया नहीं।
Looking fantastic right now.
दिखाएगा कहां से?
11 eliminations, holding a strong 2-2 split inside of Mayran, controlling both the run out from OG and scouting towards Nongshim.
भाई बढ़िया रेव हो गया अपने बंदे।
Enigma turning their attention onto Flash.
Flash का एक डाउन है।
Had already identified their setup far over. He was waiting for an opportunity to
ओ एके ने 600 से ज्यादा डैमेज डील किया। नाइस।
No raw connection from this. They'll spot Satan on the rotate with a vehicle as well.
अपन 3 मैन है बट अपना जोन भी बढ़िया है। अपने को हिलने की जरूरत किल्स निकाल सकते हैं।
This is also amongst Alula that are pushing up onto 4-5s. They knew they were fighting OG. They took a few pot shots, but now Quick's trying to take at least a little bit more aggressive space off them.
एक और जोन अपने पे बन जाए ना कसम दो भाई। क्या
struggle position and the arena can play very slow here. They don't have to peek too much.
फ्लैश कहां बैठ के खेल लिया?
Ralph already down there. Should go down to the play zone. Enigma Galaxy is going to try and go for that southern push on this one. Like you said, Schweppes identified their position very early.
Enigma को लेना ही पड़ेगा।
They don't want these points to be stolen from the players inside of Mayran. Schweppes opens up, but looks like those points might be going another way. Nongshim getting some great damage, just playing into that engagement between Alula as well as Flash there. Gonna be longer nades on this one though, Jackie.
Decent shark, that one might be good. Bounces into the back, it's chip damage, but no conversion. Ooh, bursting just in front of Satan. They got one smoke to try and pop. Hey, this is dastardly. You are trapped in a hellish position whilst the other squads are scrapping through each other, so the lobby's starting to thin here.
उधर अलुला के दोनों ने ले लिया इधर।
It's tempting for E
फ्लैश 2 मैन होगी इधर शायद। सिंगल बचा एक और।
Sixth place, right? If very close.
इसके बाद से ये भी मिलेगा ना, कोसी पॉइंट मिलने लगेगा.
You could just sack your game here to go for it. Joker's going to try and get a different angle on this one, move up over towards Mormon, put some more emphasis over towards Mayran. We go a little bit further south here. The game actually does open up for E-Arena mainly. Fourth Rise also have a good capability of leaving from this area. Wonder how many vehicles they've still got left with.
1v2 करते
in play. Yasser will take down.
ये नहीं करने देंगे clutch.
I mean, Nongshin Red Force has been consistently peppering that engagement, but it is
placement
Alula
point आएगा
who's got
अपना.
away with the majority of the points on that one with 11.
6 teams.
There's been a lot of harassment of all of these squads.
चल zone दिखा, चल zone दिखा, चल zone दिखा.
Pot shots out, making the fights more uncomfortable for either team involved. For E-Arena,
ये कहाँ बैठा है भाई?
if Nonshin actually keep this up in terms of a safe placement in the zone, some big plays, you might need to shut them down. Gonna pull
हल्का सा zone रहेगा अपने पे, वो भी लेकिन open
the
खेलना
Four
पड़ेगा.
Thrives crew of E-Arena, knowing they can advance a little bit on this.
Easy है अपना zone तो है.
Now for Fourth
But
Thrives
next
going
match
forward. Get a chicken dinner here. You set yourselves
Godel
up to
कहाँ
get
चले गए?
potentially
Godel
to smash ruling
rotation
by
में
match
थोड़ा
2,
greedy हो
by the
गया.
end of match 2.
But 15 finish लेके गई है.
Very cool to see both E-Arena and Nongshin Red Force. None of it was small talk at the start of the day.
अच्छा चाय नाश्ता करने.
We're certainly looking to
कोई ना,
make
बढ़िया
it
पहला
very,
गेम बढ़िया
very
खेल के गई Godel.
difficult
Nice.
for any other team immediately going
Gun
to
power
match 2.
दिखाया है. थोड़ा रुक.
Putting the worry on, requiring teams to keep tabs on them, potentially even
Trophy.
hunt them down to keep their tournament
लेके जाते
alive.
चाय पीने. अरे
Because as soon as they smash, the game's finished.
ये
There's
क्या
no
बात?
longer any more opportunity to rectify those mistakes from previous days. You will just be locked in where you currently stand.
अपने पास थोड़ा सा जोन है, नेक्स्ट में निकलना होगा. थोड़ा नेट से बच के वहाँ पे. क्योंकि अपनी पे ही सबकी नजर है. ये अरीना अपने पे देख रही है. थोड़ा रुक जाते ट्रॉफी हैं. ये क्या बात कर रहे हो? ये भाभी जी दिख रही है क्या? बोला ना नेट से अपने को बचना पड़ेगा वहाँ पे. नाइस. बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया. अपने ने फिनिश लिया. नाइस. इजी रहे, इजी रहे, इजी रहे. Easy rep.
Always praise Phalanx gunplay. Basically a legend in close quarters, so to lose him in an urban finish, disastrous result here. Hyunbin though will find R3B.
भाई इस टूर्नामेंट में भाई मुझे ह्यूबिन ने भाई जो इतना किया है ना भाई.
I was going to say that is a long
मुझे
lob on that one.
Knock. एक है.
By this time it's a bit more difficult to hit that one.
आरु भाई जोन लेने का ट्राई कर रहा है.
He's getting picked up though, off in the distance. As OG moves in, but it's Joke from the sidelines.
गाड़ी से उतर रहा है.
They're consistently harassing from this outside edge.
Finish. 2 men happen. But zone है अपने पे. ओह. अगर अपन 4 men वहाँ पहुँचते ना 3 men तो मजा आता. लेकिन कोई ना, 2 men भी अपने काफी है.
Gonna have to force the issue. Jump back behind the driving wheel and get into the zone.
एनएस को रोको भाई. ये तो चढ़ के जो बैठे हैं ना जोन लेके, इनका तो चिकन इनका ही है ऑलमोस्ट 90% तो. सीधा चार्ज कर दिया. निकमा उधर से मार रही. अपना विज नॉक हुआ. एनएस का चिकन नहीं है. 90% चांस है.
One more elimination would also do the trick. They want to get themselves up towards 5th place, but it would be so awful to go into match 2 1 point away from Smash ruling.
वही बात है, Smash ruling भाई.
Everyone's completely looking his way. Might have been better to hedge his bets down towards Nigma Galaxy and just try and take a one-on-one trade. Just wonder if they actually know how many points they've currently garnered on this game and how close it gets them. You'd expect them to, right?
Honestly, for 4 frags, this probably works out in a way with that charge in.
Oh, mate, the nade on Mormon. Okay, goodbye you. Well, they're on it. They're on it.
But उन्होंने भाई कर लिया भाई.
We're good.
122 पॉइंट कर लिए.
They're safe for now.
इनको रोकना पड़ेगा वरना चिकन आया खत्म.
And with Schweppes charging into that compound, he gave them some extra ammunition. They were having to make concessions, Blank. You can see about 80 rounds of 5.56 left for us. They've been able to restock up.
NS जो जगह लेके बैठी ना भाई, crazy है.
Shots down on target.
चिकन तो इनका ही है इतना तो.
Hits onto another man. OG, you have just been trapped, taking punch after punch for so long.
दोनों की HP नहीं है.
Drunk in the back line.
For Nongchin Red Force is where all the storylines converge. Chicken dinner would be ideal, but a few more eliminations and a second place would get them in towards that position. A pitched battle between Nongchin Red Force as well as E Arena going straight into match 2. Good nade over the top from AK.
AK का nade बढ़िया था यार. Nice knock.
Hazaifa leaning onto this one.
AK ने finish भी ले लिया. बढ़िया अपना AK भाई down है थोड़ा.
Goodness me, Nick McGalaxy still going. It's Lord of all people. Oh. Finally taken out, but top 3 now. Nongchin Red Force ever closer to a chicken dinner. And set themselves up alongside with E Arena at the top.
NS4 में इसी चिकन है इनका, तो जोन है इनका.
But now it all goes down to the 2 squads that were in a prime position on Rondo for so long. The duo of 4 Fribes versus the full force of Nongchin. They charge up onto the compound. T24 top side. Hazaifa rearming himself. Shotgun to play with if they come charging through the door. So easy. Dashes the nade onto the lower levels. Wants to ascend up. Nade in. Masking some of the sound. So easy to peek this.
भाई NS वाले ऐसे लग रहे हैं इस एरिया को मास्टर करके बैठे हैं. कहाँ से क्या जाना है भाई, सब पता है इनको. ये प्रॉपर मास्टर करके बैठे हैं. एक नॉक हुआ. NS का इजी चिकन था. बढ़िया NS. कल भी तगड़ा खेल के गई थी, आज भी तगड़ा खेल के. बढ़िया.
Nongchin have seen red, and the aggression has come out when it's needed.
ऐसा लग रहा था ना पूरा इन्होंने मास्टर कर रखा है उस जगह को.
I mean, a technical back-to-back as well from yesterday. Last Miramar into first Rondo. Nongchin is just a different beast.
Like कर दो guys.
These last 2 days of finals, especially coming off such a long 8-game day set into day 3. You're in the finals. It's getting nerve-wracking. You just open with
NS. हाँ, NS ने बढ़िया खेला.
must be so confident.
इनका जो जोन था वो था भाई, और जगह को इन्होंने जिस तरह से मास्टर कर रखा है, जो स्प्लिट खेल रहा है, ना कोई नॉक ले रहा है, तो ये चीज बताता है भाई. बढ़िया. क्रेजी. NS OP है भाई ठंडी लग रही है इसी वक्त में. तो भाई 4-man टीम लास्ट तक नहीं. हाँ ना.
There is a decent chance they damn well do it.
Just fantastic stuff. Good to see Nick McGuice as well. Lord stepping up right at the end there. 4 Thrives also making some more aggressive plays, which is great to see. Yeah, there's some familiar faces. I think E Arena panicked a little bit, but they just about made it. Right.
Hello Princey, welcome to the stream. की हालचाल Princey baby, क्या हाल है? कैसे हो तुसी? Guys 10 लोग देख रहे हैं यार, लाइक कर दो जिन्होंने भी नहीं किया एक बार. लोग लाइक करो थोड़ा लाइक करो.
Man, you were bigging up Lord earlier into the tournament, right? Saying it's the fact that you've got Coops and Lord. That collective in unison that's doing so much for this team. And again, there in a situation where it felt like
मैं मूड में हूँ. किस चीज के मूड में? अरे टैटू करा रखा है, स्टिकर.
He's got the branding on the go, mate.
बढ़िया रे.
The stamp to get into the winners club. Nongchin fighting. We'll be back soon.
बढ़िया. इनका ये कल से जो परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं ना भाई, क्रेजी परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं इनका.
I'm Rick, producer of Pubg Mobile. For the past 8 years, Pubg Mobile
Mobile Lite
to grow together with players around the world. And even today, we are still fully committed to this battleground. We are continuing to invest more resources, improve the experience, and bring Pubg Mobile to more players in more ways. Today, I'm excited to share something
समझ
important
जा तो
with
तो
you.
गोवा में सॉरी
New
मैंगलोर
app,
में है ना
Pubg Mobile Lite. First, Pubg Mobile Lite is not about making a smaller game with a smaller experience. It's about maintaining the high-quality Pubg Mobile standard while giving players a lighter and more accessible way to play. We know that different players have different needs. Some players want the full Pubg Mobile experience with the richest content,
PUBG Mobile Lite आ रहा है इंडिया में आ रहा है नहीं
quality
पता
gameplays, and everything the game has to offer. For those players,
Lite
PUBG
yes
Mobile will
PUBG Mobile
continue
Lite वो
to
तो
be
है
the
था ही
best
ना पहले भी
choice.
था
But some players want to jump into battle faster, save more stories, and reduce the burden on their devices. That is why we are creating PUBG Mobile Lite. PUBG Mobile Lite is a lighter version of PUBG Mobile, built for players who want a faster and more flexible way to enter the battleground. The initial download is only around 1 GB
गाइस
on
लाइक कर
Android
दिया
and under
लाइट
2
था ये
GB
लाइट है
on iOS. There
हाँ
is no
मतलब वही कर
extra
दिया
mandatory package before your first match. Once the download is complete,
लाइट
you
को
can
ये कर
log
देंगे
in
डिसकंटिन्यू
and
कर
get
देंगे
straight into the battleground. We also made PUBG Mobile Lite more flexible. You can choose which extra modules to download based on how you like to play. At the same time, PUBG Mobile Lite is still connected to the PUBG Mobile experience. The classic Orangutan map, supplies, and core combat are designed to match PUBG Mobile, so the battle experience remains authentic and uncompromised. If you already have a
मैं जा रहा हूँ
PUBG
ये
Mobile
खेलूंगा
account,
भाई
you can log in with it on PUBG Mobile Lite. Your own items can carry over, so you can continue using the outfits you love. You can also team up with your friends on PUBG Mobile, so your squad can stay together with no social barrier.
ओ बढ़िया रे
Going forward,
मतलब PUBG Mobile और
PUBG
PUBG Mobile Lite
will
दोनों की
stay
यही है
updated alongside PUBG Mobile, so players can
दोनों
enjoy
की
new
same lobby
content
बनेगी
together. We are targeting an official launch PUBG Mobile Lite later this year.
अगले
Please
साल
stay tuned for more updates, and you can pre-register in the store from August 25th. Whether you are discovering PUBG Mobile for the first time or returning to the battleground, we are excited to welcome you to PUBG Mobile Lite. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you on the battleground.
Bye. Later this year बोला ना
We
उसने
will see you on the battleground. PUBG Mobile Lite pre-register August 25th. I'm excited for
भाई
it,
इसने
Max.
मेरे से
I know
ट्विनिंग
you'll
करी है भाई
probably end up
देख
making a
रहे
video about it
हो
on your
ब्लैक ब्लैक
Instagram, which is what
ऊपर से
Ryan
लेके
again?
नीचे तक
Those
मैं भी
man
ब्लैक हूँ
casts
भाई
right now on Instagram. But no, I get comments. I'm not
कपड़ों
joking
में
to this. Every
ऐसा
single
बोल रहा
day
हूँ
about PUBG Mobile Lite. When is it coming
देगा
back? When is it going to get an update? It's getting an
एक
update.
तो
later
इनको
this
भगाओ
year.
भाई क्यों दिखा
Oh
रहे
my
हो
goodness, the world is going to be loving some more PUBG Mobile action.
100%. I'm excited for it. Hopefully you guys are. But I'm excited for the match that we just had here. Because E-Arena definitely able to cross that threshold for being in the Smash Zone.
I mean, they truly analyzed the situation. They had every opportunity to get rid of NGX from that, I guess, southern side
Guys,
zone.
जिन
but
पे
no,
भी
they
free
kind of
वाले
already
jewels
knew
पड़े
that
यार
they
भेज
did
दो
enough to hit the threshold. And I mean, it was kind of all to Mormon's sort of intel on OG and for Thrives. They had quite a bit of line of sight on them.
Gordon
their
ने
position
15
in
finishes
zone, but
दिए हैं,
incredibly
बढ़िया है।
calculated from them. But of course, we gotta talk about the tippity top 4 Thrives right now.
We do gotta talk about 4 Thrives because we were expecting aggressiveness out of this team, and boy did we get it.
Boy, did we get it. 4 Thrives coming in hot today. This is exactly what I wanted to see from them. Did they slow down just slightly when I would have liked them to be a little bit more aggressive onto OG, onto some of those other teams, you know, as the zone started closing up around them? Yes, a little bit more mobile, just a little bit more aware. However, they bided their time. They were patient with what they did. When it came time to actually make those fights, they were able to just flip the switch, turn on that aggression, get those eliminations, and so many points. They are just flying up that leaderboard. This is why I said yesterday they
Like
still
कर दो
can
guys,
do it.
जल्दी
If
से
they have
तुम
a
लोग
day
यार
like
तब
they just had in this rondo, if they continue doing that, they still can do it.
Especially when you have a player like IQ, the IGL of this squad, putting up the numbers, performing for this squad and clutching up. But we also got to talk about Notch and Red Force because they were the winners of this match, Max, and they played that out perfectly. And I think they might have been able to also pass that threshold.
Yeah, like of course GG4 Thrives, but Nongsham Red Force doing so much parkour in the city, swiping every other team under the rug. And actually, they're trying to aim for 122. I believe they did make it. We'll check out the leaderboards very soon. But Nongshim Red Force giving E-Arena an absolute run for their money. And it is so rare to see two teams on the very first game enter the Smash Zone. It might have just happened today.
It might happen today, and something that might happen today is that we might see teams that might not be challenging for that first place putting up great performances, and we saw that exactly out of GodLike. This squad came to play. This squad has absolutely nothing to lose, Lays, because they were going after elimination. Actually, before we even talk about GodLike, I want to see what the overall is looking like, where the teams are currently standing, how far away some of the other teams are from there. Nongshim Red Force is actually in first place with 123 points. Now we have two teams.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? कल तक ये टीम 13-14 पर थी. कल की स्टार्टिंग में 13-14 पर नहीं, मतलब 11-12 पे.
122 points. So if Nongshim Red Force or E-Arena now, Lace, get a chicken dinner.
कहाँ पहुँच गई? 3 चिकन लिए.
We'll be crowning our champions.
I know, and it's so incredibly exciting
Crazy,
because both of these teams, especially when it comes
Comeback
to
तो
those sort
इन्होंने
of
किया
placement points, look at Nongshim at 40 placement points, E-Arena with 34. They have every opportunity and drive to be able to secure that chicken dinner. Now, Seven, you asked me a little bit about GodLike, which I know was on the second page. And the reason we want to highlight that is because they were sort of sitting more under that middle threshold, but with 10 eliminations early game, another 4 as they sort of rotate in on that northeast side. And then S-Power recovering the team to bring them back in. But I want to give like a kind of a little special shout out to Admino, having an absolute banger of a game too. I think it was about 7 eliminations just by themselves, and they were able to sort of scout and hold that, and just getting like that 15 elimination points on the board is insanity, especially from where they were sitting earlier today.
But I want to check real quick the rankings. We did see for a quick second there. 11 points away for 4 Thrives now. Jumping around from the middle pack. 11 points away from top 3. The comeback is happening.
This is what I keep saying. This is
4 Thrives comeback?
Yeah. 4 Thrives comeback?
4 Thrives comeback? Because this team, I actually got a chance to talk with Falak. If you want to check that out, go to my Instagram at the 7WG. But we're now seeing the race to smash. There you go. You see 4 Thrives, 23 points away, which this is a perfect start for that team, getting more than 15 eliminations, getting in the top 2, and now they are just 23 points away. And if we know anything for this squad, with the way that they're playing, with what we have seen out of them in PMGO Season 1 this year, they could make it in the next match, as long as one of the 2 teams at the top don't end up winning it.
Well, exactly, yeah. So this is the case, this is the scenario where, you know, neither of those teams, Nongshim or E-Arena, they don't win next match. We do go into game 3. If 4 Thrives are allowed another good win, I say allowed because we don't want any hot dropping going on. They might get targeted, you never know. However, if they're allowed one more game, if we do go into game 3, 4 Thrives need another top 5. They need another several points, 8, 9 eliminations, there we go. Another few of those, and they are in Smash ruling. They are a contender, and they could just do a back-to-back global win.
And I think we did end up getting today Maxman. I think we might have gotten a Maxman grenade of the day.
Oh, really? Did we now? It's time.
और ये रीना को रोको भाई चिकन लेने से, वरना आज की वॉच पार्टी यही एंड करनी पड़ेगी नेक्स्ट वीक में. बट लग नहीं रहा वो रुकने वाला है.
Gets it done right away. The man is an absolute menace, but he's too much of a menace because T24 had to take him down. Oh!
Give him a boom boom back to the lobby. It's Max grenade of the day.
That was a great. We got the drums, we got the jingle too. But yeah, for that team,
I mean, overall,
it's a great start here
Red
for the
Force.
final day of PMWC at EWC 26. A great performance out of those teams that we were expecting a good performance out of, right? We talked about already E-Arena.
अब अगर NS या फिर E-Arena में से किसी ने भी चिकन ले लिया, टूर्नामेंट यहीं खत्म हो जाएगा. हमारी वॉच स्ट्रीम भी यहीं खत्म हो जाएगी. समझ रहे हो? स्मैश पॉइंट दोनों टीम्स ने क्रॉस कर लिया. अगर उन दोनों में से किसी ने चिकन लिया, खत्म. रोको भाई, इन दोनों टीम्स को रोको. अरे कोई ना, जमीला बेन अभी जाग गए हो ना.
Actually, I do want to say, I was talking to Kalaris earlier. Nongshim Red Force, they got back-to-back wins, right, on the island finish. So that's going to be something
दूसरी
that
रात
you
पे
got to
सोए
keep
नहीं
into
देखा
mind also because they did win Pmwc by smash ruling. Literally, all of the storylines are merging together in favor of the South Korean team of Nongshim Red Force. They could be looking fantastic. But of course, that's if the Arena get a wing, or if Nongshim Red Force get a wing. But if Tura,
yes,
we got to keep in mind, it's not.
हाँ अभी जाग गई हूँ क्या खाओगे अभी बताओ यार अब ना मेरे को पॉपकॉर्न खाने का मन ही नहीं हो रहा सोचा था देखते देखते खाऊंगा बट दो टीम्स आ गई है भाई कंटेंडरशिप में भाई कोई भी जीत सकती है अगर इन दोनों में से किसी ने भी चिकन ले लिया समझ रहे हो
Go ahead and change their drop location to avoid getting targeted, but you're right, Seven, right? We are going to be looking at those rotations. We need Fourth Rise, we need Nongshim, we need E-Arena, we need Enigma Galaxy as well. Ulf, all of those teams. Aurora did not have a good game at all, so they're still chasing that. They need to make sure their rotations are on point, that they might change them a little bit just to avoid any early eliminations. Right now, it is now or never.
लगा के सो गई थी आँख खोली तो देखा आपकी स्ट्रीम चल रही है अरे क्या बात है ऐसे लोग होंगे ना मेरी जिंदगी में मुझे ऐसे ही लोग चाहिए यार अभी तो नहीं 6:30 बजे तक चाय पीऊंगा ओके नाइस नहीं ले पाएगी टारगेट होगी देखना हो सकती है भाई ये अरीना को अगर टारगेट किया गया ये अरीना एनएस को तभी वरना जीजी आए कुछ भी हो सकता चाय को भाई यस चाय को भाई यस चाय को भाई बोलो भाई ऐसे लोग चाहिए मुझे जिंदगी में अपने मैं पहले खा लेता हूँ
Spider-Man is officially back in
मेरे को थोड़ी
Some of you may remember the collaboration in 2022.
थोड़ा धक हो रहा है मुझे क्यों लग रहा है इस मैच के बाद कोई ना कोई एक टीम चिकन ले रही है इन दोनों से नींद तक है कोई बात नहीं ये लो मंच मैक्स खा लो मेरी तरफ से बोला था ना मैच के बाद दूंगा ये लो खा लो eat munch max eat मुंह खोलो खोलो मुंह खोलो और खा लो किसको खिला रहा सबको खिला रहा मैं सबको खिलाता हूँ आप भी खा लो बुल भाई बाय द वे वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम मैं सबको बोला डेयरी मिल्क चाहिए मुझे जो है यही है अब इसके अलावा कुछ नहीं है मेरे पास
Maybe you escape a fight by swinging away at the last second, or maybe you and your squad just stop everything to take the perfect Spider-Man shot.
Spider-Man थोड़ा पतला नहीं हो गया?
So, if you haven't jumped in yet, grab your squad and experience Spider-Man in PUBG Mobile. Also, Spider-Man isn't only swinging around.
भाई वुल भाई आए हमारी स्ट्रीम पे क्या बात है बड़ी खुशी हो रही है स्पाइडरमैन डाइट पे था 1 महीने लग रहा है प्रमोशन के चक्कर में खाया नहीं था भाई भाई स्पाइडरमैन सच में भाई देख रहे हो डाइट पे था ये 1 महीना इतनी प्रमोशन करी मूवी के बेचारे को खाने का टाइम नहीं मिला और पतला हो गया वुल्फ भाई का दिल से वेलकम है ना चाय में डुबा के तू ही खा ले चाय अभी नहीं है चाय थोड़ी देर बाद बनेगी अभी अकेले खा रहा हूँ
and the rest of Nongshim. Heroes is the name of the game today. These teams have been heroes in their own right. For Nongshim Red Force, what a push to hold down Meiran and find their way to that smash zone. E-Arena held their nerve. They played that west side well, and they just got across that line. It was surgical precision on that 122.
Surgical is the perfect word because Rondo did not disappoint. Yeah, we got Spider-Man here to save the day, but we got two massive threats in the lobby now.
कहीं वो तुझे तो फॉलो नहीं कर रहे खाने के मामले में ना मुझे नहीं फॉलो कर रहे मैंने उनको ब्लॉक कर रखा है अपनी लिस्ट से चाइको भाई मैं सो रही थी फिर आईपैड मेरे ऊपर गिरा ना फिर आंखें खुली वाओ तो मतलब ऐसे फोन लेके सो रहे थे क्या बात कर रहे हो लेट्स गो अनदर मैच लेट्स गो गॉडल लेट्स गो जी भाई एनएस और ई एरिना को छोड़ के कोई भी चिकन निकालने कोई दिक्कत नहीं है वरना तो जीत गया
breaking that barrier today. Yeah, I'm glad we were able to get on the cast here for it to at least cast one game, right?
चल चल बड़ा है अरे सच में
Could we see 6-7 teams in the Smash Zone with one
मेरे पे किसी को भरोसा ही नहीं है
that would be insane at the same time.
Let's go, yes.
You gotta stop these two.
Let's go, G.
Because if E-Arena or Noxian Red Force win right here, that's it. This tournament is over, and one of them is walking away with $500,000.
Hey man, I
क्या मतलब जोर से लगा आपको मूव लगा लो मूव स्प्रे लगा लो सच में उतनी जोर से लगाया तो
hey you gonna target and he was like if we know it's them things might get a little bit nice hey you know I can't say but yeah
आज क्या था
that is the sort of situation where
आज
teams
पॉपकॉर्न और
below those top two will really
कैंपा दूंगा
find one of these teams in a fight
आज पॉपकॉर्न और कैंपा दूंगा अरे पॉपकॉर्न और कैंपा क्यों दोगी व्हाई कैंपा मुझे डाइट कोक चाहिए मैं डाइट कोक के अलावा कुछ नहीं पीता सॉफ्ट ड्रिंक में कुछ भी नहीं ओ थैंक्स फॉर द गोल्ड कॉइन जॉनी भाई तुम दोनों जूनी भाई दिल में हो भाई यार उतना सीरियस नहीं है अरे बट आईपैड आपको भारी नहीं लगा फोन तो एक बार को आदमी ऐसे सोते रहता है तो खोद जाता है गिर जाता है आईपैड तो भाई इतना बड़ा रहता है top players
we're going to do it right so even if it's a crash and we lose the fight we're taking a couple of those players with us so the whole lobby honestly really needs to have that kind of same mentality because if you want to be able to move up the leaderboards there are massive jumps in prize pools as we go from 3rd 4th 5th place so you want to be able to stay in this tournament as long as possible And this one's going to be a fun one. We got a nice
पर हंसी आ रही
I don't know about nice. It's certainly an eastern circle though. It's going to push all
मुझे
the way
ऐसा
out towards Milton.
कि वो नहीं पता अरे
power. Pubg's in there as well. A lot of water here, Jukes.
ये लोग एक्सरसाइज करने निकल चुके हैं कल भी एक्सरसाइज कर रहे थे ये अरीना कल ये लोग इसमें क्या रहते हैं मीरामार में एक्सरसाइज कर रहे थे आज इधर कर रहे हैं
And of course we got our big threat in the lobby on a bike finally finding a vehicle here and they're going to go ahead and be looting all this north side of Georgeville hospital area and since it is such an eastern circle right I wonder how much these teams are going to be kind of thinking about possibly a rotation camp things like that are going to start coming into play here and this is going to get intense.
Yeah, a lot of teams looking to put pressure on as the fight in near Gatka between Ida and Tiamba is still popping off. Remember, this is an adjustment from Ida to move out this way with the plane path as south as it was. They are going to get stuck straight in with Tiamba, and neither team is looking super happy about it. Aching on the inside of the building. Swain on the top floor now has Eagle to contend with as well. Drops a nade down to the ground floor. He tries to fend off the remaining two players. QZZ unlikely to get picked back up here.
जिन पे ज़्यादा
and a step forward. Swain rebuffs one more barrel, but it's not enough to blast it back. Tiamba survived,
सीधा खत्म कर दिया इनको तो
Horror can just move in and maybe just sweep this one through. A very strange hot drop coming through over on
ईडा का तो
terrible. I mean, honestly, Ida's disrupted this lobby so much, and Tiamba are devastated. Now down.
हो रहा आगे थर्ड पार्टी करने लेट्स गो
Just desperate, trying to do something.
मुझे नो फियर का देखना नो फियर नहीं आया
Eagle is just standing still, just saying,
उधर से देख रहा हूँ
not like this, not like this.
Horror have been a little bit quieter during the course of these finals.
तीन फिनिश लेके गए मस्त
The fans have been plenty loud and we've loved it, but they haven't quite had the performance that we were maybe expecting
easy
from them
peasy
coming into the games in these finals. It's not going to be enough. I don't see them catching up when
oh Joni bhai thanks for this 6-7
it is a bit unfortunate. It is not great.
6-7 Jules thanks दिल से शुक्रिया भाई तुम्हारा
with the Naruto skins. Make sure you're heading into game to pick up the character sets, the Ninetales Fury Org, and you can look as good as anyone taking on those ninja challenges.
Yeah, get that ninjutsu going. And honestly, yeah, it seems like Aura, OG, they're going to need to bust some of that out if they want to be able to make a crazy run for it. Mathematically, it is still possible, right? If Aura, they start with 3, they're going to need a 20-point game here, a 20-point game in the next one, and maybe even another one after that.
It's triple back-to-back.
It's triple back-to-backs, you know what I'm saying? We still have enough games to do it.
कुछ ज्यादा ही ये लोग मोटिवेशन दे रहे हैं ईड़ा को भाई अलूला लास्ट करिए लगा नहीं था फर्स्ट स्टेप पे
So a lot of different factors to play out. The problem also is the fact that we get later and later into this tournament, the desperation is going to raise tremendously, right? So these teams in the mid-pack are going to even start playing hyper-aggressive because they're going to know, right? Their coaches are going to tell them, hey, man, look, you made it all the way over here to Paris, all right? You either get 20 points or this was all for nothing at a certain point, right?
Well, that's, I mean, there's still placements on the line and all of that sort of thing. I'm just looking at the map at the moment and I'm seeing that Nongshim Red Force might be in with their first fight in a moment, which is going to enlighten the rest of the lobby.
Guys, जो लोग भी stream पे नए आ रहे हैं, like कर दो यार जल्दी से और subscribe नहीं किया तो कर दो.
Right now for Nongshim as they did not fully or firmly hold the bridge against Alula, so that crossing does come through. And that central glut of teams, and now they start to take shots. Alula in the hovercraft have plenty of armor to rebuff the first volley, but there's more still being flung down range, and it's going to have to divert them on the long road. They find the knock, and there's the flash. Nongshim Red Force extract the first point.
Wow, okay, so they end up getting a point on that. Pretty wild. And Alula are in this next circle. Down a
भाई NS ले गई ना भाई क्या ही unexpected होगा.
Happen to hear those shots, they know where Nongshim Red Force is now. So that is going to be a factor, but they are in a really good spot for this circle for now.
I mean, teams should be aware, right, of where they're playing based on the fact that it was Alula that they knocked. And Nongshim Red Force generally going to be in this sort of location. They'll know that Alula are coming up from Novo. So it should be a pretty certain bead on it for a lot of teams in the lobby, but nobody is likely to send out this way. Maybe Aurora could try and crash into it and cause some problems. Vitality are actually holding the west bridge, which is interesting, over on that ferry pier side of things. So if Aurora decide, you know what, we're not going to go over to that east side, we're going to try and break west, Vitality is still lying in wait for it, which I'm not too sure about. I'm not sure.
इनका जो split है ना वो बहुत sexy लगा है इन्होंने, फील्डिंग लगा रखी है एक तरह से.
Some pretty wild rotations here. Speaking of wild rotations, we got Enigma Galaxy rocking their 2-2 split.
The same again.
Same again. You know, I actually talked to Ralph a little earlier this morning. Asked him like, hey, are you going to continue to do it? They're like, yeah, you know, it's worked for us in the past. We're going to try it out. We've noticed that on the west side, had a little bit of unluck with some pretty crazy pushes. But we're going to give it our shot here, and we'll see if it pays off for them.
I mean, they did win a chicken dinner from a circle similar to this, on a rotation similar to this. Obviously, it was a different lobby. It was a different time. We were different people.
We've grown so much.
Yeah, exactly. We've come so far, but they're going to look for that
ये यहाँ क्या कर रही है कोने में?
For that regroup is really the difficult part that we've seen for Enigma Galaxy on this regroup rotation. Getting through the glut of teams right now, I'm not too sure how that's going to work. They may have to go on the boat, maybe head up all the way north of Lepovka and go all the way around. That would be, I mean, maybe not sensible, but possible, certainly. It's difficult, and they are going to get on the road right now to see what they can find. E-Arena are also starting their move in from South George. As we can see, we're on board of them, just passing the north side of school to head towards the center of this circle as it centers up on that Milter Hill near prison and mansion.
Rotations are coming.
भाई क्या ही कैमरा एंगल है भाई. बढ़िया है. ओह भसड़ प्रो मैक्स. अपनी गॉडल फ्यूरिया और ये अरीना तीनों साथ में हैं. समझ रहे हो? ओजी कहाँ है? भाई मैं अंधा हो गया क्या? ओजी क्यों नहीं दिख रही मुझे?
Pushing in super late because they land over there in North George. Aura still in Severny. And you got Vitality going on the other bridge here, so they're going to be super late in the circle as well.
Yeah, Vitality's still on the west bridge. I don't like it. I think this is way too long. You're overcommitting. No one's turned up. Not too sure what the game plan was there for Vitality. It's not the same team we saw from their stages.
Sad.
So
Yeah,
unfortunate.
It's the same thing we saw in Pmgo too.
Yeah, it's a big drop off, which I'm sad to see. Liquid Galaxy, they get their back duo caught.
ओजीन मिलता ओके मिलता मैं ठीक देखा मैं अंधा हो गया था भाई मुझे दिख ही नहीं रही ओजी कहाँ थी ओह फ्री पॉइंट विज ने लिया लेट्स गो बढ़िया विज अपनी टीम के पास आया एक फ्री पॉइंट नाइस बट इन्होंने लिया कहाँ से विज है कहाँ
That's super unfortunate. The 2-2 split, man. I mean, losing players like that is so rough.
Hey, map दिखाओ.
That's if we have another match after this, because Nongshim Red Force are on the south side of Milta, full squad, looking dangerous. On the other end, you got the other Titans of the lobby, E-Arena, holding down the north side. So both these teams able to secure a position as a full four-man team.
A vice grip on the circle right now. And our teams will look to try and slip that. This is a replay on Lord getting knocked. You can see he drove up. It was actually the hop out that got him. He'd already taken enough damage and hadn't slowed down enough. He hopped out of the vehicle, kept that momentum, and it was the fall. He hit that ground a little bit too fast.
The ankles.
Just rolled the ankle, man. Rolled the ankle. And now Coops and Satan have to do it all on their loans. And it's a bad time. It's a bad time. I feel like it may have worked before. Teams maybe weren't necessarily expecting something like that, and they weren't looking for a duo to be rotating.
और बताओ जंबिला में
Especially because they
ये लो गाइस मंच खा लो मैं फिर से खिलाता हूँ मेरी जितनी केयर तुम्हारी कोई करेगा बताओ मैं खिलाता पिलाता सब भाई स्ट्रीम पे ये लो खा लो
You know, it's one of those strategies that
खा लिया होगा उम्मीद
I
करता
don't know
हूँ
whether to be.
मैं खा लेता हूँ
It's just one of those strats that's just like, okay, it's different. You know what I'm saying? We don't see
one of those bad ones. Yeah, I've heard of those.
It's bad when it doesn't work, right? That's the thing. Is like if it does, it's like wow, maybe more teams should try this out. But after that, it's like
डेयरी मिल्क मंगाना पड़ेगा यार है ही नहीं
It's just unfortunate, especially considering they're in place, man. If they would have got a 20-point game here, boom, they would have been in that smash zone. Let's see where this next circle goes, though. And things are going to start heating up because we get a nice center up. E-Arena are going to be over there in Lipovka, so they're going to have to fight their way into this next circle. But like you mentioned, it
कल
is
के
a
स्ट्रीम पे
right now. North and southern side is where the big threats lie. In the middle of the map, though, you got S2G, you got Enigma Galaxy as that duo. They had four, right? It is what it is. But you got Team Flash on that ridgeline, too. That is a very, very strong spot. They can be able to hold a lot of real estate there.
That's true over on the east side, but I feel like they do need to move into the
अपने
west
दो
edge
बंदों को
of it a
zone मिल
little bit
चुका है
further, which is exactly what
split
Bo
में है
decided
लंबा
to do there. They have to transition forward. The three-building compound that sits sort of in front of them is viable, but it can be very difficult to hold against teams up on the north, especially if you get crashed. Multiple angles can crash onto it as well, so a little bit tenuous when you have to leave that ridgeline for Team Flash. For Nongshim, they're going to play nice and isolated on the southeast side.
मेरे पहले ले कैसे लूँ मैं
Scoring games that are necessary. That's not what's going to be weighing on the mind of Nongshim, of E-Arena. It is just that chicken dinner. Be the last player standing. That's the only thing that should be running through their mind right now to try and secure that tournament title, the global stage glory.
That's interesting. That's an interesting.
एनएस क्या खेल रही है एनएस वही खेल रही है जो एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करा किसी ने
I'm thinking back to PMMI where Tianba
कल के डे पे स्टार्टिंग में 11th या 12th नंबर पे थी आज टॉप पे बैठी है और ऐसा भी नहीं कि ये कर रही है बहुत बढ़िया खेल रही है हर गेम को कन्वर्ट किया बहुत दो गेम तो ऐसे थे जो इनका था भी नहीं अरोरा से जो गेम छीना था भाई इन्होंने वो तो क्रेजी ही मार दिया था
if they're going to replicate it or play the game that got them here.
Game convert करा अपने फेवर बढ़िया खेल लिया
In that last match we're able to ignite those afterburners, send them into the stratosphere on the point scoring. And now Four Thrives want to keep that pace, but they're kind of cut out on this northwest edge. They are boxed in by that prison cliff area on the east side of them. They're gonna have to pick a direction and commit towards Vitality. May be a good idea to start, but you've got Godlike behind that, and maybe Ulf on the top of the lip of those prison cliffs could be a target as well. But either way, it feels like a third-party target.
I can't lie, I'm so hyped for GodLike right now. After seeing that Rondo match, they put up so many points.
गेम को पलट लिया हाँ ना गेम को ही पलट लिया इन्होंने
It would have been, who knows where they'd be on the leaderboards here.
वाइटलिटी को पता नहीं है कि मीनो वहाँ बैठा है
72 points.
एक मिनट गाइस एक कॉल आ रहा है अटेंड करने दो
They realize that like hey we got to get it done here. If they do, it would be the comeback of a lifetime. You know that their fans are excited. They're hyped up.
Oh yeah.
Waiting for this next zone. And it's going to go on over to the northeast side. And which team gets blessed here, John?
Team Flash, right? E-Arena on the north side, on that road down from the Pubg. It helps them out. I wouldn't say blessed, though. I feel like they are still in a little bit of a dangerous position, especially with Horror descending on them. Look at that eastern sweep. That could be dangerous. That could be trouble. There's Coop takes a knock in the meantime as well on the south side, bleeding out another player. Not good news. But Horror, look at a crash maybe towards E-Arena. I do think it is Team Flash that has been the most blessed by this zone, though. On that northeast side, it's exactly what you highlighted, right? That ridge line, the buildings in front of it, really, really good. But only if it goes out their way. Well, guess what? Here we are. And now S2G try and push in. They're being denied access. As Horror clash with 4 Thrives, who have, okay, they've lapped over the north side of prison, and they're third partying on the rotate here on the north.
Fights happening all over the place. Now we're going to be looking at Enigma Galaxy. Satan all by himself, going to be challenging Al-Ula here as we switch over. 4 Thrives get eliminated. That is a huge loss right before the 100-point mark. There goes Enigma Galaxy as well. That's 5th and 6th out.
And now Aurora up, trying to sweep past Noxian Red Force. As Horror picking up those points is a great result for them. 7 eliminations now on the north side, right next to E-Arena, who take a knock as well. Turny K has gone down. S2G battling for the middle of it and taking damage from every single angle. Ulf will do a lot of damage to them, but S2G managed to weather that storm. A lot of damage across the board on these rotates, Jukes.
And then here we go. We're going to catch this fight here as S2G are hurt. Vitality very, very close near to them. And it was OG that are putting up some points on the board. They end up getting 1. Kamikaze on the other end. Now finally the fight has calmed down, but this is a battle for the central position in this circle.
I mean, this is another team, S2G, who is within reach of that smash point barrier up to 122, but they have just had the win taken out their sails. 113 right now. They need to get 9 more points on this match, and with 11 more teams alive as a solo Kamikaze, has he got something magic up his sleeve? I do not think so, which is going to leave Aurora to really be the only challengers to that smash point duo.
And Aurora are definitely a threat, that's for sure. 110 points. 12 is super easy for them to get in this kind of position. They're gonna have to fight their way through it though. CS Power getting a knock from GodLike. They're down to 2 players, and that is WizGod gonna get that confirmation on 2 Power. Only 1 player up left for GodLike.
Oh, E-Arena did manage to just roll over to the ridgeline there on the shoreline. But Mormon's been spotted. Okay, Sky is still going. And the Arena not safe yet, not out of the woods. As GodLike and Orangutan still continue to clash. Up the stairs, GodLike. Look for it, but the drop down is caught. And there's the crash. Here it is. Take 1 down and the Arena fall. Only 1 team can stop it all now. Noxian with a big opportunity on the south side, but they're right on the edge.
The whole lobby breathing a sigh of relief now that at least 1 of the Titans is gone. It's still up to Noxian Red Force, though. They're on the south side, playing carefully, waiting in the shadows to strike. It's only a matter of time here. They're saying, yeah, you guys fight it out. But you better watch out.
Ooh, a big south shift, and Al-Ula are looking tasty for Noxian. Look, they're already in those vehicles. XZY wanting to keep Overwatch on the angle as well. Maybe take some shots out that way. How fast are Noxian going to be able to mount up? Because Flash have already regrouped to the triple stack buildings on the north side of this next part of the circle. The west edge with Furia and Orangutan also needs to conclude and try and find a way down the hill. The Deadwood is so hard to navigate, though. There are these really tricky defilades, and there are players lying in wait.
Speaking of lying in wait, yeah, you can see Noxian Red Force. They don't want to give away their position. They don't want the lobby to know where they're at right now, so they're playing it very, very quietly. So take a look at this replay. Schweppes, popping them out the vehicle, but the crash from Aura, so strong here. And they shut down E-Arena. Huge fight for the whole lobby.
Absolutely. E-Arena remain on 122 as well. Doesn't mean they can't win it all next match. They are still in the Smash boundary.
Yes, they are.
So even if Nongshim get 30 points and don't win the chicken dinner, they could still take it all away with a 0 E-limit.
Aurora want to put themselves in the Smash zone here now, though.
Oh, yeah.
Here they go. They're going to start pushing, trying to find a position. They got the Wizard Tower. Are they going to take it? Nope, pass it up and decide to go for this hill line here. Good strategy. Got to be careful, though, with those shots from Flash.
Yeah, there's...
Throwing down some smoke. I like how they put one vehicle in front of the other, so they at least sacrificed one. But they should be able to hold on to at least another one here in the second.
They're going to have to pick a point to go, and I feel like sure Team Flash can be taking shots right now, but the west side is going to have to conclude, and fairly quickly. Someone is going to look to crash Team Flash. I can guarantee you that at some point in this match.
Yeah.
But
1 मिनट देना गाइस घर से कॉल है.
a bit longer than
1 मिनट देना गाइस घर से कॉल है थोड़ा important है.
a lot of those defilades, the hills that slope down from the top of this ridgeline, this tree cover has a lot of rocks to play around. You can sort of stutter your way forwards a little bit, but later on you're going to have to find something. Oh, spot over onto Doc. They know who they're fighting now.
Well, they will once that thirst happens.
There it is.
And there it is. So now they know 100%. Nongshim Red Force is right here. Aurora are going to put every single amount of their resources to make sure they can stop them.
It may well be worth it with all the teams around them going down fairly quickly. Just sitting here waiting for Nongshim to roll out, stepping through, sacrificing shots to Team Flash. They may look to try and just block the road, shut the door in the face of a Smash victory here in match number 2 today, match 14 on the series.
To be fair, this is going to be a very tough win for Nongshim to get. They're in a really, really tough spot here. They are on the edge of the circle. That broken wall is covering them for now, but this next zone is going to make things interesting. But here we go with a huge battle. It's Fudia versus OG. Fudia in 8th place right here. They need the win. Oh, that nade looks good. That should get a confirmation. It doesn't some way, somehow. Bad nade there, but all of a sudden, they are able to get some knocks. Silence is going to go into the building, eating some blue zone. Fudia are getting peppered. Little by little, he gets away with just 1 HP.
Oh, WizGod steps out. He's looking for more. He's got the shotgun shells under the car. The blue zone's ticking, but it's not going to matter. WizGod strikes back against Furia, but now Horror here, and he's got a sliver of HP to play around with. They'll know he's here, and Fear rolls over the top of the hill. WizGod, what? He didn't see him. He should hear that. No! With his back to it. Will take the shots, but not find the knock. And he will be put down. In the meantime, the roll-up from Nongshim.
And they're off. Here they go. Nongshim Red Force on the rotation, trying to find a spot in this zone. Tires get popped. Team Flash knocks down Tizzy. It's up to the 2 players from Nongshim to end this tournament.
XZY trying to regroup now on the back. The reloads are coming through, and he may be able to sneak his way into the dip. And Aurora now have Nongshim set before them. A gauntlet to run through, and then one that they will charge in headlong. Nades first. Zul, Reefus, and Top wants this retribution. Draw this game to a close without a Smash point victory.
Aurora throwing an absolute bombardment onto Nongshim Red Force. They know they're the threat. They're going to use every single piece of utility they have to finish this team off once and for all. Not able to find those other confirmations. Vehicles are getting moved out the way, though. That's the coverage that Nongshim Red Force desperately need. Looks like they're playing a little game of ping pong with that.
OG बढ़िया खेली बे, लेकिन NS पे यहाँ पे 2 मैच बचे, कुछ नहीं होने वाला. ये गेम कौन लेके जा रहा है वो देखते हैं. होड़ा, मैं होड़ा पे लगा रहा हूँ बेट कि होड़ा लेके जा रही है चिकन. ये तो फ्लैश जीतती, या तो फ्लैश या तो होड़ा. यस, मैं होड़ा, ये होड़ा के साथ जा रहा हूँ. होड़ा ओपी. पाके भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. सॉरी यार मैं यहाँ पे था नहीं. विज ने जो प्यारा मारा है भाई. NS एलिमिनेट. लेट्स गो. यानी 3rd मैच होगा. थर्ड गेम होगा इसका मतलब. चाइको भाई आप, मैं हिंदी में ही बात करता हूँ. हिंदी में ही बात करता हूँ.
This is a golden opportunity to jump up placement points, to jump up and get a little bit more cash under the belt, be a higher ranking finisher.
यार लेकिन पता नहीं क्या है, मैं बोला ना रोंडो में अपनी फाइट हुई थी, ठीक है, हॉट ड्रॉप पे इधर फाइट हुई यार, गॉडल और ओजी अपन में ही आपस में ही लड़े जा रहे हैं, आपस में ही लड़े जा रहे हैं, कभी गॉडल वाले मार दे रहे, कभी ओजी वाले मार दे रहे, तो खुश हो या इंसान क्या करे समझ में नहीं आता, आपस में मत लड़ो भाई।
This team is trying to make a comeback of a lifetime, and this is how you do it.
गाइस 7 लोग देख रहे हैं यार, लाइक कर दो जो भी नया आ रहा है, खुश हो सैड हो क्या करें भाई हम।
I mean, even when you do get it, it's
दोनों में से कोई एक,
long road for them to try and find.
हाँ ना, कोई ना कोई हर एक गेम में फाइट हो रही है, हर एक गेम में। रोंडो में गॉडल वालों ने मारा, इधर ओजी वालों ने मारा, आपस में ही लड़ रहे हम। एक्चुअली जामिला हमारे अपनी लोकल लैंग्वेज सही से नहीं आती, करेक्ट, हम लोग प्रॉपर भोजपुरी नहीं बोलते, और भोजपुरी हम लोग की है भी नहीं, हम लोग की मगही लैंग्वेज है, which is mixture of all the languages.
This is huge. Everyone's trying to move up their placement here. Like again, this is a massive prize pool. Every single placement up is big money in the bank. Aura though, this is the
होरा ले गई चिकन, देख लेना होरा ले गई चिकन।
Squad excited, get so pumped up to finally start putting everything on the line.
But why crazy bro?
Team Flash though, they're in the mix here. Aura trying to push from the edge of the circle. They're gonna start throwing all their util onto Vitality. That's the threat. If they can hold that rock and secure that position, this could be a solid chicken dinner for them.
Absolutely.
क्या बोलूं जब इन दोनों की फाइट होती है।
A big chance.
बट वो जो विज ने मारा ना, वो प्यारा मारा, प्यारा मारा, प्यारा मारा।
13 eliminations.
आज मैं टकला हो गया, टकला क्यों हो गया? 8 लोग देख रहे हैं गाइस, जो भी नया आ रहा है भाई लाइक कर दो, चैनल को नहीं किया सब्सक्राइब कर दो। ओके देखा, हुर्रा 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 हो रहा है। 30 पॉइंटर ला रही है क्या हो रहा? ओ नहीं नहीं नहीं, रोका हो रहा को रोका, गॉडल जीती उसके लिए, अरे
The insanity that Aura has put on display here. Here they come, Yasser moving up close and personal to be able to secure this high ground. Team Flash on the other end, putting some suppressive fire on them as well. Aura just
भाई अभी कोई भी चीज कर ले, अच्छी बात है,
but it ain't gonna be enough.
ना तो ईएरिना ने लिया ना एनएस ने, वो बहुत अच्छी बात।
I like Team Flash's proactivity here. They didn't
Third
waste
game
time.
पे हम
They
लोग
didn't hide in
जाएंगे
the buildings. They stretched their legs and moved out towards this north side to get control of the zone.
एक मिनट कॉल आ रहा है।
This is what we've wanted to see from a lot of our teams, and I'm glad to see it now, even if it is potentially a little bit too little too late. For them, they've got 10 eliminations here, so Aura, they're on 15, but there is a real chance that they could catch up. A Sky is still cooking an aid, and Alula are gonna have to worry. Okay, he puts it back. Back to the shotgun shell.
He's not moving a muscle here, and I don't think Alula realizes that he's even still there. They have to know there could be a threat in this area. But Quick is just hopping in the vehicle to get a little bit of extra third-person perspective and get some sight lines. Plus, he's protected in there. He has no idea. They have no idea he's there. Hello! He missed the shots, though. Sky gets the knock, but gets shot in the back as Win from Team Flash shuts down Aura's run.
Pretty mighty flub there on the shotgun. Hot over the bonnet there. Probably didn't realize, but Quick didn't know he was there and thought, oh, well, I'm going to have to go for the fight. He's going to stand up for it, right? Right? Not to be. Ooh, a cheeky little pick onto Zeus, and actually, Bose is quite low. Over the top, though, Tops and Win look to put pressure onto Quick, and remember, Alula only really have 2 players to play around with here, Claws and Yasser. Looking to navigate closer to the middle for Yasser, but Flash can regroup on 3. Claws has a lot to face down on his lonesome here on this angle. Needs a big nade, needs to find a knock pretty immediately, and is already taken down. Win steps through with the AUG, puts that one to bed, and a second volley of fire over the top of the rock sees Team Flash to the chicken dinner.
I'll take that one, that's for sure. Over 20 points in that game. A massive one for them. I guarantee you, their coaches, everybody was telling him, right, hey, this is what you need to do if you want to make a run of it. And this is a start, right? This is a start. It's still a long road ahead, but now the road is there. You know what I'm saying? It had to happen in this game, and they got it done.
That's what you need to do. When that clock strikes, you've got to hear the call and step up to that plate. Unfortunate that Nongshim and E-Arena couldn't really get much further into that one. That Aurora hold on the eastern side, it stopped them really from being able to break out in the way that they wanted to. Flash were an incredible suppressive force over the course of a lot of that final set of circles. So really, really great stuff from them. But yeah, it could have been very, very different if Aurora had played that slightly in a different fashion.
For sure. I mean, unfortunate for them, super fortunate for the rest of this lobby as we're going to go into one more game for sure. Now, as far as teams that are still within that Smash Point threshold, I believe it's still going to be the duo, right? It's still going to be the two teams. But another opportunity in this next game, right, for more squads to be able to push their way on up. As we're going to take a look at the replay here, Team Flash, great job of being able to finish this game strong. Win especially, just boom, putting the nail in the coffin. That's how you do it.
I just didn't want to mess about, you know. He knew
Let's get
this game's over. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go next. Let's go next. Keep the pace, because they do want to keep up that pressure. If you're on a run, now is the time to hold on to that momentum. There is no more runway that you need to cover to take off on this. It is just today. There is nothing that you want to leave out on Erangel and let it go to Miramar, because you may not reach it. No one might.
Just look at these players' faces. Straight intensity. These guys are locked in right now. They know exactly what they need to do in order to make this happen. And it's going to be on the back of a ton of eliminations and securing those wins, all while stopping E-Arena and Nongshim Red Force, who had a great pincer on the end of that circle there. But, you know, I think teams now especially have understood just how threatening this smash rolling is. And I think they're going to do extra and beyond to make sure that they can stop those two squads.
Absolutely. I mean, there is so much pressure on so many teams. I think that, again, I'm gonna go back to my old favorite hobby, it seems, this game of giving a little bit of hate over to Ralph, because Nigma Galaxy, that 2-2 split did not work. It was really kind of catastrophic. And hey, you know what? The position that they went to, that they tried to go for on that east side, was where Team Flash won from. So could have been different. But we're gonna head down to the stage. Kalaris has a little interview for us for some inside information.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Here with Nongshim Red Force, Hyunbin once again to get some insights on what's gone on so far. Let's talk about the Erangel that just actually happened. You guys find yourself in mini-mill to power, but then the circles shift away from you. You sent it north instead of any other direction. Talk to me about that choice. Do you think it was the right one, or do you think there was another path you could have taken?
일단 현빈 선수 첫 번째 질문은 일단 아까 에란겔 경기부터 일단 얘기를 해볼게요. 에란겔 경기 때 사실 밀타 파워 쪽의 공장을 이용하셨다가 이제 자기장이 튀자마자 이제 바로 북쪽으로 지르셨는데 사실 그쪽이 좀 다른 선택권이 없어서 좀 강제가 된 건지 아니면은 좀 그게 좀 가능성이 있다고 보신 건지 좀 궁금하네요.
일단 저희 자리에서 치킨 갖고 오기는 좀 많이 힘들었던 것 같고, 저희가 오로라 한 명을 잘라나왔고 그 골에서 오로라 일단 한 팀 먹고부터 할 생각이긴 했습니다.
Yeah, we already knew that that shift was actually really tough for us. So what we thought was Aurora was actually there, and we got a one knock of Aurora player. So I think we should have started with getting out, knocking out Aurora, and then we find our footing on the ground inside that circle.
So the Rondo game, you just won another one here. You look always great in urban endings, does Nongshim Red Force. So talk to me about that urban ending. What were your biggest concerns? You had great roof control. So what was your guys' perspective on that finish?
또 론도판에서는 또 치킨을 드셨는데 사실 시가전에서 정말 좋은 모습을 보여주시는 것 같습니다. 그래서 그 시가전에서 특히나 이제 지붕을 통한 영역 그 컨트롤에 굉장히 또 일가견이 있으신 것 같은데 좀 그 점에 있어서 좀 어떤 점을 좀 중점으로 플레이를 했었는지 궁금합니다. 그 론도 플레이 때 시가전 플레이 때 어떤 플레이를 중점으로 두셨는지.
일단 저희 자리가 외곽이었고 저 시가 쪽 한쪽이 비었어갖고 일단 들어가서 서클 받다 보니까 그냥 좀 잘 먹은 것 같아요.
Well, honestly, I think the inside of the city play was actually well forced because we were outside of the circle. But that being said, I think we were kind of lucky because we tried to gain the footing because of actually one of the places are actually empty. So we just find our footing there, and then we just took a control of the roof, and then we maintained good condition and intel.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me, Hyunbin, here once again. That's Nongshim Red Force currently in position on the smash rule as we continue the games here at Pmwc.
Esports World Cup up.
Nongshim Red Force and E Arena not being able to close it out, so we're gonna keep going. One more match in this one. Team Flash being able to come off with a win there after not really being able to do much for the whole tournament. Great performance out of their squad, but don't forget, for everybody that's currently here at EWC, make sure you guys check out the fan experience. Go look at the awesome stuff between PUBG Mobile and Naruto. Try out Brain Rot Royale, why not? Because we've been able to try it, and it's quite fun, and I played it way too much. I had to stop so I could actually come here and break down what's been going on in the finals, and also check out Spider-Man. Maybe you'll get a chance to meet him and greet him. But about this performance from Team Flash Max, we finally got a chance to see them perform.
I never doubted. No, I have been doubting a little bit. It's been looking a bit dicey recently, unfortunately. But no, really good hold on the northern side, right? Able to get rid of a lot of threats over in that position. Definitely a team that has been very silent. But before this game, they had a total of 63 points. If my count is right, they just got about a third of the points they've made so far up until now out of all of their games in a single chicken dinner, 23 points. So that's going to get them way higher up in the middle rankings. And let's keep in mind, even if you're not number 1-7, the prize pool distribution is getting way higher on that first half of the leaderboards.
It is. For some of these teams that might be too far away from that threshold of the smash rule, they're going to be pushing up because there is that prize pool at stake. $3 million that we're going to be giving out. And Horror Esports being able to perform really well, seeing the aggressiveness. This is what we've been expecting out of Horror Esports, the aggressiveness, 16 eliminations.
I mean, it's a real shame we just didn't see this from the get-go, right? From day one throughout to today, because they could have been in a very different position on those leaderboards than we see them right now. But also, just mention very quickly, as we look at the team stats here for Green, Sleepy and Sky actually doing some mega work. They did have some really good nades. They were pushing very well. They are the team that got rid of E Arena in the mid phase of that game, taking shots onto Nongshim there. So, you know, very, very proactive, really looking around them and trying to get as many elims as possible. I think we can call that farming.
They were farming a little bit. They definitely were. But actually, the key thing we have to keep in mind for Horror here is they are the team that eliminated E Arena, which is a team, if you get that elimination, one of the plays, you're like, That's the arena. That's the arena right there.
Go.
Push him. And then they did it. And because of that, right, Lace, they delay the tournament just a little bit more, which really is going to make this event so much more interesting because so many teams can enter the Smash Zone.
I know, and how crazy it is that the top of the leaderboards seem to fall, and then these mid teams sort of have that glimpse of hope and opportunity. But that's why we love it here for PUBG Mobile with the Smash rule, especially. Now, I do want to sort of draw your attention to S2G, a team that is quite incredibly close to that Smash rule. But if we talk about the first game, we didn't really get to chat to them sort of in that first mid-section. They had a nice recovery, a little bit of a hot drop, couldn't capitalize on as many eliminations as they wanted to. The roughest zone shift for them. They had like that kind of open terrain. They couldn't really move in. And then they passed. And then this game, again, it kind of like they're losing their team so incredibly early after eliminations. You saw Kamikaze there on the north side trying to sponge those points. But again, falling short. Look how incredibly close S2G are, 116. They should have done it earlier.
Just 6 points away from being able to enter the Smash Zone. Aurora Gaming as well, currently 9 points away. And teams that were going to be looking to be able to close that gap, especially when we saw Arena get eliminated. Nonshim really not going for that many eliminations, playing it quietly. Four Thrives. I mean, Four Thrives wasn't really able to do much. And with the win that we just saw to Team Flash now moves into 7th place.
Yeah, really good push up here. Team Flash, 7th position overall. That's going to be an extra bit of money in their back pocket. But the thing is, they're looking very scary. Look at the top three. 3 chicken dinners, 2 chicken dinners, 3 chicken dinners, while the other teams below all have 0, like 4 Thrives, or a singular chicken dinner. So that is really making it scary that the tournament could really end Niptra at any point today.
Well, the big thing as well for me is that Aurora Gaming, Nigma Galaxy, and Arena all finished up that match with 0 points on the board, right?
Yes.
None. Nothing for game 2. S2G is moving up. As you said, Lace, you've got 4 Thrives. Well, also
Thanks
got
for
0
the
points, so they don't count.
chai
Team
toast.
Flash, Ulf,
Johnny
all
भाई
these teams,
शुक्रिया
they
guys
are
मैंने मिस
really
किया यार
making a push forward, while those top teams, except for Nongshim, they're it's getting very close for the rest of those teams.
Yeah, and in this first page of the overall, there is one big outlier, especially when we're looking at the wins here, and it's none other than 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives, the only team in this first page that doesn't have a win. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because, yes, 4 Thrives, if you are able to have a good performance in the next match, at one point, we need to start seeing those win if they want to be able to win.
दो भाई दोनों तबाही साथ पे चल रहे
the
हैं
group stages, they were sort of unable to get those chicken dinners. Of course, they could capitalize on eliminations, but they weren't really one of those teams that would close out the win. We're sort of seeing this trend now, and of course, they want to sort of get those elims and sponge those points to hit that kind of Smash Roll threshold, but in then, it's still, if you calculate statistically, it's still, their win rate is not really there.
चैट में से सब चले गए क्या ये बताओ सब चले गए क्या
the conversation. I want to bring it back to Nongshim Red Force.
Yes, let's discuss.
I wanted to take a bit of time here because that was an absolutely insane throw. There are 3 options. Or you third party to the western side on the mountain next to Lumberyard, or you directly crash onto Al Ula, which is what I think would have been a really good option, or you decide to go for the wide wrap onto Flash, which I wouldn't recommend, and they ended up doing. There were so many options to go, but that was like out of the 3 Niptra.
मैं हूँ okay.
And you know what? It's showcased by Al Ula taking 2nd place from the exact position that we were like, Nongshim, go that way. Go that way. Al Ula end up going that way, get that 2nd place, and I think if it had been Nongshim with the kind of momentum that they had off the win, they would have won there. It is genuinely not even game throwing, it's almost championship throwing in game 2, right? Because they could have won it, they could have ended it, done and dusted, and they just didn't. They went for a very different play.
Yeah, and especially because of that rotation. If you push Al Ula, let's say, only Al Ula is going to fight you, right? It's literally team versus team.
Literally.
That wide you can rotate. Aurora's looking your way. Team Flash is looking your way. Al Ula's also looking your way. You're just making it harder for yourself. And Nocturne Red Force have some of the best rotations sometimes. And then they pull stuff like that. I'm very confused.
7 लोग दिख रहे हैं तुम लोग लाइक नहीं करते यार ये गलत बात
I
है
also want to sort of point out, and this is just kind of across battle royales in general, sometimes you only have that one opportunity, and when you miss it, it is now 10 times harder to get back to that same position. You do not get these chances often, and like you said, Neptro, they didn't make that space, they didn't make that play well, so it will be a little bit more challenging now.
And with Nongshim Red Force, especially in that performance, right? I fully agree with you guys. They decided to go the completely wrong way, being within nade range of Aurora,
क्या हो गया दिल भेज रहे हो
outliving out surviving Aurora. One thing though for this team is that when we've seen it in the past, you were kind of telling me this too, Neptura, especially
मैं हूँ chat में क्या बात है कहाँ गए थे अभी नहीं थी जब मैं था मैंने पूछा
because they know exactly what they're playing for, which is just the win, right? Yes, they can get some points. We kind of saw this here being super passive, the team just waiting for the right time. And I think maybe that's what could have hurt them there. They was just looking for something passive. They weren't looking for an actual fight. And that's why they decided to go with that rotation.
You know what? I 100% agree with you there, Seven, because, yeah, they are so scary. They are so patient. And we saw that them lining up on Milta Power there, lining up on that wall, going, okay, what's the next play? They didn't look scared. They weren't going too quickly. They were just being very patient. They were sitting and going, okay, what are we going to be doing next? And then they make the most harebrained, like, under pressure play, it felt like, right? Another team I would have expected that from. Not from Nongshim, not with the presence of mind they seem to have while in the smash point. They are not pressure.
भाई पता है मुझे लगता है ना ये biased है ये 40 को बहुत ज़्यादा support करती है
Next game though, still
ऐसा लगा भाई
no one's quite caught up to that smash zone, so really EA still the only competitor
हर बार
for
इसके
them right
सुनना
now.
भाई इसके points
We can do this.
I'm going to pivot the topic again. Sorry, I'm all over the place. There's so much to talk about right now, but I want to talk about actually the MVP
मुझे भी चाय पीनी है मैं बनाता हूँ यार 2 मिनट लगेंगे मुझे
situation on our hands, which is we saw Eren being top damage dealer. He had a ton of eliminations, and they're currently at the very bottom of the first page. We've got a situation where they're nowhere near winning the tournament, and a player on Ulf could actually become your Pmwc 2026 MVP. Got to be careful there because he is in 4th position, but it's Hyunbin, it's Tizzy dominating here for Nongshim Red Force.
It is.
Hyunbin तो भाई है भाई
Sleepy being able to put up the numbers. Aaron, you were talking about it as well, but we have a lot of fans here in the arena.
As well.
We got 4 tries. We got a bunch more over there from GodLike. Let's see what Barney's currently up to.
Ladies and
gentlemen,
time and time again that we wouldn't be
इसके बाद बना के लाऊंगा भाई
for the fans.
अगर
We've got
start
so many around the arena, so before we dive into our
एंकी भाई कैसे हो
it is time to check
इधर
in with
देखो
them. And so Furia, GodLike, make some noise! Kilaris, who have you got with you, buddy?
Yeah, that's all well and good, but I've got Nigma Galaxy. Make some noise!
It's crazy, right?
Nigma Galaxy! What have you got going on, Barney? Lottie, what have you got?
James, Barney, you're not ready because I'm here with 14.
You can hear the celebration in the arena.
भाई वो बंदा घुस गया भाई पूरा बोला मैं तो एंजॉय करूंगा भाई
As this hall of heroes echoes with every fan's hopes and dreams, giving out their energy because the tournament still goes on.
खेल वो रहे टेंशन मुझे हो रही है
Game 2 smash, we run it right back. And anticipation has reached fever pitch here in France. Everyone's loving it.
Having a great time here in the arena. The Nigma Galaxy fans getting ready. I mean, they have played very well today, Lord, making a great showing on that first match. But goodness me, what an event, what atmosphere we've got here in our arena. Lovely to see all the support coming out for our players, for our teams here. Potentially the last match.
First moment.
Maybe. Felt like on that last one, weren't quite able to get it there for Nongshim Red Force. They kind of make a bit of a Hail Mary.
Trophy to hai.
Didn't work out. But we do have our third match coming up. Erangel. Nice and steady map here to get yourself a chicken dinner on. Nongshim might be waiting for later on in the day though. Hitting another big mirror.
नहीं अभी नहीं जाऊंगा इस गेम के बाद जाऊंगा मैं गेम मिस नहीं करने वाला मैं
Stepping back up again.
क्या पता कब क्या हो जाए भाई मिस नहीं करूंगा अब
A lot of fine margins and a room that's getting rowdier and rowdier each game that goes by. But we'll focus on the here and now, the present that is the fact. We've been presented
याद
with
रखना
the
दो
third game
गैम्बल करो इसमें क्या दिक्कत है करो पूछने की क्या
Pmwc has not stopped delivering, and I don't doubt this game will be anything different. We're back on Erangel, playing path established.
क्या ईडा और निगमा की फाइट होगी ड्रॉप फाइट ये बताओ क्या लगता है तुम्हें पोचिंकी में होगी
very, very southern plane path to start things off. Awkward drop spots, awkward rotates, quick switch out towards the eastern side. Not an easy game to confirm.
देखा जीत गए. Let's go. जामिला बेन. No no. मुझे लग रहा है होगी क्योंकि ईडा के पास खोने को कुछ नहीं है. वो करेंगे.
Lovely in-flight meal, and we are ready to get going again. Spread across the entirety of the map. So a lot of room to rotate, Jackie, but
उतरे ईडा उतरी है, निगमा भी उतरी है. ईडा लेकिन इस बार स्प्लिट में वो ड्रॉप चेंज.
It might be something a little bit spicy for this one.
कल भी चेंज किया था लास्ट में, आज भी चेंज है. बढ़िया.
Might just be. Fair bit of Sosnovka pulled into play here down towards the south side.
IQ scan completed 80. Chat is concerned.
Feet wet into this one to make it happen. Those bridge crossings, absolutely diabolical. Aurora, also tough decisions. S2G, bit of a menace team to run into on that eastern side, but Fourth Rise have been consistently oppressive over towards the west. So hard decisions need to be made for this squad. They get in vehicles, likely will loop.
और क्या क्या था? IQ हो गया, luck हो गया, gamble हो गया. अब क्या बाकी है? Love हो गया. Exclamation mark love था. Luck था. IQ था. Exclamation mark hug होगा. HUG वाला hug. उसके बाद क्या होगा? बस यही है जितना मुझे याद है. नहीं वो नहीं करना. अच्छा ठीक है. क्वेश्चन मार्क मत लगाओ, बट है वो. हाँ वो भी कमांड होगा. विदाउट क्वेश्चन मार्क करो, पता चलेगा क्या आता
है. So many clutch plays, so many moments.
Exclamation mark to lagao.
And Mormon was able to pull it back for the squad. Looking to do the same here in the final day. They've already achieved the smash ruling. As we said earlier,
love wala nahi karna. Love wala nahi karna. Okay, ठीक है.
But do think that will change after match 3 if we don't end it all here and now. Right now you have that
stress मुझे आ रहा है.
serene sense
for इन्होंने किया ना.
as well as Nongshim Red Force.
Gives a big hug.
One other squad in the lobby.
Sahil gives a big hug.
Punch.
ये बढ़िया कमांड था यार, ये बढ़िया था.
I do think, mate, with our S2G have looked, if you could come alive here, get a bit of a big boost off this game. They've still got a chance to be a dark horse, to be able to upset.
ये बढ़िया कमांड था ना हग वाला भी.
Some of that talent yesterday when they were fighting
ये
under so
पहले
much
से काफी
pressure
टाइम
as
से
well.
तो उस टाइम भी था.
Situations from distance. MZG, he was
नए कमांड्स करते कल की स्ट्रीम से पहले एक कमांड और ऐड
करते. You know, we touched on Kamikaze an awful lot over the event, but I think it's that duo that brings so much firepower. We'll see what they got this time.
Hamzi as well as Kamikaze looking great, and for S2G, they're a team that's put up quite a lot of chicken dinner so far.
क्या बात है, जमीला and Jamila soulmates.
Looking to break that record, though I think it will be difficult today to do that since.
लगता है सुमित भैया चले गए, देख रहे हो?
They should have also just won at that point. That's a smash. So possibilities of broken records ruined by the format for them. But I do think they would be happy with the win.
Like कर दो guys, तुम लोग like नहीं कर रहे हो यार.
Yeah. So for S2G, certainly a possibility here. Only 6 points on this game that's needed for them.
भाई मुझे ना इस गेम बहुत गंदी फीलिंग आ रही है. ऐसा लग रहा है ना ये गेम यही खत्म है. काम कर रहा हूँ लाला. अच्छा मेरा IQ टेस्ट करो, रुको टेस्ट कर लो.
looking to breach that smash ruling as we come into match 3, which is where it always gets stressful. Hot Jukes, a little documentary style earlier on today, was saying that he would love to see 6 teams towards that final match, all vying it out for the chicken.
Brain not found. I agree. I agree with Nightbot.
I feel like a lot of times internationals do go to that 6th match no matter what, and either in Pmwc. Ooh, for Nongshim Red Force, oh my god, he's alive. For Nongshim Red Force, he did go to match 6 when they got that smash. Satan
आया ना ब्रेन नॉट फाउंड आया मैं इससे एग्री करता हूँ गाइस अगर किसी के पास भी फ्री वाले ज्वेल्स पड़े हैं भाई भेज दो यार दिल से भाई भेज दो मुझे पता नहीं उससे होता क्या लेकिन तुम भेज दो ये गेम बहुत गंदी वाइब आ रही लग रहा है जैसे इसी गेम खत्म है सीरियसली यस आई एग्री वरना आप बताओ अगर आपको कोई चीज बात बताऊं अभी नहीं अभी मैच में फोकस है
idea of getting the chicken dinner and getting into smash ruling feels a little further away. Fourth Rise will aggress over towards Ida.
अरे हमारे में 50k मिलेंगे कहाँ हमें 50,000 थोड़ी मैं तो 50 में भी कर दूं 50,000 छोड़ मैं 50 में 15 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा कर दूं ये लॉल्स भाई ने लगाया था ऐसा ना मैं 50 में 15 मिनट कर दूं 50,000 छोड़ो तुम बस भेजो क्योंकि मुझे देखना इससे होता क्या है नाइस मीनो मारा ओ मीनो
already big shots being connected
finish हुआ
Ulf withstand the pressure. They do lose one player, but Aaron back up.
हाँ मयूर भाई ने भी लगाया था
Keep him in play, reset with the meds and grab the extra loot.
For Aaron, what a run it's been for him during this tournament. Max was highlighting him on the desk of how much he was able to really prove himself here at this event, despite having some awkward moments, honestly. Still remember his crash into gas station, which went terribly wrong, but even then he is putting up numbers. OG do take a knock there to Tiamba, who have been sadly very quiet after day one. A majority of the points earned there, if they were able to replicate anything like that day one and day two or day three, they would have won this tournament by a mile. Sadly, that's just not the case. Trying to get back into the mix of it now, though, as Milu. So let's look for these nades.
Maru on about half HP there. AKOP in the back line. Ooh, nice arc from Milu. Milu the madman, when he's feeling himself, he can do so much damage on a battleground. He's got backup from the boys. If they can get out of this one cleanly, maybe they can at least try and ruin some of the runs for the other squads above them. And Milu keeps it going to get that flush as well, so that will remove Aru. Hard cut him out. Blue coming in to make it a bit more suffocating between these two sides.
Quite a few nades already expended here from Tiamba as well as OG. We're right in zone 2 now. Blue starts to tickle a fair bit. QZZ gets a bit panicked there. Will drop a couple of shots through and then immediately send in Milu. He's just going to prime the nade. That's a nice one from him. Good patience. Lets it go through. Is he going to peek this onto AKOP? It's me. Does not care in the slightest. Friendly fire.
इस बार गॉडल से लड़ाई नहीं हुई तो क्या मतलब आपस में लड़ लोगे
And they're going to bounce around, make sure they clean up on that one.
NT यार
Trying to snatch away some of the earnings from it. Good to see Tiamba though, getting a bit of fanfare back from the crowd and big plays from Milu. I think he was sat on about 11.
भाई इस गेम मुझे अंदर से फीलिंग आ रही है तो ये या तो एनएस लेके जा रही थी अंदर से ही फीलिंग आ रही है
Tiamba lucky to have him. Great to see him back on the team again. Some subs came through yesterday. Shallow in, Milu out, but looks like he is ready to play today. Gameplay looks clean. For Nongshin Red Force, hard rotate up towards that north side. We've got Dip in play, but not fully. At least we did confirm away from the south side. A lot of the water got cut out immediately. A hard shift over towards the northwest, and an easy rotate now for Tiamba to actually get in.
There's Catch popping up in the Elim feed.
क्यों कहाँ जा रहे हो जामिला बेन
Furious squad.
रुक जाओ अकेला छोड़ के जा रहे हो, ये गलत बात है यार। आप हमारे टफ समय में हमें अकेले छोड़ के जा रहे हो।
Nongshim just ahead of the Aurora crew that have made their rotation over the bridge. Left of Novka.
iPad चाहिए अच्छा ठीक है चार्ज करके आना फिर से। अगर स्ट्रीम तब तक चली तो हार के जीतने वाले को बाजीगर कहते हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि हमने खराब खेला, हमने अच्छा खेला। वेट एंड वॉच, यस। अरे बट ये लास्ट गेम हो सकता है ना, अगर एनएस या ये ने चिकन ले लिया, खत्म। और मुझे अंदर से फीलिंग आ रही है, देखो ना जोन, देखो ना जोन देख के नहीं लग रहा।
Dirt off the shoulder for so easy. Can't keep this man down right now. 3 of their nades invested, so draining some of the early offensive utility, but it looks like they've still got a good supply, at least on dock, with 5 in the backpack. Meanwhile, Arena pushing back up over to Waldorf. Ketch trying to catch an escape plan. Dives behind the driving, but it's not.
फाइट भी अच्छा एग्जीक्यूट कर रहे लोग, एकदम पेशेंस के साथ बोल रहे हैं हम मर जाएंगे, चिकन लेके मरेंगे। लेकिन
bit of a disjointed Irish exit there from Ulf. Alula under pressure though as S2G just flies in over towards the garages. R3B in the corner and S2G cleans it up. Not a single player lost. Should be able to get that res. Nongshim Red Force in the meantime, after seeing those players leaving, did get that leapfrog on, so they get a little bit further into the circle here. Milta, not the main feature. If we go down towards the southeast, we know just how good Nongshim can be in an urban finish, thriving in the concrete jungles.
So no overcommit, like you touched on. Aurora just controlling some of the rotation paths with the coast firmly.
नेक्स्ट जोन डिसाइडर होगा यार, अगर एनएस का फेवर किया।
They opt to go for the 2-2 split.
They know how to convert.
Over near the area we see Vitality starting to encroach upon, whilst Joel and Doc, 2 players with very heavy hands. If you do want to challenge them in a raw duel, play off each other.
It's actually a possibility right now with S2G leaving. I don't know if Aurora is able to spot that. They certainly don't see Hamzy continuing to peak the angle, but now they have free capability to actually make an eastern ramp if they want. Right now they're holding 2 fairly decent locations in terms of vision onto the map, but they are right on the edge, so eventually they'll have to move. I think likely what's going to happen is they'll wait for zone 4, make a decision from there how they want to rotate in, but there's a lot of free space over towards the eastern side, and already Doc is going to scout it.
35 सेकंड में पता
exactly
चलेगा
what I thought was going to happen.
क्या गेम
Get a
यही
little bit
खत्म होने
further
वाला
up,
है।
realize that actually this space is
अरोरा ने
kind
लेकिन
of
पकड़
open
के
at the
रखा है।
moment for us to get a little
अरोरा
bit
सब
more
तेरे
of an
ऊपर है
eye
यार।
towards the circle.
That's the kind of premium real estate that man like Doc's going to instantly sniff out and be confident enough to rep himself to take control of. We'll see how this pans out long term for Aurora.
जोन 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 जोन
Circle though.
अंदर से फीलिंग है ये जोन
Find
बनेगा।
a lot of how this works.
Ah!
Down towards Milta. Nongshim might be thinking about making a move right now, and they're instantaneous. This is way better than last game. Last game felt late on those rotates. It felt like they were still making decisions. This time they are much quicker with it.
जूनी भाई थैंक्स फॉर 6-7 once again। दिल से शुक्रिया जूनी भाई।
But now they're going to have a swivel on towards all the teams around them. Aurora recalling Reefus back towards the squad as teams start to surge towards Milta.
दिल से शुक्रिया यार जूनी भाई।
It's going to be so dangerously tight though. They all caught vision on one another. Ida have already entered close. 3-man split, Solo's playing in a line there for Aurora with the wrap in late. Rufus seeing the back line of Vitality knows he's got to go down towards the coast and then assist the team. Tiama getting shots off as well. That's Ulf. Oh, you're going to be eating shrapnel on this one. Wide arc down towards the roadside.
Solus and Aaron here by the toll gates. It's always an awkward spot, very nadeable. Couple of positions you could play around inside the toll booth itself to try and dodge those close quarters ordnance. Oh my god, there's mollies everywhere. Aaron can barely move. He has to find an opening with this nade, but for Ulf it's looking like it's more and more over. XCY goes down to a nade from Reefus.
Like कर दो guys अगर कोई भी channel पे नया आ रहा है तो.
That's 2 players knocked as well. We saw Vitality getting the first domino falling onto Nonshin, then the assist coming in from Aurora. The Nonshin Smash squad might have come unstuck early.
NS भाई ये मिस करने के मूड में ही नहीं है पता है. ये एक बढ़िया है नेड.
Really difficult to do. Just about holds the res. He was
क्या बचा है भाई, क्या बचा है. पॉइंट में HP थी उसकी तो.
That was close, Jackie.
I think we just saw Federales get a single tap onto Hyunbin as well. He was looking for the drop with the smoke.
ये लिया है भाई.
Took a single bullet, had to hit the deck again. Thankfully, smokes out, limited cover as well with the walls, so the geometry playing in their favor. You can go for another res. They might be able to recover it cleanly.
I think they won't be recovering though. It's all this utility that they just spent getting those players back up again. How many smoke launchers do they still have left? Vexy finds Tizzy again. Nongshim under mad pressure at the moment between 2 separate squads, both looking towards them. Just have to hold on for the time being. Stop peeking, honestly, but I feel like they realize they need to keep these teams on the outside at bay. Arena though, down.
एक team eliminate हुई. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Another team on Smash ruling out, and Tiamba survives as for just.
यार NS क्या करेंगे यार? Zone है उन पे.
Always the lurker, looking to play medic for the rest of the squad here.
He might be the eagle, but there is vultures swarming the skies around him. Other teams realizing there's been a lot of damage done here. It's a risky pickup with the position he's in. Luckily, he's got some cover from the vehicles to try and save his mates. That's Aura, though, with Jiggle getting one of them confirmed off the back of the damage that was done. So they do go down to a 3-man squad post this pickup.
Oh! NS का साथ नहीं दे रहे. NS को कह रहे हैं जोन कि नहीं मैं तो नहीं दूंगा साथ तुम्हारा.
Which is exactly why you see Aurora playing on this edge down towards the south side, and Nongshim
अब क्या करेगी
NS? So 4 thrives, they've got to extricate themselves. Flash have also got to pull themselves out of this one. S2G a little bit safer with the player on the warehouses. They can move up over towards that top side, be playing over towards Toll Booth later. But it's Aura right now who actually own the majority of the space on the northern edge. 4 thrives opening up over towards Aurora as they move.
That backline in is good to at least take some of the heat off. Force attention turned back onto 4 thrives from Aurora. Vitality have just been really running interference from this angle as well. If there's a peek up from Hyunbin, they're harassing with shots. If they can get LOS back over onto the coast of Aurora, it's punishing as well.
For Nongshim Red Force, they know the shots came from Vitality earlier, so this is sort of the team they need to deal with first. The one thing I really worry about for Nongshim, though, is how exposed the vehicles have been this entire time. You got to imagine that wheels are blown out.
अगर यहाँ से NS chicken निकालती है ना भाई, वो truly deserving. Deserving अभी भी है.
Further in towards the circle, likely will be on foot, unless they can find some kind of vehicle in the near future. Vitality's going to go for a mad rotate over towards the northwest side. They hear the fighting. They notice that Nick Galaxy's down. This is a good opportunity to go for. Vexy helping from the back lines. Really like this push from Vitality.
Ralph's on an island. Last man left alive and not breathing for much longer as Razak will find that adjustment back onto Nigma, so they go down. Vexy's been good as well at providing some overwatch for this squad. Showing up when they needed him.
ऐसा लग रहा है ये लोग प्रमोशन मैच कर रहे हैं. अगर ये एक प्रमोशन मैच कंप्लीट किया तो इनका डोमिनेटर हो जाएगा. NS वैसे खेल रही है.
There's Tiamba in the distance, nades being thrown onto Vitality, a backline potential. Igor goes in, big sprays, assisted by Silence. 4 thrives taking some damage as well, the Pepper back onto them.
Fury's going to move in on this, like you say. Igor's already on that front line. The rest of the team all stood alongside him now. And Vitality find themselves in a very horrendous position. Nades from Tiamba going a little bit wide here, trying to angle these through the smoke. That one should be on target. Easy cleanup. Tiamba grabbed themselves 10, 11 eliminations on this match so far. much more reminiscent of the past. And
बढ़िया
Minu's already on 4.
Furia playing with that confidence and aggression we know they've got as 4 frags buckle under the pressure. Furia shutting them down in the close range combat. And Nonshin, after turtling for so long, finally knowing vitality had been taken out of the picture, they can make a move.
भाई एनएस जब जा रही है क्या बात कर रहे हो?
This is interesting, trying to get rid of Aurora actually. Only one player here in Reefers. Eventually noticed that. There's actually a massive amount of space on this western side that they could clear. Tiamba's a 3-man, Furia's down to 2. Circle moves up that way, leaving Tiamba with one of the few remaining positions, and we are on toll booth. Oh my god, what a circle to end on.
Oh, deep nades.
अरे इन्होंने अरोरा को मार दिया भाई, इनका तो जोन इजी है. जोन छोड़ो ये तो मस्त लेके जाएंगे.
A little bit of space between the teams. Distant shots coming in from Tiamba. He's got to hit the deck, but that's not the only squad you got to worry about. Lost from S2G, gets a sight line, and goodbye Reefus.
The only thing is just like kind of flashbacks to last game where there is a massive capability of moving west on this one for Nongshim and clearing up towards that north side, having all that space. You'd imagine that they saw the amount of teams that moved into Milta. They are just charging headlong into danger here, where there is so much more room to play on the northwest side. Guys, you don't need elims. You need a chicken.
And they might get barbecued if they take too much time on this one. Joel was cooking the molly. I see why so paranoid about the peak from the top side with Tiamba. And with Furia not needing to force the issue amongst them, they've got a crystal clear line of sight down onto the rotate path for Nonshin. It's so uncomfortable.
Come back, lads.
पूरा के पास ऊपर का जोन है ना, उनके पास जोन easy है.
Can wrap back over towards. So easy. 2 down. What is this? It makes little sense.
जोन ही साथ नहीं दिया एनएस को, लेकिन अच्छी बात है, खुश नहीं दिया. खुश नहीं बोलेंगे, बट हाँ, हमें मैचेस देखने को मिलेंगे ना, वरना
the circle moves away from Milta, what do we do? Push into Milta?
भाई, what is this behavior, bro? What is this behavior, bro? ये क्या हो रहा है भाई? What the hell, भाई?
Thankfully given a few moments of respite as he runs to try and find any cover at all.
किसी नहीं देखा.
We talked from the start of the game. They have just about hit that 122 now.
Crazy way.
So they have hit that smash ruling going towards that next match. Another team steps up to the plate. They've done enough here, even if they go down. Looking to take down Ida regardless. Hams, ooh, what a shot! Reaction coming through clutch there, but Kamikaze, as always, the backbone in the team.
Standing straight.
एसटीजी का चिकन नहीं है, ओरा का चिकन है. जो जोन है, जो सब है, सब फेवर है. भाई एनएस किसी का ध्यान ही नहीं है एनएस पे. बढ़िया रे, मस्त जोन जा रहे हो, चप लेट के एक जोन मिल गया उनको खेलने के लिए.
Aura on for a big game here actually, Jackie. Looking to push themselves further in the rankings. Only 2 eliminations so far, but so much more to grab here as most teams are bruised.
साला S2G कंटेंडरशिप में आ गए भाई. अब तो 3 टीम को रोकना पड़ेगा नेक्स्ट गेम.
Nades going over the top here from Nongshim Red Force, rolling down, and we are directly on top of Toll Booth now.
That's okay falling.
Crazy भाई, ये क्या देख रहे हो भाई?
Getting the tags off.
मस्त जोन जा रही है.
It's not clean. It's awkward.
Not even a helmet so easy here anymore.
ध्यान नहीं दिया.
Mate, you're playing with a bare minimum. Concessions had to be made, but a nade could be coming their way. Lost with 2 left in the back pocket. The first one thrown in looks good.
Ooh.
So, see ya.
Double bouncer. XZY is down. Comes to the end of his line there. Nongshim is floundering at the moment. Confusing moves.
Oh, flash देख रही है, बोल रही तुम
S2G absolutely have done enough.
Hi,
They're looking
NS
to push
guy.
further into this game, as is so easy.
क्या ही survival
They're trying to
skills.
send a message with this one. It's not just
Luck
about
भी है
what
भाई
they
उनका
needed to
थोड़ा
get into
luck
Smash. They
नहीं
want to
बोलेंगे
prove that they
क्योंकि
could
साथ
be the
नहीं
big
दे रहा
dogs
लेकिन
in the
क्या ही
lobby.
बोले
Response back over though.
हर बार बच जा रही है
Eating the nade from Hora as Hora are lighting up the sky. Explosion
चिकन तो
after
हो रहा है
explosion on top
no
of the
doubt
Turkish team. They are stuck
जब
on
तक
the
इनका
ridge
थर्ड
and
पार्टी नहीं हुआ
cannot
तब तक
advance. Backline
दिक्कत नहीं है
attack from
इनको
Tiamba.
थर्ड पार्टी होगा उसके बाद
Way over the other side. And Tiamba keeping the pressure on. Trying to get that pick up in. Lost
एक
with
बढ़िया
limited
नेट
space to
आया
play off. In comes the nade. Oh! Sky makes it work.
crazy नेट
SUG blown sky high behind
crazy
the tree
crazy
there.
crazy
Let me introduce you to the biggest
बढ़िया
drop
नेट
in the
था भाई
lobby.
नेट था
Hora on the northeast side. So easy. With barely a hope in this match, but still hanging on.
SUG
Furia
थोड़ा
dashed by the roadside, leaving just Hora, Tiamba, Nongshim Red Force in this endgame. For Nongshim, the best thing about this is that even if there isn't a smash win, this is keeping them contention for the top spot, at least.
मुझको लग रहा है वो फ्लोर भी
It's gonna be
3 की
big for the
5
placements. And is there a chance of some sheer shenanigans from So Easy? He's crossing his fingers, mate. But you've got a hard task ahead of you.
This guy's got him. Has to have him here. Just the peeks over a little bit. So Easy, he's trying to hide his face behind the barest of pylons, behind this railing. It is just not nice. God, he has to do
इसको
something.
स्मोक मिल गया
Oh.
पूरा ने कवर दिया भाई क्या हो रहा है भाई क्या देखना पड़ रहा है
I really needed that.
crazy bro यार
He's tucked in behind
एक
it.
मिनट गाइस कॉल आ
There's no real angle from the backside as well from Tiamba, so it just depends. I mean, if Hora go for the hard force over...
This is mad.
Yeah, this could get cheeky quite quickly. Sleepy would have burned down as well. The vehicle... Oh, it's all going wrong! So Easy on a peacock, good for one, and Tiamba assisting with the shots from the top. He's going to try first on these as well.
Or on the assist with an unreal smoke. Mollies go in, nades go wide, and he is out. Tiamba will clean up.
Nonshin were looking to blot out the sun on that one with a surprise plays, but it's not going to happen now. And Hora solo remains with the advancement of Tian, but the nade goes over. Sky got a backpedal. Runs back to whatever cover he can find. Can he trust in his source on this one? Holding the peak, ready for the shots. Eagle gets knocked out of the sky. QZZ with a reposition as Sky advances forward with a shotgun in his hand. Nade being cooked by Milu, and this man don't miss.
Good damage. QZZ follows up with a second, and Tiamba is back. What a fantastic game. The three-man inside just felt like these guys needed a little bit of confidence. And that star on the match reinvigorates whatever light died out in Milu on day 2. It is back on now, and it is blaring.
They started that game as they meant to proceed. The aggression was there. The despicable nade plays from Milu that always give you that gut-wrenching feeling of how does he do it. Continued from start to finish. The shots are on point. And a pathway begins to present itself.
Hora's got to be mad at themselves, though. Imagine just smoking up so easy.
The smoke into the tire pot on the career down the hill. Oh, but
they really did careen off course there. Looked so good up until that point. Covering their angles, clearing their spots out. So easy. He was mega confused. I would have loved to see his face in that moment. Pure shock. He's like, is that the nade moved away from me? He's like, wait, actually.
That's the smoke. I can pass that.
Nice. That's great. I didn't have one of those before, you know?
No utility left, but they gave him one to be nice. And then Tiamba with the perfect timed nades.
Man. So good. There was a small part of me that thought that So Easy was going to clutch up. Small part of me. But I am glad it was Tiamba.
Oh, yeah. Tiny percentage, but it started to get a little bit bigger with how things were going. But hey, a Tiamba win is a very exciting prospect. Such a fun team to watch, Blank. Bringing the heat in finals.
They're just a fast-paced team, and I think what we've seen them from before is just a little bit of that sluggish gameplay where they weren't quite able to make those plays, and they've been desperately banging on that door, but it's just been not going down. And I think Milu right there just put a foot through it. So it looks good. It looks way better now. They're pulling off those maneuvers too. So yeah, great work to Tiamba. Really, really happy to see it. And it was, I think for me, it was fantastic to see these guys happy.
Yeah.
I think that was my favorite thing about that win.
It's nice to see him smiling, nice to see the success story of how they're playing. And mate, you're right. I think if there was a door there, Milu not only kicked it down, he just destroyed the entire house.
He's just a whirlwind.
Yeah. Came through, blowing everyone away. And mate, I'd love to see that. I hope that continues.
I hope it does continue as well. For Tiamba, it's not over yet. We haven't rung the bell. They might have been uppercutted, but they have got back up again. The count did not finish. It's scary, no? Going into these final matches, we've got 3 teams at match point right now. It's S2G, E-Arena, as well as Nongshim. Nongshim's been making some crazy decisions. E-Arena, sadly, on the other hand, have just not been able to eke out those performances so far. It's felt a little bit timid from that team. S2G, though, I think this is a worrisome squad to have in that top 3 because they could just light it up at any moment now. Unless the pressure gets to him, which it seems to be the case for quite a few of our teams.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the contrast we're painting there for E-Arena, right? Where it feels like you had some flash-in-the-pan moments, but now it's come to, you just got to follow through. It's not happening, whereas S2G, we know they can strive for greatness. It feels like championship mentality is going hand in hand with their aggression, the way they're approaching these lobbies. All it takes, one big game. Could be a championship right there. But stay tuned for that. We'll find out. The narrative continues. Do not go anywhere.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Chasing the sunrise, boots hit the ground, hear the battle call. Loot up, lock in, we're ready for it all. Every street, every door, searching for a little more. One squad, one dream, nothing's ever what it seems. The circle's closing in, can you feel it on your skin? Heartbeat like the drum, the final fight has come. Fight till you make it, never gonna break it. Stand your ground and take it, right into the fire. Fight till you make it, every move can change it. Higher and higher, we're reaching for the winner, winner, chicken dinner. Fight till you make it, fight till you make it.
Fighting until we make it. These teams are in Tiamba, able to get that chicken dinner, full control of the zone. But we have to talk about something that's very important. S2G being able to get into this smash, so now not coming up short this match.
I mean, I just sort of want to touch on that. From their compound, they actually probably had the better position out of the squad, sort of moving that rotate in. But I mean, we got to talk about like their push on Al Ula. I'm sure Max is going to cover this nicely a little bit later. But just the, I guess, raw power that they had from start to finish from that game, they were finally able to get over that threshold. Do I believe they should have done it the first 2 games? A little bit, but that's okay. They've done it now, and obviously this is one of the teams that can take a victory.
They definitely can take a victory. This is a team that has already gotten 3 wins in Erangel in the finals when we're talking about S2G. If we're looking at some of the other teams looking to get to that smash zone, it's none other than Aurora. I actually thought Aurora was going to be able to make it already. They're struggling a bit today, Max.
Yeah, a bit of a weird hold onto Nongshan Red Force in particular, looking kind of weird. But by the way, I want to bring it back to S2G. They not only make it into the smash zone, they got a 9-point lead on top of E-Arena, which if we do not get a smash, is going back to the OG rules, which is the most amount of points becomes the champion. So right now, S2G are loving it, but so are Tiamba, shattering dreams in this game, eliminating E-Arena, eliminating the final player here at the very end for Nongshan Red Force, man. They are the reason why the tournament has not yet ended.
Hora Esports back-to-back great games here out of them. And for Fourth Tribes Neptura, this team, after that rondo that we saw, they're starting to struggle. They ended up the first Erangel with a big old donut, and in this one, at least they secured 4 points.
I mean, at least they do. I did see that they had a really fantastic rotation around from just massive wraparounds into Milta and then out of it. But yeah, 4 points is all they're going to get for that fantastic nades from Hora. Oh my goodness me. You were talking about it, right, Max? Sky is fantastic with the nades today. Really, really on point. And Tiamba, I mean, honestly, the word that I would use for both Tiamba and Hora, they're feeling very intense. You don't want to go up against them. Look at those sprays. Long range, through the smokes. There's no escaping this team.
What are those sprays from QZZ? Oh my god. That was crazy stuff going out from him. I mean, he was just lasering everyone through the smokes. Incredible stuff. But at the end, Hora, another solid finish, right?
Yes.
Sure, maybe not chicken dinner, but it's a strong back-to-back, but so easy. In that smoke, actually, that was a smoke right from Hora Niptra. I thought maybe if he stays hidden, he could third-party it. But at the end, Tiamba put the nail in the coffin.
That's something that I was actually hoping that So Easy was going to do. He was going to end up waiting a little bit longer, maybe use that smoke to his advantage. But Max, he didn't want to wait for that third-party option. He just wanted to take matters into their own hands. And it goes back to what we're saying with Numshim. It feels like they're being passive, but they're not quite sure when to be aggressive and when to flip that switch.
They are a little bit hesitant, right? And that's the thing about the Smash ruling. Love it or hate it, teams, the mindset does change a little bit when you do have that chance of getting those chicken dinners. It is quite stressful for now. Not just 2 teams, but 3 teams. S2G are going to be joining their ranks, but of course S2G got 3 chicken dinners so far in the finals, so they're looking like a team that could actually wrap it up. But looking at the rotations this game in particular, I know you in particular, Niptra,
Yes.
were quite critical about their push on the western side of Milta. There were other options that maybe could have been more valuable.
Absolutely. I think any... Oh, wait, hang on.
Hold on.
That's
Wait a
my
second.
clip right there. So looking at this split, so actually S2G, sorry, I have to jump into it. We're very split. Lost solo, literally in the 1v4. And even then, he's popping off, but he's also getting a bit of assistance from the teams on the other side of the road, right? His particular Kamikaze's got a fantastic angle. And there, the backup. This is literally the play that gets them into the smash zone. Soke gonna be sending it forward. He's gonna be joined up then by Hamsiji, an absolutely superhero style in the building, and they get 1, get 2, get 3, and the final player, and because of that, they get the 4-man reset and actually get enough points to enter the smash zone. What a hero save play of the day. They don't do that, they would still not be over that 122-point threshold.
It's insane. I think I missed that play. Thank you for that replay, because oh my goodness me.
So HamCG is just like crashing the wall. We are not going out.
They just send it. Absolutely send it. And that's what we want to see out of some teams. Being able to send it. E-Arena, one team that's currently also running into that struggle when we talk about teams struggling that are already in the smash zone lace for E-Arena.
That was Tiamba's fault. I don't know. Like, I have to bring it to Tiamba because obviously E-Arena, you know, they had a nice little path in there, but Tiamba were actually positioned in such a great spot that they were so annoying to every team. This is
Everybody.
Aurora. This was obviously even helping S2G in that fight. They were able to sort of gatekeep that area from E-Arena as well. And so it's unfortunate that we're seeing like E-Arena not being able to push into the position early enough because they are still sort of playing that edge.
They are going to be playing that edge, but right now they need to get that win if they want to be able to win via Smash Rule. They are one of those teams currently in the Smash Zone. Keep in mind, E-Arena started off the day with 112 points. They have only gotten 11 points so far after 3 matches.
And 10 out of those 11 have been in Rondo. Because remember, they hit 122. That's where they were. In the last 2 games, they've gotten 1 point. What is happening to E-Arena? You're looking so strong.
Yeah, transitioning to some of the other teams, right? I'm going to be looking at Fourth Tribes Esports. This is a team, Max, that we thought was going to continue on that momentum. Remember, this is a team that usually is able to carry on momentum. they're still hesitant. They're still showing those things that we've been critiquing this whole PMWC at EWC 26, which is hesitance at times.
I was hoping they were not going to doubt themselves because they're not in the smash zone, unlike what we saw in PMGO Season 1, where they were actually very stressed and Ulf almost were able to close a 50-point gap over the course of those 6 matches. But no 4 Thrives, a bit shaken here. And actually, in a one play that you highlighted is that 3-1 split, right? You had Huzaifa on his own, 3 players in the city. That was a bit of a head scratcher, right?
Yeah.
He was by himself.
Huzaifa was by himself. I could see maybe what they're trying to do is hedge their bets, but he was in such a difficult position, and it's a shame that he actually, when they actually wrapped around outside of the town as well to go back, Huzaifa ended up being taken out early, so that's a shame.
As I'm looking at the teams here, all the way up to 11th place, 92 points. These teams are getting closer and closer. They're kind of giving a bit of an advantage there, since some of the teams towards the top are choking a little bit, are not being able to get that many points. For those teams on the second page, what that's going to be costing Neptura and Lays and Maxman, it's just going to be costing for all those teams to just get closer and closer. There's a lot of money at stake right now.
Hello guys. सब कहाँ चले गए अचानक से गायब?
Comments on social media as well.
सब गायब. ये क्या सीन? बच्ची लोग.
Domination is. Yeah, but right now we're not seeing the domination. We want to see that domination from 4 Thrives, right? Yeah. Let's see if they'll be able to deliver for their fans here at the arena. But for some of the other teams, right, we're now talking about, let's go back to Hora, because Hora is stopping a lot of those teams towards the top from getting those points. The teams towards the top need to be able to find some kind of adjustment.
Finally, Tianba ka chicken
that we're seeing out of Hora.
Yeah, then Tianba also, Hora in particular, they have nothing to lose, right? They're like, okay, we have to go hard or go home today. We have to initiate that comeback and leave the second page, which with the last 2 games on Erangel, they've been...
Oh, thanks for this samosa, Juni bhai.
Maybe we can finally see a Hora chicken dinner. That will be very exciting here in the finals of PMWC. But Tianba, I feel like they're a team that in this lobby, if they get a knock and a flush on a player that's or E-Arena or Nongshim Red Force, and maybe now also S2G, they just fully capitalize on it. And I love it. They really are one of the few teams that play this tournament until the very, very end.
I mean, I sort of just want to bring your attention to Furia because they are still sort of in that 90 points.
Guys, रुको मेरा चाय है लेके आता हूँ.
Holding the western side. Obviously, Hora was sort of taking out the rest of S2G.
मुझे मेरा चाय लेके आने दो.
They didn't even rotate and swing around where Hora was, which would have.
इसके बाद लास्ट गेम बचेगा ना शायद. 3 हो गए 3 नहीं 3 ही हुए 2 ही रैंक लेकर ऑन दो बस.
It could be ending here in this next match. My prediction was in
3
matches. How many matches do you have, Natura?
4.
Max? 4.
लाइक कर दो यार गाइस. 3 टीम को रोकना इस बार तो. क्रेजी प्योर सिनेमा भाई. अभी आ रहा है मजा भाई. हर गेम नया क्या. रुको चाय लेके आया. मुझे भी चाहिए. रुको लाते हो तो देता हूँ.
Different squads could smash.
3 teams with that opportunity in our final edition of Erangel at the PMWC. It is going to go a little bit further than maybe some were expecting, given how today started, getting 2 teams into that smash zone so early on. But that double Milta shift on both of our zones has kind of thrown a spanner in the works. I mean, for Nongshim, right? They're dropping around that area. They're getting pushed in around the bridge. It seemed like they didn't quite have the force to be able to push their way out, right? They're still earning a lot of points on these games, though. So if it does go the full distance, they may just be able to win it out like that.
That's what you got to do at the end of the day. Is you got to try to win this whole thing in as many different ways as possible. And that is going to be, you're going to smash, or you're going to end up with the most points on the leaderboards at the end of the day. And Nongshim Red Force with that double Milta circle, like you mentioned, is just putting in the work. Problem is, though, is that if we get another one, I mean, everyone's going to know by now exactly where they're at. So the focus is going to, I think, shift a little bit. But this could be the game where we get another crazy Erangel circle to finish out the PMWC here at EWC live in Paris. You can see these players
friends. कहाँ गए guys तुम लोग?
getting ready to drop in.
लो पी लो चाय पी लो.
That will be the final bill.
टी ले लो टी.
3 teams, as you say before, out of those
रुको एक
3,
स्नैप भेज देता हूँ इसी बात पे भाई आज.
my money,
आज स्नैप नहीं भेजा मैंने. चाय पी लो guys.
I'm favoring either S2G or Nongshim Red Force. I feel like for me, E-Arena today has been solid, consistent, but not a game-winning team. And I need to see a little bit more from them to be confident in their ability to fully confirm on that smash. But we've seen them do some crazy stuff, right? They have broken records on their road here, and now they're in with a chance to take that title, give Schweppes his third performance at a global level to get a global stage title with those 2 PMWI trophies already behind him, looking for a third time to take it home.
Well, here comes the big one. We're here in Paris, folks. Let's make some noise as this is the last Aerogale of the tournament. Could this be the final match? That's the question we're about to find out as we're looking now at the play.
Like कर दो guys, snap भेज दिया.
Loaded, ready to go. And we got one going right down the middle here.
क्या चल रहा है?
George all the way down to Novo.
Yeah, going to give a lot of access to everyone.
Shaiko भाई कुछ खाया आपने नहीं यार? खाया नहीं यार, घर से important call आ रहा है ना. Matter चल रहा है थोड़ा उसी को लेकर. Not वैसा लड़ाई वाला matter, it's something important ऐसा वाला. इसलिए जाना पड़ रहा है. चाय पी लो जमीला बेन, अभी just बना के लाऊं special tea. ठीक है? ये लो.
I think it was Ida and Tianba actually who were on that hot drop earlier on, but still, a really tricky situation shouldn't be unfolding here this time around. Nobody dropping straight to North George, maybe just grabbing some vehicles and heading there later. Orangutan sending WizGod very far up north, isolated from the rest of the roster. Potentially, again, just grabbing a vehicle, going to break out and rejoin in a moment. As we take a look at our top players, though, it's a three-way tie with Ulf, Nocturne, Red Force, and Horror all having their representatives on our highest elimination counts.
Oh!
And it's a milli-circle.
Let's go. I saw some people pop up in the stands after seeing that zone shift. Here we are in military. All right. Aurora are going to be down there. Nongshim Red Force are going to be close to this circle as well. Man, oh man, Aerogale doesn't disappoint here. As, yeah, we had to just touch military just one more time, huh?
Hey, we got to do it. We got to do it to them. Aurora already dropping there, obviously, could potentially have some fast rotates there. What we've seen as well from Nongshim Red Force is a lot of times where they've been able to transition very effectively over towards the military island. They've had 2 chicken dinners on 3 of their military island finishes, which is going to hopefully be something that they can repeat. That's what they're looking for here. So a big opportunity for Nongshim, who tends to go for the rotate of one player off of the shark fin, rotate down south fairly early on circles like this, try and get a foothold on the north side of the island and work from there. That's what they're going to be looking for. But if we've seen it, the other teams have seen it too.
Yep.
So is anyone going to try and counter that?
Yeah, you know that these teams are prepared to their gills here. They know exactly what these teams are going to do. It's just, how are they going to execute it? That's going to be the question. Speaking of execution, if we look at the leaderboards right now, there are some teams that could still definitely win this whole tournament further down. I'm looking even all the way down to Team Flash, Aura, Furia, right? In my mind, though, it's getting to the point to where if they're going to win this thing, it's going to be via Smash, right? And if they're going to Smash, they have this game, and they have one more game to get within that threshold, okay? So if you look at Flash with 92 points, that's still quite a few away to get to that 122, but they have to do it in these next 2 games because you have to hit that threshold and then win the next game.
Absolutely. I mean, from 12th down, I feel like it is pretty much done and dusted for the title, unfortunately. 74 points, putting you really, really far behind of that Smash threshold. Unless everybody else in the entire lobby stops earning points and you just keep going on a points victory, maybe. But still, I'm not too sure about that one. So for 12th down,
yeah, that's 48.
I'm having a bad time thinking about their prospects moving on forwards, which is unfortunate. But there are opportunities for the rest of the lobby to keep that ball rolling. As you say, Flash really very much on an outside chance. I feel like anyone below 7th place is in that same boat, right? Having a really, really tough time. And even in 7th, 6th, and 5th to boot, it's going to be really rough. It will necessitate a chicken dinner in this match.
Yep.
To go across. This is that Nongshim Red Force rotate.
Here they go.
To tune in with our teams in the Smash zone. Nongshim Red Force now across to the military island. S2G went very, very quickly, which makes me question.
क्या हो गया? Thanks for the चाय पर.
Nongshim took a little bit longer to get across.
चाय पर मोमोज खा लिया. अरे यार, मुझे भी खाना है. यार एक तो मैं इतने कॉल से ना परेशान हो चुका हूँ. मेरा 4 दिन से जो है ना मेरा हेडेक इतना चढ़ा हुआ है ना.
E-Arena, they're still in South George. It's very likely that they're going to take a long time to go for this rotate.
Yeah, super
Guys, like
unlucky
कर दो एक
outside
बार
of
तुम लोग
E-Arena. They've had to do the
और free
longest
के jewels
rotations
पड़े तो
in
भेज दो
Erangel all day today, and I think that's why we've seen them not have as much success as normal. But this is a perfect zone for Nongshim, right? They're going to have the north side of military all to themselves. They know this side of the map like the back of their hand. Enigma Galaxy, in the meantime, starting to mix in a little bit with Ida, a team they're super familiar with as they battled with them in Pachinki at the start here of the finals.
I mean, it felt like, Ida were across the bridge a lot earlier than this. They just did not have a setup.
No.
So, Enigma Galaxy getting across pretty much for free on that location is a great result for the squad. They are, of course, 22 points behind that Smash bubble. But she'll need to try and push past in the next, as you say, 2 matches.
Yep.
To break on in there. And now Ulf could potentially try and roll across the bridge, but they are going to roll into a much harder stopping block, I imagine, given that Ida have now kind of solidified out to the west side of that exit, and Enigma Galaxy hold the compound to the east side of the bridge.
Interested to see the kind of plays we're going to see from these teams, especially in that lower part of the leaderboards, because they want to still win this. It's still possible, but what kind of different play styles are we going to see? Like even GodLike with 74 points, to make it possible, they need a 25-point game here and in the next one. So they'd have to go and just eliminate everybody, right? So I would want to see aggression no matter what from them. Team Flash with 92 points, right? They're going to be hunting down that 122.
यार
That's
11 top 5 भी finish करना बहुत tough है.
15 and 15. Much
Tough
more
नहीं है, मतलब
manageable,
एक अच्छा
right?
game
At the same
खत्म.
time, that's a chicken dinner with 5 eliminations. So it's
बस
not gonna
इस
come
game
easy.
अगर हुआ ना भाई OG versus Godel भाई मैं क्या होगा देखते हैं, नहीं पता, no idea क्या होगा. बस Godel versus OG ना हो, बाद बाकी कुछ. साला अरोरा को नहीं जान दे रहा स्मैश में.
First point on the board after gaining that smash point in that last game and holding this south edge. I mean, they're feeling all right. They're feeling all right. We're still waiting for zone 2 to really decide where it's going to go.
Yeah.
पहले गेम में एक टीम थी, दूसरे टीम गेम में 2 नहीं, दूसरे में भी 2 थी.
And it is
तीसरे में 3, चौथा गेम है, चौथा होगा ये. कोई और नहीं जाएगा लग रहा है.
And it's not even really worth bringing up, but I just have that little feeling. I'm like, oh, back of my neck is prickling. My spidey senses.
The John Allen tingle.
That's right.
Is in effect here, folks. If we see that northern shift, oh boy, will this be one heck of a party here. Fortunate for Fort Thrives, they're on that most southern part of military, just thinking they can kind of get some of that loot. S2G finding one of their players isolated, and that's IQ gone, just like that. Only player out of the lobby so far. Looking on over, there's still a lot of teams that are
Like कर दो guys जल्दी से.
in the blue zone still. I mean, we got E-Arena still in South George, so they're going to be pushing in super late. Tianba's up there, GodLike's up there, Aura are still just crossing. Yes, Naya. So a lot of teams going to be very, very late on this rotate.
Little family outing for Vitality. Pop into the hovercraft, luggage in the boot. Getting that fuel back on board. Minimal vehicles though. Makes this south side for them a lot more difficult to navigate. I'm not
फिर से यही सीन भाई, ये हर बार दिखा रहे हैं. एक दो बार दिखाते हैं तो लगता है crazy है, बार-बार दिखाते हैं तो लगता है.
Steal some from another team as our circle will be coming in fairly soon.
Godel किधर से जाएगी तो?
Might be a foot-based approach for the future if that hovercraft draws the fire like we see it. The circle shifts out.
अब मुझे लग रहा है फिर से OG versus Godel होगी, देखना.
A lot of that military island in. It's got to push Al Ula away from Novo, and the teams on the east bridge potentially going to have a little bit of a hurry up. But Al Ula have that outpost over to the west. The east bridge, it's going to be a fairly easy disagreement to settle, I imagine, for Flash and Orangutan. Not for either of the two teams, but it should be a fairly simple solution for whichever team comes out on top. At the moment, looks like Orangutan might have the better end of the stick because the res does need to come through.
Res needs to happen. Unfortunate for Al Ula, they can't catch a break. You know they wanted that observatory position so bad. But they're at the bottom of the leaderboard. Going to have to do it the hard way. Still on the north side of this island, we got OG.
Nice. Aru bhai, बढ़िया.
Flash. Two teams pretty down on the leaderboards. Trying to soak up some points here, get some extra placements. Again, Team Flash have a possibility to make a run of it. They need 15 points in this one and the next one to reach that smash zone, to try and smash in that final match. That's if we even get there. We could end this game here and now, folks. But you know what? Before it ends, you guys got to get the game and get one of those Naruto Uzumaki skins right there. We got the Nine Tails Furies Og still available. Get it while you still can. Aurora, though, at fourth try. This is a huge fight. They are battling it out over by these playing fields. Zol's going to have the angle there on T24. Throws the Molotov on him. He's going to have to move. The nade goes out to Zol. Picks him off a little bit. And now it's
oh, Johnny भाई, thanks for the samosa. कितने jewels पर है? सब एक बार में भेज दो.
And gets knocked. Another huge mistake here out of Four Thrives.
Hey, Four Thrives had so much momentum, but the pendulum swings back the other way. And Aurora now are another step closer. They put a second elimination point on the board. They are drawing inexorably towards that 122 metric. Now 5 points for them left to try and claim, to join for a potential smash in Miramar if we get that far, because remember, 3 teams can still win it. And we've seen 2 chicken dinners on milli-circles coming from Nongshim, who have a 2-2 split on the north side of the island right now. Furia may look to try and challenge the northern point of this. And are Nongshim going to look to regroup over towards the northwest side of Millie? They will have to, at some point, decide which outpost they want to commit to. It may need another circle for them to do so.
Yeah, they're in a really great spot right now. The problem is that everyone's going to want it. And they are completely surrounded by squads. And I guarantee you, the second a team realizes Nongshim where they're at, they're going to full commit to them for sure to try and stop them. E-Arena, meanwhile, going to be coming in through the zone on the north side. Where's this shift going to go? If it goes to the bridge, oh, this is going to be straight chaotic.
It's going to go a little bit close to the bridge. Now Nongshim need to regroup.
Zone तो खिलाड़ी भाई सबसे बड़ा player zone है भाई. सबसे बड़ा player zone है.
Over the hills, E-Arena have yet to get across the zone as well to get towards that military island crossing. GodLike are going to contest them on it. This could be the make or break moment for E-Arena. If they can get across, they've got the backline of that coast to keep them a little bit safer, but they have to get there first and challenge off Ulf. Maybe Nigma Galaxy will join in that fray, but they have to get across.
Yeah, they're going to have to get across, and it's going to be a tough one right now. I mean, there is so many different teams crowding these bridges, and on both sides, on the eastern and western.
Guys, like कर दो अगर कोई भी बंदा channel पे नहीं आ रहा तो चिट्टी like कर दो यार.
They're going to be holding this hill. This is a great spot in this circle. They're going to have so many different sight lines. They can rotate away from it if necessary. They just got to watch out for the crash. These guys are set up for this one here. I'm not kidding. They are the biggest threat in this lobby right now.
It's crazy. Nongshim in a command point in this circle with the chance to smash this away. Put another military victory under their belt as well would be incredible. What a way to close it down, but they have got a long way to go. We're only 12.5 minutes into this game, and there's going to be at least 15 more of them ticking away. Every second, a drop of sweat beading on their foreheads of one of our players.
There's GodLike keeping an eye on E-Arena. Oh, it looks like we did get a huge knock. That's XZY.
Okay, that's resible.
Yeah, that is resible, so you should be able to get safe.
साला ऐसा लग रहा है किसी भी मौके पे गेम एंड हो सकता है. S2G भी बाकी है 4-man. E-Arena भी बाकी है. NS तो बाकी है भाई.
We'll be able to get that healing done.
इस गेम लग रहा है अरोरा भी क्वालिफाई कर देगी स्मैश पॉइंट्स के.
The direction of Crash would need to come from the north side at the moment, and Furia, Alula, generally not going to have the greatest of times getting across whilst each other are still there. Not to mention Nigma Galaxy pushing in from that north side as well. So I feel like for the next circle 2, maybe Nongshim Red Force going to be very, very safe and secure in this position in a central spot. I'm also looking at S2G on the southwest side. No one really contesting them. Of course, you do still have Fulak from 4 Thrives, the last player to stay alive, who could potentially find a backstop position, find an off angle, a cheeky little.
Intense जा रहा है ना, intense जा रहा है भाई,
intense जा रहा है. On the southwest side, I think they have a good run up as well once everybody else crunches in.
Yeah, there's so many teams here. I mean, S2G, Nongshim Red Force, they're going to have some big dominant positions and could win this game and end the tournament here and now. The question is how are they going to handle these fights? Do they take some of the fights early on like they normally would? Maybe not, because it's going to give away their position and a lot of attention is going to be laser focused on them. A southern shift happens. S2G have the high ground.
S2G के झोले में जोन S2G के झोले में है जोन भाई क्या बात है जोन है भाई जोन है
I feel like Nongshim can kind of stay here for a little bit longer, but they have to be able to hold out as the crossing on the bridge starts to unfold. We've got 4 teams behind the queue, and actually E-Arena are sweeping in to try and play in behind this. They think, oh, surely the eastern bridge is going to be empty. Think again.
Nope, there are a whole bunch of teams holding on this eastern bridge. Looks like a bunch
क्या
of
कर रहे हैं लोग मतलब एक दूसरे को हीलिंग दे रहे एक भाई मर गया अपने
The blue zone is really going to start chunking them here. They cannot afford to be holding here for so long. And for Team Flash,
ड्रॉप कर रहा था कि
survive to disrupt E-Arena.
A real big chance. E-Arena have stumbled at every block since that first match that saw them into the smash zone.
ये अरीना इधर भी था दोनों तरफ से घिरे हुए अपन दो फाइट एग्जीक्यूट करने 2 मैन में
to try and make that one happen. So a really desperate scenario now for E-Arena, whilst the 2 teams that sit with them in the smash zone are laughing, and there goes Schweppes.
There goes Schweppes.
Unresable now, stage 4.
And now WizGod is going to be looking to get that thirst. So
आरू भाई बचे ना वो विज बचा विज
Okay.
Woo! He said, okay, let me go ahead and get back to this side. Mormon desperate at this point. Just going to be full sending it across this bridge to try and survive. The blue zone chunking them down. And the crowd, you can hear them chanting. I can hear the S2G chants already. They know this looks really good, but can they finish it out?
God, this east side concluding, and we didn't really catch it on camera, but Furia went up towards Nigma Galaxy to take that fight on the northern side. They were able to take a player down and not lose any themselves, but again, that leaves no challengers from the east towards
like
the high ground position in those sandbag spots. Everybody from the east side is going to be coming into this zone raggedy, run through, as E-Arena do manage to get across the bridge, but at the cost of Schweppes.
Yeah, at the cost of Schweppes and a whole bunch of utility as well. They're going to be going through almost all their meds here just to try and survive. And then they're going to have to get lucky into this circle. They're going to have to hope to catch a third party, something. If they do get that third party, though, and win that fight, this could be dangerous. Let's see how this works out, though, as now we're going to look at Udia getting mighty close to Team Flash. That nade just a little bit too far from Bose.
Balak's still going. He's taking shots over on the northwest side, over at GodLike. Don't think he's managed to. He's going to manage to push through with complete ease, but it's a good start. As the blue zone at his back, Bose.
Oh, Joni bhai, thanks for one samosa.
The team that was holding out that east bridge, they alleviate
thanks once again.
Now they might try and turn their attention to our tabletop as Nongshim Red Force in their bunker spot. It is really dicey for everybody on this east side.
साला कुछ भी हो सकता है अबे S2G के झोले में जोन NS स्ट्रांग है अभी स्लो है उनका ये अरीना तो चल ही रही है कंसिस्टेंट इन्होंने नजर लगा दी बोला स्टिल अलाइव जैसे ही बोला इन्होंने नजर लगा दी भाई बट नजर वजर कुछ नहीं होता है ऐसे ही बोला बट लक नहीं था अपना नॉर्मली
And they find a spot on towards Mormon as well, a knock over to E-Arena, and they are now down another player. Vitality pick up that flush. So Aurora denied the point, which could be pretty crucial if they do not make it into the smash zone here. But with Aurora in the buildings and the south side of this zone, as it pushes, by the way, away from Nongshim, that could be devastating for Aurora if they don't make it all the way.
Aurora looking dangerous, though. They're actually going to be fighting out with
Hello, हाँ हम 5 मिनट में फोन करते हैं भैया.
Big one, a big fight about to take off as they're waiting for this next circle. This is still stage 5, but military zones are just
5
so
मिनट में गेम खत्म होगा तो एक कॉल अटेंड करें भाई 42 अलाइव है.
So they don't have to move. Right now they're just keeping eyes on Alula, trying to get a few more eliminations. They know they're that close. Only 5 points away now from that smash zone.
Goodness me, I feel like the most important decision here is Nongshim's rotate.
NS ट्राई करेंगे ना, अगर चिकन नहीं भी आया तो भी वही जीतेंगे, इसलिए वो आराम से खेलेंगे। उनका दोनों ही इंटेंट
Flash do go down, and no knock sent, but here come NigmaGalaxy. They're straight into the fight. Oh, 1-2 go down. There they go. What on earth was that?
रोका निगमा ने रोका।
Surgical precision strike. Take down.
बढ़िया रे, रोका निगमा ने रोका। अभी दो और टीम को रोक दो यार, कोई एसटीजी को रोक दो यार, एसटीजी का झोले में झोल
Noxium Red Force are out. S2G E Arena still alive as NigmaGalaxy in just
यार, लेकिन इन दोनों को ही रोक दो यार, दो गेम और देखना चाहता हूँ मैं यार।
Goodness me, but S2G with that opportunity now on the southwest side of the circle. Have to get a little bit closer to it. They've still got the madman Falak to deal with though in the foothills of their position. And Lost is rolling up to it. There's a nade cooking, so have to be careful. Feel like they should know this.
हाँ, NigmaGalaxy भाई.
They should know. As the nades are flying, GodLike are launching forwards. Kamikaze will certainly know about it now. GodLike wants to challenge on this hillside, the southwest side, getting hotter and hotter. Oh, okay, it's the Lone Ranger. On horseback, charging into battle.
Falak on the move. 1 horsepower, man. He's on the move. Can he survive? He hops. Jumps out for a little bit longer and survives.
Hey, he's got that big iron on his hip. He's ready for the fight. GodLike try to take it down. You're going to have to do better than that. One more under the belt for Falak, but he goes down to a long-range third party, and the circle goes south too. Over to S2G. For Turkey, they have the shot. They have the inside track. It is about conversion now.
And the whole lobby needs to understand who is the greatest threat in this lobby. It's S2G. They're alive. They have the high ground. They have the ammunition. They could end this tournament right here, right now. A lot of fights happening on the other side of things, though, and that's going to be chaotic on the side that S2G are starting to spread their wings. They're taking so much real estate in this circle, looking to get the chicken.
They could make it up to first place overall, and down go E Arena, so now guaranteed the only team to make it across.
अरोरा भी इसमें कर गया, स्मैश पॉइंट पे पहुंच गए। गाइस 6 लोग देख रहे हैं, जो लोग भी नया आ रहे हैं लाइक कर दो यार जल्दी से। यार S2G की रोक दो, अब बस एक टीम बची, उसको रोक दो। फ्यूरिया ही रोक सकती है या तो वाइटलिटी रोक सकती है यार। रोक दे यार। अरोरा चल रोक दे, अरोरा भी रोक सकती है, 4 मैन है। अरोरा और S2G का बैक, अरे वेलकम बैक। S2G को रोक दो यार, अरोरा कुछ भी करके, कुछ भी करके रोक दे यार। चाय पी ली? यस चाय पी ली। गाइस 7 लोग देख रहे हैं, थाला फॉर अ रीजन, लाइक कर दो यार, कोई भी नया आ रहा है तो। रोक दे भाई। जो जोन है ना इन पे यार थोड़ा डर है। वो मोमोज खा रही थी, ओहो मोमोज अकेले अकेले खा लिया ना, मुझे कोई पूछता ही नहीं है।
E Arena struggling, clawing their way towards the circle, finally fell apart at the seams and could not go the distance. But
अरोरा रोक सकते यार, रोक दे यार।
They've got it. You can see Kamikaze.
ShycoIsLive
spreading out, rocking a 3-1 split on the side of S2G.
Tilak Verma, I'll go with
Tilak Verma. That could be dangerous. They're focusing on the wrong team though. They're looking towards Aurora.
अरे अरोरा को मत देखो वाइटलिटी, S2G को देखो, उसको मारो। वो 4 मैन अलाइव है, जोन है उन पे, मत ले भाई।
Where do they go to try and make the most of this match, right?
सारा टारगेट करते हो उसको, कुछ तो करो, मारो S2G को। नाइस चॉइस। क्यों, क्या हुआ? शाइको भाई आपको किसी ने पूछा नहीं, भेजो मोमोज? यस भेजो, मुझे कोई नहीं पूछता मुझे। तिलक और स्काई 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 के बाद मैं सिर्फ एक प्लेयर को चुनता हूँ, वो है शर्मा जी। उसके अलावा मैं शर्मा जी पे मैं रुक जाता हूँ। शर्मा जी के ऊपर कोई नहीं। अरे अरे अभी मोमोज नहीं चाहिए, S2G को एलिमिनेट करो, मैं ये चाहता हूँ। S2G को चिकन लेने से 2 गेम और देखने हैं यार। मारो बे। साला जोन है। स्काई 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 जाने लो। रोको फैंस ऑल, यस रोको। हम रोहित शर्मा फैन, मैं उसके कारण देखता हूँ, टू बी ऑनेस्ट। यार तुम लोग आपस में क्यों लड़ रहे हो?
We'll see if this suppressive force can go. I mean, Vitality's approach is not easy, even if S2G aren't peeking all the way down.
मत लड़ो भाई आपस में अभी। S2G को लो भाई, 2 गेम और देखने चाहते हम। कितना इंटरेस्टिंग मैच चल रहा है भाई, क्या एंटरटेनमेंट है भाई। 2 गेम और देखना चाहते हैं। रोक दो यार S2G को, पूरा पर साला तीनों आपस में एक दूसरे को मार रहे। उधर तो देखो S2G को कोई देख ही नहीं रहा। S2G पे लिटरली किसी का ध्यान नहीं है। आई वॉच बिकॉज ऑफ रोको। यस जमीला मैन, अस मूवमेंट हो गया। किसी का ध्यान ही नहीं है S2G पे। S2G मस्त निकाल रही है यार, बट बढ़िया यार। एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए किसी का ये नहीं ले सकते। 1 साल की मेहनत ले लो भाई। S2G ले जा, चिकन ले जा। इनका चिकन रोक ही नहीं सकता, पहले रोकना था इनको।
with their chance to take it all away, but S2G with only 2 elims, they don't need any more than that. All they need is the win, and with 3 teams beneath them. Oh, look how important.
एक गलती S2G की पूरी गेम पलट जाएगी। हागा प्रेशर फील हुआ लॉस्ट के ऊपर। लॉस्ट प्रेशर फील कर रहा है हागा उसने स्प्रे में। एक गलती करी इसने। ओ चल लास्ट है, एक और गेम देखेंगे अपन। अरोरा लेट्स गो। बोला था ना एक गलती करेंगे। लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग यार। S2G प्रेशर फील कर रही है भाई, बस वो एक स्टेप दूर थे वाइटलिटी को एलिमिनेट। एक और गेम देखेंगे। अरोरा लेट्स गो बे, अरोरा लेट्स गो। अरोरा ओपी भाई। W बे, W क्या W W गेम ब्रो, W। क्या था भाई, एक छोटी सी गलती मुझे लगा ही थी। एक जैसे ही लॉस्ट ने ये करा ना स्प्रे, हागा प्रेशर फील हुआ वहां पे। भाई
They had the high ground. That high ground. Aurora with the charge through. It felt like the knocks were there. Everything was lining up. But they built that.
अरोरा भी आ गई लाइन में। 4 टीम को रोकना है अब तो। ये लास्ट ही गेम में लग रहा है मुझे।
To go again, and this time There's a fourth player in the ring.
Oh my goodness.
आपने बोला नहीं, क्या नहीं बोला? कोई ना चैट, कौन से वाले मोमोज खाओगे स्ट्रीम में? फ्राइड? ओह सॉरी, देखा नहीं था वो मैच, इतना इंटेंस चला था ना। मैं खाऊंगा, स्टीम खाता हूँ मैं यार। भाई मैंने जैसे ही बोला, एक छोटी सी मिस्टेक इन्होंने हगा। क्या मतलब, मैं इतना पनौती हूँ। क्या अरोरा ने निकाला है भाई, चुम्मा ले लो भाई तुम। स्ट्रीम ओके भेज दूंगी पार्सल। ओके यस प्लीज भाई, चुम्मा। अरोरा ने दोनों तरफ फाइट ली, वाइटलिटी को भी इधर किया, इधर भी क्या भाई, crazy. That's all right. W था भाई। अरोरा yes, crazy. W था भाई, full chaos था। मजा आ रहा है भाई, अभी आ रहा है मजा। मैं आती हूँ बाद में। अरे टिकट जल्दी आना, जल्दी आना।
Honestly, Nigma Galaxy pushing, taking out Nongshim right there. That was crazy. And I think all of these teams need to give Nigma Galaxy a little pat on the back, say, hey, thank you for that one, because that was dangerous.
Absolutely, dap them up. We are going to be heading out for a few, but make sure you don't go anywhere because there are crucial games left to play. Let's see what we got for you.
साला क्या मतलब, हम पूरे मैचेस देख के जाएंगे?
We were there. For every
रुक जा, एक कॉल
every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding
कॉल
partner
अटेंड
of
करके आ रहा हूँ,
GWC,
देखना चैट में रहना, कहीं जाना मत।
biggest events in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any better, now a dark
Crazy games bro, crazy games. Absolute cinema चल रहा है भाई इधर।
Killers of Aurora Gaming, because this squad we have said it
Crazy
over
crazy
and
crazy
over
games
again.
W जा रहे
If
भाई,
you give
मजा आ
it
रहा
a
है देखने में भाई।
chance,
हर एक गेम, हर एक मोमेंट क्रूशियल,
has been through
फुल ऑफ
everything. They have
थ्रिल,
had
एंजॉयमेंट सब है भाई।
global MVPs. The only thing that's missing right now, Max, is that trophy. And now that they're here, everybody that was in that smash zone,
अगर
watch out.
चार टीम्स S2G, अरीना, NS और ये S2G, चार टीम्स बैठी है।
Can't they just? And guess what? We are looking at the final few matches here. We are going to be going into Miramar. Aurora do very well in Miramar, 9 times out of 10. They are big fragging, big winning. Cannot wait for this next one coming up because Aurora are in. They just might do it.
Yeah, and the position that they were in too, obviously on that bottom zone of the hill, they had Vitality to worry about. One player from Furia, and obviously, you know, you look at S2G sitting on the height. Lost, moving out of position there, and obviously Aurora catching them off. You can just see the dominance that this team has when they're under pressure.
15 eliminations out of this squad, 25 points total. And Haju said this too, and we gotta make sure we double it up too, because Nigma Galaxy, everybody that wanted to go one more game, thank you Nigma Galaxy, because you decided to just full-on crash it to Nongshim Red Force.
Oh yeah, Flash and Nongshim Red Force, the fight begins on Crate Hill, they fully third party it, what a great re-engage from them.
Something we need to keep a close eye on is this right here. When you're not able to close it out, and it's something that you brought up earlier too, Lace. Sometimes in a battle royale, in PUBG Mobile Esports, you only get one chance to win it via Smash Roll. If you're not able to close it out, you start overthinking yourself. You start seeing what those players are currently doing, which is just putting themselves down and starting to doubt stuff in their head too.
I mean, we've seen it with the arena. Now, obviously, S2G, they had such a powerful position from the get-go. They were moving their rotation so well with each and every zone close. The height on the hill here, but like I said before, the positioning from Lost, sort of moving over this top side of the hill, unfortunately was caught out by Aurora looking down. So
oh my goodness.
You can see the upset on their face from this, and they just knew from that moment they messed up, Max.
Oh, the Doc and Reefus wombo combo. Like, that is what you want to see as an Aurora fan. That is such a good execution. And really, the push from SGG, I would say, was not even a bad idea. But the thing is, they had so many angles on the side of Aurora. No tree, no rock was going to be enough cover to keep you alive in the very end. Kamikaze, of course, trying to keep the dream alive, but Aurora were just way stronger at the end. And Aurora now making the jump up, man. A four-man race. We don't see it very often on the global stage, but any of those four teams could still now be crowned your champions.
They can be crowned their champions, and we do have 2 games left. If it doesn't finish here in a Smash, with the Smash format in this next match, which means that some other teams could still end up pushing out. We got a chance to see earlier that Smash race graphic. You can see Four Thrives is still, even though Four Thrives hasn't really been performing that well, awful day after that Rondo, they could still find themselves a way up towards that Smash zone. But when it comes to Aurora, when it comes to that fight with S2G, I kind of want to rewind a little bit to that, because I was thinking maybe S2G took a little bit too long to try to get even more angles and spread out even more.
I'm not sure. I thought that S2G played it well enough. I thought that they had enough angles, that they were timing it very well. The problem was Lost getting knocked. For Aurora, that is like smelling blood in the water, and it just activates immediately. Like, once they get that knock, Aurora are all over it. Full push, full send, complete synergy. They like, right, we have a target, we know what we're doing now. So for me, I think it's less S2G and more Aurora.
Yeah, they were in great positions. I absolutely agree to you. And Aurora were moving to the rotation on Vitality. If they were just to wait another moment, it would have opened up an even better position for them. But obviously, you know, like Max says, they were sort of making that push. It wasn't the worst decision, it was the timing decision that put them out.
With that overall now, we see the Aurora jumping up to that second place in tying Nonsham Red Force at 140 points apiece. Nonsham Red Force does have 3 chicken dinners, Aurora with 2 here. And as we're looking at this overall ranking, even before this one, we got a chance to see the top teams for Miramar, Max.
Yes.
And we ended up seeing Nonsham there, and as well as E-Arena. This could be the turnaround for E-Arena.
I mean, especially, wait, Neptura, remind me, PMI, Macau Invitational, which map was it? The Nonsham Red Force won on and got the smash.
Was that game 6?
That was game 6, and it was what battleground it was?
I think it's a Miramar.
I think it was a Miramar. Exactly. Thank you very much for confirming my suspicions, Neptura, because it is Miramar. It's Nonsham Red Force o'clock. But I do want to say, Four Thrives, Nigma Galaxy, Furia, Tiamba, if we do get to that hypothetical scenario where none of the top 4 teams get chicken dinner, these guys, the top 3 is not going to cut it. You need a win if you want to do it. And you know what? That means from those teams on the second half of this first page, you need back-to-back chicken dinner to be the champions.
And we're starting to see the crowd pop off as well, especially towards the end when S2G, one of those players, ended up getting knocked. You can see all the fans from Horror, all the fans from Four Thrives just getting so excited, because that just means one more chance for those squads. Four Thrives, you are 17 points away. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, Lace, but they're going to have to try.
I'm a believer. There's still time, absolutely, for them and to be able to capitalize on that. And what we've seen, and obviously a lot of these zone pulls on Miramar, they could have that potential to be able to do it. Obviously, you know, we saw it from the, the hashtag EWC posts. They just need that chicken dinner, which will maximize those points for them, and obviously to close it out in the following game.
I'm just looking at a bunch of squads here as well that you have absolutely nothing to lose. throw everything. Do anything you can for those eliminations. Do anything you can for those points. And for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that the Pmwc Lucky Spin is currently available in the game. Log in and do your spins before it's gone. You could get the Electron Energy set, the Proton Power set, and that grows out that I'm just so close to getting it that I feel like today after we crown a champion, I'll be able to get it. The Pmwc Lucky Spin available now. Go check it out. Co-created with PDP creator Nana. But you were wanting to say something before we were talking about those awesome skins.
Talking about the bottom teams, right? The teams that have nothing to lose. I want to look especially at the Indian teams, right? Orangutan, and also looking at GodLike. AKOP had some really good plays, by the way, earlier today on Rondo specifically. So good one on AKOP. But at this point, it's just about getting experience. Just try and get as high a rank as you possibly can. I would say top 10 would be great to see you try and one of those two teams to try and finish on. But I'm sure that with how much they've learned this event, next time we do see them, Seven, they're going to come back even stronger, maybe in PMGC.
I think so. I mean, we already seen a strong performance out of OG, this one being now their second international event. For GodLike, they have completely shattered my expectations, even though after what I saw from earlier on, I had them in my top 5 for the finals here. The pressure, I feel like, ended up getting to them because it is their first international event. But I'm with you. I think that experience that they're going to be getting here is going to progress not only just for them, but also for India as a region.
Oh, exactly. I mean, if you look at the likes of X-Force Rejects, for instance, down in Africa, right, the African region, their global experience has been moving forward and actually influencing other teams around them in their local area. So it's the exact same thing for our Indian teams here. I've been very, very impressed with GodLike, very impressed with OG. Even in the finals coming in here, day 3, looking really good, making some fantastic plays against the likes of Tiamba, like a lot of different teams here. I do think that, yes, the experience is one thing here, Seven. That's definitely not to be overlooked because they just don't have the experience these other teams do. But I will say, even I was surprised by the big jump between group survival and finals. Like, it's a completely different lobby than what they played earlier in the week. So for them, it's just really hard to adapt as well. And yeah, they're getting left behind, but still massive GGs. I'm very impressed.
Completely different playing style here in the finals. Group A, we got a chance to see just tacticalness. Group B, we got a chance to see aggressiveness. And survival, we got a little bit of a sneak peek. It was still passive, but now we're here in the finals. And now we only have possibly one match left. If nobody wins it from the top 4, then we will have that 6th match. But Barney, do you think it's going to be ending here in this first Miramar, or are we going to go one more?
Oh my goodness.
What is happening?
Dude, my heart is coming out of every orifice that I have, Luty. I don't know what is going on. It's getting
insane.
It's getting so spicy here on the Gadia City grid. Of course, we now have 4 teams that are on Smash Point. We've got Nongshim Red Force.
Yes, indeed.
E-Arena.
Since a long time.
I know. It feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah,
S2G.
it was a long time ago now.
And of course,
just Aurora Gaming just cuts it now.
I know, they're all fighting, battling tooth and nail for this right here. Our beautiful PMWC trophy and the legacy,
of course,
at EWC.
And I think there is people from all over the world as well, like watching them. And I think our audience is ready as well. Everybody's like, one more game? No, don't want one game, depending of who you're rooting for, actually.
That's right. We step foot onto Miramar for 2 times, potentially, but it could all end in the next match. And so, everyone in the Gadia City grid, are you ready?
Of course, make some noise! Here we are, back to you, Caster, for the game 5.
There you go, setting the stage perfectly there. Shout out to Barney and Luke. You've been absolutely killing it over the course of the event. And so have you, Paris. You've been absolutely electric here in the Gadia City grid. And all of us are sat in anticipation for what is yet to come as we move over from Erangel and set our sights on the new geometry that is Miramar Blank.
And we say goodbye to Rondo, we've said goodbye to Erangel, and we are saying hello to our 2 final Miramars, which will cap off this tournament. PMWC at EWC. It has been an absolute slammer of an event. But right now, that last game, not so much. It was a bit of a slam dunk from Aurora. And S2G misses the boat on that one.
And Eamon, I think what hurts most is that could have been the full 3-pointer blank. They were set up for a nice swish in through the net.
Yeah, they were. They absolutely were, but bounced off the backboard, directly back into their own face. I mean, for Kamikaze, completely understand it. I think his center position movements have been sick
throughout the tournament.
All right.
This one, not so great.
Okay.
I think sometimes you do have to peel back and realize we need the full 4v4. I think a lot of the time Kamikaze's gone for those center anchors. It's been fine because they've had the majority control anyway. And what he does by doing that is massively secure the win. Because he's able to play that position very effectively. That time around, when you've got Vitality up in that northern edge, you've got Aurora trying to push up the hillside, you need to fully reinforce that position. Otherwise, that happens. Either way, we were discussing it. It's a hard one because right now Aurora's on an absolute high. They are living in the clouds at the moment, but for S2G, that's a mentally booming game.
It's going to get you. It's going to get you. Even with the strongest mental fortitude, a game like that, you have to completely reset and effectively try and just play this one in isolation. Treat it as a best of one game, forget everything else. Because, yeah, otherwise you kind of sat there with the thoughts of that was our championship game. We were very nearly in a reality where we could have been crowned champions.
Yep.
But there are other teams that are eligible for that to be the outcome. And of course, like we touched on, with 2 games left to go, there is still plenty of opportunity for any one of them to close it out. That smash rule could still come into effect. You could still close it here in game 5.
For Nongshim, we know they can do it already. They did it yesterday on game 6. E-Arena hasn't looked terrible on Miramar either. S2G is known for their Miramars. So we'll wait and see how it does pan out. We're just waiting to get into game right now as everyone gets set up and ready to jump in. All fun on our screens. I don't think it's been the worst of tournaments for them. It's just there has been some missteps, right? And I think that it wouldn't be right for me to say that they've played fine throughout the entirety of this tournament. They have made some missteps here and there. Sometimes, I think Neptune actually put it very well. They play very reactive into some of their late games where I think there are some good decisions as they leapfrog into the circles, but then when things start to go wrong, they really go wrong. And that means losing one player here, one player there, trading off for things that they weren't quite expecting. But we do know that once Ulf gets towards an endgame as a 4-man, they look fine. They look really good. But it's getting there, which has been the difficulty for them. Aura, Sleepy,
यार आज सारे बंदे कहाँ हैं? आज हमारे बंदे ही नहीं हैं.
Looking fantastic.
भाई देख रहे हो ग्राइंड ऑन. एक और क्योस भरा मैच शुरू हो रहा है यहाँ पे.
Tiamba was just showing up in a big way.
They were indeed. It was great to see the rise back to form for Tiamba.
साला क्या इंटेंस गेम लेके जा रहे हैं लोग.
A lot of squads, a lot of narrative things that we'll be picking into as this develops.
अरोरा, मैं चाहता हूँ अरोरा जीते. आप क्या चाहते हो?
Pmwc.
अब जैसा कि 2 ही मैच बचे, ठीक है, तो अनएक्सपेक्ट वो जो होता है थोड़ी टफ चीज है, उसको दूर रखते हैं थोड़ा सा. इंडियन टीम को अभी जीतना बहुत मुश्किल है, तो उस अकॉर्डिंग मैं बोल रहा हूँ. क्योंकि इंडियन टीम्स और फर्स्ट प्लेस में बहुत ज्यादा का डिफरेंस है. तो मुझे लगता है ऊपर की टॉप 4 में अगर चुनना हो तो मैं चुनूंगा अरोरा को या फिर एनएस को. इन दोनों में से कोई भी लेके जाए. आई वांट टू सी टॉप ऑन टॉप. फर्स्ट रीजन. और एनएस का क्यूबिन जो है भाई, उसके स्प्रे का मैं फैन हूँ भाई. मतलब क्या ही उसने इम्प्रेस किया भाई मुझे. मतलब मस्त मजा आया भाई उसका देख के. जो उनमें पावर है गेम कन्वर्ट करने की, वो सब लेके मुझे लगता है कि हाँ एनएस डिजर्विंग है. एट द सेम टाइम अरोरा. सुमित भी एनएस के साथ है. देखो अगर ये गेम भी कोई और लेके जाती है, नीचे वाली टीम जीकर, तब तो नेक्स्ट गेम तो फिक्स एंड फाइनल है कि लेके जा रही है एनएस घर. बट अगर ये ऊपर की 4 टीम लेके जा सकती है चिकन, क्योंकि अब 4 टीम की बात है और चारों ऐसी टीम है जिनका मोमेंटम अच्छा चल रहा है. बट ये मैच गॉडल का है. हाँ गॉडल का मैच है, बट अगर वो अच्छा भी खेलते हैं, ठीक है, तो भी उनको अभी कंटेंडरशिप में आने में थोड़ा समझ रहे अभी 80 के अराउंड पॉइंट है। अपने पॉइंट्स कितने हैं देखो, गॉडल 77 पे है, अपने को यहाँ जाना है तो ऑलमोस्ट डबल पॉइंट। 35 पॉइंटर 2 गेम में नेक्स्ट तो पॉसिबल लगता है, इसलिए दो अच्छा करे, नो डाउट अच्छा करे। मैं चाहता हूं कि एक और गेम हो, इस बार हमारी इंडियन टीम एक और चिकन ले। आई वांट टू सी गॉडल, एक और चिकन चाहिए यार, बस एक चिकन और दिला दो भाई, दिल खुश हो जाए। कल भी एक चिकन था, आज भी एक चिकन, मजा आ गया।
Make sure you do join in.
Naruto Uzumaki.
As we head back into the game.
Guys, किसी पे फ्री वाले jewels पड़े हो तो भेज दो, भेज दो, भेज दो।
Blank said we'll stick with the present for now and see what we get out of this. Obviously early doors.
होरा
No over aggression necessary.
भाई बैकग्राउंड में होरा का भाई ऑडियंस है, होरा की ऑडियंस तो है।
So it will be a fairly safe opening few minutes here of looting for a decent majority of our squads. Bit of a split there from OG early with the 3-1 setup. Aru further back. Ooh, and this has actually resulted in a bit of commotion as well. More high octane than potentially our first four. S-Power comes in with the opening elimination as GodLike do get line of sight down onto OG.
Yeah, good shots from S-Power again. He has really made a name for himself here. Very well known within his own region, but now on a global stage, known to be able to tango with the
guys 6 लोग देख रहे हैं, लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब ठोक दो, तब तक मैं इधर 10 यूसी का स्पिन कर लेता हूं।
Really just hope to see more of him in the future. Honestly, this has been a wonderful event for him, alongside with the rest of the squad supporting him wonderfully. Ulf getting nice and central on this one too, just underneath Hacienda. Still a lot of teams yet to move in just yet though. Aurora getting the full loot on. You can see them on our screens right now. Still looking for some supplies. Mini 14 switched out there for the M16. But not set up. But I want to see what he picks up.
ये लोग गाना गा रहे भाई, बैकग्राउंड में ऐसा लग रहा है।
Tiamba, genuinely from Impala right now, would be nice to see them getting another strong match in. Already shown they can do it. And with how tight those rankings are towards the top, I mean, just look at 8th through 5th. You're looking at 103 to 105. That's a big jump up in prize pool as well. And it may all end here on this match, so you can really switch things up very, very quickly. I think for Tiamba, you know, getting a top 5 in this event would be a really, really good result for them.
Like कर दो guys तुम लोग।
A bit hard to jump up over towards that top 4 with E-Arena on 123. I think that does bear mentioning though of E-Arena 123, because remember the first match on Rondo, they hit 122.
Yeah.
Over the next few matches, they have
एक मिनट देना guys, जरा सा attend
and this
करने
is
दो।
what Smash ruling does to you, man, because you are so focused on getting that chicken dinner, so focused on hitting that smash that you forget that this might just go all the way through to the 6th match, and then Nongshim just takes it off the back of the tiebreaker between them and Aurora.
Now that is the double-edged sword to it. You're scared to play it out like a regular game due to the fear of having it slip through your fingertips and not getting that instantaneous win. But then, like you touch on, you leave yourself very susceptible to be lapped, and it's been a nice step up from the teams above them that are dangerously close to all being tied. 1 point of difference there, S2G on 139, everyone else on 140, and Nonshin and Aurora. The one saving caveat could be the fact we've seen a bit more aggression from our teams trying to first onto the big dogs in the lobby that are in the smash zone. So that's been saving these games and keeping them going for a bit longer. Cheeky peek there. Shots on target, but goes both ways. Bit of damage back over onto Ulf, and the 4 Thrives boys do start to turn tail.
Lovely pickup from Hazaifa there. He had his eyes over towards that concrete there, understood that that's a potential position a team could be playing in. instantly rebuffs the shots, and because of that, Falak stays up. In that position, I'm pretty sure he drops off the vehicle, he gets insta-flushed. So that does keep 4 Thrives as a 4-man, which they need, because they're right on 105 points. Get themselves 17 more on this match. They set themselves above that Smash ruling. Challenge out for that top 3 as well if we do go all the way to 6 matches, which at internationals does tend to be the way things go down. Yeah, it's not a win though.
Scarface, tight timing on the turnaround here. Being ran down by 4 Thrives. He's calling for the backup and they're starting to swell over. Ooh, so
How
close.
is he alive?
I don't know. He's tucked in, finally found by Falak. He will fall. This is just as the rest of Ulf have pulled up to the party as well. And they've got a read on this, they know. Instantly peppering the bullets back, and there's no reason to be here anymore. Call it quits.
I mean, it's so central. It's not a bad place to play, but I think you're right. Ulf just realizes that going to cut their losses on this one. This stage of the game, trying to get yourself further up in the rankings, not worth it. Take the fight against a team which might be elongated with the nades, been thrown through the windows, playing off the upstairs, can get very dangerous in there. Dropping those mollies as well. Zone 2 though coming up, and Zone 2 will cut in very hard on Miramar. Plenty of fun areas this could head over towards on some hard shifts, can head over towards the high ground now as a highway over towards those fielded areas on the north side of Torre Armada. Cruz de Valle, water treatment also in place, so a lot of elevation as well as very, very shallow spots of the map. So quite a bit of fun here to work with going forward. Loot crate does drop down. This is very good for Nongshim Red Force as well, because as they've noticed with this circle going over towards the north side, they can cut in across Oasis, moving over towards Torre Armada. Enigma Galaxy will be the first team to grab this spot though, coming in from El Pozo. But yeah, I think that Nongshim Red Force cuts out the majority of the queue on this.
For Nongshim, they've had a pretty firm grasp on these games, but there's been some awkward decisions again, mirroring the sentiments we've given out here about some of these sides struggling a little bit when the pressure starting to get to them, eating away at them with the decision making.
I mean, this does feel slow as well, Jackie, for Nongshim, because I think they stopped off almost in Oasis. Had to think about what their next move was going to be, and they're still just making it across. It is rocky ground though, so they're slowly finding their way in. But again, the more time they waste on this rotate, the more teams are going to make those wide routes. Furia being one of them. They're actually going to meet them on the roadside probably quite soon. And Furia has not been traveling through the blue. Right now, the rest of Nongshim Red Force are trying to keep themselves at a reasonable HP count. Getting very close now. Might just tuck in.
You've got Ulf here as well that have been hit from pillar to post on their movement throughout this game. They ran into OG.
Is the last man standing?
Bit of damage done. I mean, 2 players already hard flushed out. One of them knocked up on the ridge side. It's Aru, the last remaining member, throwing the nades down. That's nearly all of the offensive utility used as well, just the Molotov. So broken bottles and his teammates gone as the fire spreads. Meanwhile, top side, what we touched on before, the Nongshim rundown with Furia still hightailing behind them.
They actually get ahead of them on this as well. But Nongshim Red Force, they're kind of an unsuspected rotation. I think if Furia was keeping an eye on those drop spots, they should know that Nongshim drops towards ruins and likely has made a very northern rotate, but they're going to take a very, very quick move in. You can see here, Egos playing bumper cars alongside with them are so easy, moves forward. The rest of the team hasn't quite regrouped yet, but they've got the 2-man on this. Egos stops short over towards the concretes, forcing Nongshim Red Force to actually move away. He is quick with the positioning. Not very fun, and all this while the circle has been pulling in here, so Nongshim Red Force might need to make some quick decisions later on. Cruz de Valle actually quite free at the moment, but do you want to go there too early? You might want to now.
Enigma Galaxy on screen now with a wrap round from Alula. Creating some space between them. Ooh, quick getting back in, looking to see if he can spot them out here. Smoke's casting at least enough of a shadow for him to stay tucked for now. Looking to buggy him out of this one. It's Ralph that's isolated. Oh, there you go. Quick switch on the seats. Easy headshot confirmed. And a hard flush, making it far more uncomfortable for Nigma. Three-man squad moves on.
Yeah, unfortunate. Did get down towards the south side of Cruz Davia on that one. Ralph sadly behind. Nongshim continuing on their path forwards. Furious really hampered them in every single turn on this. Consistently, Igor's dragging the rest of his team to better position. Even now moving over towards the north side to get a better beat on where Nongshim Red Force is rotating in. This is really good presence of mind here from Furia. Being very proactive of where teams are, gathering that information. And where So Easy's coming in might be combated by Igor's in the future. Oh, he is being so annoying. Alula will find Erin there, and I believe that is Ulf now out.
Wasn't an easy one for Ulf at all here. So many back-to-back fights. She started off losing a man to 4 Thrives, then consistently just got punished by everyone. Now, Vitality are just sandwiching behind Furia as well on this push-up from Nonshin. You can see the establishing shot here. Overview of where they are on the spread. Let's see why. Got a scope attached. He's got a read on it. Vitality right behind them.
I got the MK14 as well. Be deadly at distance. Ayala spots Vitality, having a peek over. Just trying to figure out what's going on here. Tizzy stayed behind for Nongshim Red Force, ensuring that there wasn't going to be any cheeky rotates over the north side. He's going to get a Rune Awakening pretty soon, because Aura is making their way in, so we'll be able to pass that information across. Honestly, for Nongshim Red Force, they might want to swing further down on this and give up position to Furia. Maybe play over towards the ridge side of the road. Does expose some sightlines from Flash, but it is getting really cramped up over towards this northeast side for Nongshim. Furia consistently stealing away those positions. Now Tizzy gets that information now and will move.
Knows you're being chased. Sky jumps out instantly, looking to see if he can get boots on the ground and deal some damage. Rest of the squad still continue to maintain a safe distance behind Tizzy on the follow-up. XZY has turned his attention back round towards that angle to provide support. Oh, bumpy pathway in the buggy, but Tizzy's still going.
That's nice.
Gets over the ridge.
Very smooth. Yeah, good shots from XZY as well to back them off. I mean, takes a little bit of damage, but provided enough support there. Circle heads over towards the west. Alula actually have quite a decent compound here on this one. Nick McGalaxy can play out from the south side of Cruz Davie. Jiggle, quite an aggressive scout, I would say, over towards Vitality as well as Furia. Doesn't die for it. Milu, shot by Vitality. We're getting those shots in. Very quiet game so far, other than Ulf as well as OG going down. Even Tops now from Flash moves over towards the mound on the eastern side to check if teams are trying to rotate past them on that south side. So, this is like it's very different to a lot of the other games we've seen. Nobody's taking any chances. Everyone's trying to garner as much information as possible on these rotates.
Yeah, it's far more tempered with the plays that are being made. You can see how much quicker teams are to set themselves up when they realize there's a VIP team, one of those squads that are within the smash zone, to attempt to set up to make it uncomfortable for their entryway. Similar setup here down towards the bottom side. You've got a close grouping of 3 of the other smash eligible squads in Aurora, S2G and E Arena.
Aurora late to this one. They stayed in Chumacera for a long, long time, and sort of fair enough to them because this went very northeast on the circle. There has been areas they've found to play in. E-Arena taking this 2-2 split right now. Have to evacuate this compound. Tony K will take shots over towards Doc, who makes it out of there. Gets over towards a little bit of high ground, a little bit of elevation to work with. Actually a playable spot. I mean, he's threaded the needle on that one. The rest of the team can move in.
It pays dividends, but it felt a bit risky initially when I saw the peak over the top of the roof. I was thinking if Doc goes down here, it could have been hellish. The rest of the squad now confident to join him on the push-up. Wow. Hamza G making the plays that we know he can deliver on. That's S2G getting the long-range shot off with a nice knock. Getting a tasty adjustment over. And E-Arena, if they can follow up onto the three-man squad, there could be a bit of a punishment play coming over. You got Joker off into the distance. S2G still getting a read on this. These three squads were so close to each other that nothing will get past them.
Aurora, yeah, losing one player here, not ideal. Makes a chance at a chicken dinner here in match 5, slightly more difficult. With Alula still controlling center zone. Tiamba, again, went up to down towards 6th as 4 thrives. Able to grab another point here. Nongshim need to move though. So Easy's actually outside in the blue at the moment. Taking a fair bit of damage off the back of this one. And they're really racking their brains of where do they want to go, how do they want to play. I mean, he's still out there. Come on, man. Get in. Don't know what he's trying to say. I think he's waiting for Tops to get off the angle or something. I'm not sure. Finally, we'll regroup with the team, but burning through meds to do it.
That's been a caveat we've seen happen a couple times for this team. Always feeling like they're kind of somewhat trapped in the dirt and then having to burn a lot of utility, offensive or medical-wise. See what the zone shifts from this, though.
I mean, Alula's living life, right? I mean, it's clear to see that Furia knows that they need to create some space for themselves. They can't really move down towards that southwest side. They'll be on broadside to Vitality as they move in. So this is the likely position next. So a very important fight between Nongshim as well as Furia. Hyunbin takes a lot of damage. Chizzy up front right now, gathering that information, passing it back for the nades to be sent through. Maybe just dipping back down again, realizing that maybe this is not the best of fights for us. It's a long nade, doesn't quite hit on. So Easy will move away. Vitality giving Nongshim a little bit of life force here.
Finally, a pathway's presented, but they've got to fight past teams to get into the safety zone.
Oh, you can play highs on this one, yeah, for sure. It's free, it's open.
All right, just beneath them, that's where Tiamba is stationed, so it's going to work out. They get tucked back in. Finally bypass the awkward setup of the Furia squadron that were advancing towards them. They're chasing somewhat. Flash keeping a bit of the attention off them. The triple threat of Aurora just off in the distance as well. A little bit of a ridge there. Yeah, tuck in, buddy.
Yeah, because Furia could at any moment silhouette themselves on that ridge side. Scary stuff though. But yeah, Nongshim Red Force can play this for the time being. I'm not sure how likely Tiamba's going to allow this to go on without contest. Maybe a couple of nades sent upwards. But yeah, highs and lows here. This is very playable. Usually Tiamba, when you get a central zone like this, is kind of the guard dogs for where Nongshim Red Force is playing. But with Tiamba being further into the circle here, much better result for them. Yeah, Fury is locked out. So that was a nice swing through from Nongshim Red Force. Some slow decisions today here and there of how they want to play stuff out, but that was a quick maneuver from them. Aurora, Reefus, last left alive here, getting the first aid kit off, and yeah, chicken dinner's not happening. Definitely not likely, as Aurora gains no points on this game.
Oh, there you go. That's the final nade coming through. Tops blowing away. Back up as Reese as they get that one on target. So Reefus removed and Aurora, the lights go out. Fury are advancing though. Looks like they've started to run out of the nades they had available with how many staggered fights they've had, dashing the last few down.
It's actually cool because the way Nongshim Red Force layered on that top side as well, it forced a lot of nades out of Fury, but they're just going to send it. It's going for a dry push right now. Nades are being pulled in the meantime. Beautiful from Hyunbin.
Really clean engagement.
It's just done.
Yeah, primes it perfectly, blows them away on entry. Fury are chasing them for so long, but no, not today.
Vitality on that north side. I think they heard the commotion, wanted to get involved on it, but the speed at which Furia went down, I mean, there's just no opportunity. Nate goes in, does a lot of damage towards Tizzy. Gonna sit in the corner though, as Federales has to move now, back over towards Aura. This next fight between Nongshim and Tiamba will be the decider of how far Nongshim gets into this game. Can't imagine that Tiamba's gonna crumble. Alula's compound becomes very high priority for absolutely everyone. You may see a crash on this.
Risky maneuvers going to become more and more impactful. Here's the replay back over from the Fury, a crash down onto Nonshin. Look at that,
was
nade
gorgeous
from Hyunbin. Perfect utility play, over in a split second.
Yeah, it was good stuff. I mean, the thing is, Vexy on that back line with the Mini 14 did good stuff. Nades go in, so yeah, this is the fight I was talking about. They're all in one corner right now. Utility still looks good for Nongshim. Molotov towards the back lines does a good amount of damage towards Milu. He's burning out. Might actually go down to this. Great molly from So Easy.
But Hyunbin's already set up for this. This is the go signal, but he can't actually win out on the initial fight. A-King replies back, so it's a 1-for-1 trade on the XCY and Tizzy up for Nonshin. 3 players alive for Tianba. Oh, the backstab though! Gets round the corner, the back nade misses as Tizzy sends them cratering down! And that's a nice spray, XCY wielding the snipe up close, the quick switch is good!
But Vitality's here to play! Upstairs the molly goes in, might just take them all down, and Nongshim is out! Vitality with a nasty third party! What a game from Nongshim though, very, very difficult one. They made a lot of cool decisions there. Took it as far as they could, but Vitality was always in the wings.
Eyes like a hawk on Vitality as they make that quick adjustment. Oh, S2G as well, bringing the heat straight over to 4-5, so there is no chance to catch your breath now. It's all kicking off. Flash again responding. T24 falls. Vexy upset by Darkin from Ida.
S2G going to make that rollout now over towards Flash. 4 Thrives. Looking to finish off what they started. Is down. Tops is just dropping. Desperate smokes.
guys. क्या होने वाला है? Prediction दो.
Hamzy G will roll on through. Vitality lose Federalis on the background. Ida pushes forward. Alula holding on to this very, very important compound towards the center. Rita does go down to a nice nade coming through from Axel. Can't believe Federalis is still crawling in. He's got to go down soon. Yeah, there you go. Darkin picks him up.
Shots back over from Razak as Vitality gets the shot on to try finish things there. You can see the split on either side with E-Arena still sitting, waiting. Absolute contrast there. S2G, they've been so proactive. 6 elims constantly in
लाइक कर दो गाइस 5 लोग देख रहे हो तुम लोग क्या कर रहे हो
Has been the name of the game for them. They're able to get one more
दो
point.
टीम्स अभी भी है
Previously,
क्या लगता है ये गेम लास्ट होगा या फिर लास्ट गेम लास्ट होगा भाई बहुत क्योस है भाई क्या ही क्या है समझ में नहीं आ रहा S2G बढ़िया जोन
just about lives the spray. Good backup there coming through from his teammate. Yeah, for E-Arena, they're going for the slow game. Oh my goodness me. I mean, how gifted can you get on this one for Alula?
Like कर दो guys
Every time it's
last game तक जाएगा हाँ ना
in their blessings more and more.
मुझे भी लग रहा है
that risk to try force them out of the
ये ले जा सकती है
S2G from long range, that's Vitality. Getting the sight line onto them.
क्या ही crazy matches जा रहे हैं
just dragged themselves out of 16th place.
Full on chaos.
About to be put back down there again.
They got bap.
And that might come quicker than expected.
और कोई contendership में नहीं है इन्हीं चारों में से कोई एक ले जा रहा है
Elim garnered. And this puts them on equal footing as well. 147 to 147. They're climbing up.
इसके बाद वाला मैच उतना chaosful नहीं होने वाला क्योंकि उसमें टीम स्टोरी बट यहाँ पैसों की बात है बहुत पैसों की बात है इसके बाद तो मतलब से 5th तक कुछ ज्यादा ही अमाउंट
set up towards that central side to hold off all these teams. E-Arena will clean up the rest over towards the northwest. Swain still up and kicking for Ida though, desperately trying to stay in 15th. Very unlikely. See how far he can go though on this one.
S2G क्या
looking to redeem themselves after that last game. There's certainly a chance here. Up to 8
ये यही चांस बना लेना चाहती है कि अगर चिकन नहीं भी आए अगर उन तीनों का चिकन नहीं आया तो ये लेके जाए ये यही कर रही हैं
P90 in the hands, it's Mormon that sprays back over to get the final knock onto Ida. They're out now. The squad's being finned as Hora also take a deathly blow back over. E-Arena finally getting some shots on the nade.
Good dash.
Oh, mate. S2G They thought they had that one right on target, but it barely misses.
Dude, 2 out of the 3 teams at the end here could smash right here, right now. For Alula, they have a fantastic position to finish this one out. But the likelihood of this ending in this game,
Guys,
Jackie,
very
high.
They fought
Never
so hard,
mind.
man. The zone moving in again. Alula just waiting, confident. S2G on the back line still.
Yeah.
I mean, the vehicle's still in play, Blank.
I mean, they've just popped all the tires on that buggy, understanding that it's better to have it with no tires than one and dragging as they move it in. It's going to be slow, sure, but maybe better than nothing down the hillside. Vitality desperately hanging on by a thread at this end game. We're getting down towards stage 9. It's going to pull all these players inwards more. E-Arena desperately living on the sidelines. Goodness me, both teams with a white knuckle grip on this game, holding on for that win, for that victory here at Pmwc. Okay, 1 vehicle, 2 vehicles in play right now for them that look decent. Smokes are starting to be sent out from either side, both S2G as well as E-Arena. We'll be breaking down the gates of Alula soon. Pubg attempts to get into the vehicle.
Alula ले गई चिकन तब तो नहीं होने वाला. बाद में इन दोनों को मत लेने दो. एक लास्ट गेम बचा है, देखने दो भाई क्या chaos वाला गेम है.
Slight shift down. E-Arena running through their line of smokes with their own cars on the move. They got a good sight line blocked off with the smokes they.
Alula का जोन है भाई, लेकिन उन पे दोनों दिक्कत है कि दोनों तरफ से पड़ेगी.
Their eyes light up. Bullet shot out downrange. Keep the punishment on.
Ah, nice.
Yasha peeks back over.
क्या chaosful game है यार.
One player hard flushed out.
Alula, yes.
Neither team wants to make the play. Kamikaze.
Oh, let's go. चल चल. ये कहाँ था भाई? What the heck? What the heck भाई? S2G भाई. Alula. क्या chaosful जा रहा है यार? क्या गेम जा रहा है?
Doesn't get the damage through. The last to make it happen. Gravity, the real villain. What a game. What a finish. For Alula, the arbiters right there.
Let's go भाई. Alula OP भाई. W.
Teams still being in play.
क्या गेम जा रहा? क्या?
Orbited by 2 victors.
सही भाई, 2 कंटेंडर्स जो जीत सकते थे, दोनों के मुंह से ऐसे बोला है कि इधर आ, मैं नहीं लेने दूंगा. Alula नीचे से आई है और सबसे ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट डाला इस गेम में भाई.
No given, no blessings. Had to fight for absolutely everything, and even when they took the risk.
Crazy bro, crazy.
Something went wrong.
क्या ही गेम्स जा रहे यार.
Into the stratosphere, bud, and it's gonna get you a gut-wrenching feeling.
Oh, dear me, dear me. Great tracking though from Alula. Give him that.
Weird angle, but ready for it instantly. One more game then.
One more game. Finish on the last.
Last game तक जा रहा है bro.
In contention for it. It still could be that 4th place squad.
S2G 2 बार मिस कर गए. भाई इनका लोगो देखो ना. लोगो देखो ना. बढ़िया है ना. भाई इन्होंने 2 संभाला है भाई, डिफेंस किया है क्योंकि दोनों तरफ से. भाई क्या ही गेम जा रहा है, क्या ही गेम. W.
Oh my God, unexpected twist on that one. Didn't know Arrow was
One
go that way,
more last game.
Pubg. It was the same for them amongst it all. Alula though doing what they had to do, denying out both teams from ending the tournament early. Starving off victory for at least another game.
मीनो काय को सैड भाई अच्छा खेले बे सैड नहीं होने का बहुत प्यारा गेम है
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
सबने क्रेजी खेला भाई मैं तो क्या ही बोलूं भाई लास्ट गेम तक लेके जा रहे हैं लोग
being built to supercharge it. Kadir City.
मुझे लगा नहीं था लास्ट गेम तक जाएगा क्योंकि भाई जिस तरह से कंटेंडरशिप जा रही है 1 2 3 4 टीम हो गए फिर भी भाई अभी तो 2 में से 1 का कंफर्म था जीतना भाई वो छीन लिया भाई अलूला ने क्या बात बोले क्या ही बोले बढ़िया गाइस लाइक कर दो जो भी चैनल पे नया आ रहा है
واحد عندنا نك مش تمام خمسة هذا هو كله من ابي طلقه اخذ همي ولا طلقه البيت عندكم بيت اصفر يا مالك وحش تيمين خرب عليه.
When you least expected, Al Ula Esports takes us to the final match, which is going to be upcoming here at Pmwc at EWC 26. Welcome back, everybody. My name is the 7WG, joined by Lace, Maxman, and Neptura.
Shaiko bhai, dinner
go straight to you because another hard
करके
work
आती
here for
हूँ.
S2G at the end.
Okay, okay, Jamila Bin.
I feel bad for them, man. Like the last one was like, "Hey, great, we got another game," and I'm like,
अभी भी जा रहे हो मुझे पूछा भी नहीं है कट्टी कर लूँगा मैं.
But you know what? Al Ula, they started off the day in 16th position, and they are literally alone as their main team, right? Able to keep the tournament going, getting rid of E-Arena, getting rid of S2G, and keeping it going with those.
अलूला ने चिकन लिया. पता है 2 टीम से जीत सकती थी S2G और एरिना दोनों के बीच में फंसी थी दोनों के मुंह से चिकन लेके गए ये क्या ही खेला है डिफेंड भी कर रहा है सब कर रहा है बहुत क्योसफुल मैच था मजा आया
It will come down to the points. So this points that these squads are getting with
SGG
15, E-Arena 10, and then
अच्छी बात
Red Force
है
as well with 7. They could come into play.
अब ये लास्ट गेम डिसाइड करेगा कौन लेके जाएगा ट्रॉफी अपने घर क्रेजी भाई क्रेजी कुछ भी हो रहा है भाई मजा आ रहा है मजा आ रहा है मजा आ रहा है फुल ऑन क्योस है वन लास्ट मैच उसके बाद पता चल जाएगा कि who's the winner हाँ हाँ मतलब मैं नहीं हूँ तो इसका मतलब वो अकेला ही हुआ समझे आप ये देख रहे हो दोनों के बीच में फंसी थी दोनों को मार के चिकन ले लिया वो चाहते थे मुझे लगा था एक ने एक ले लेगा हेलो ध्रुवी वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम वेलकम बैक सॉरी वेलकम बैक टू द स्ट्रीम क्या हाल चाल
But I'm not upset because we go one more game, and I'm very excited for this to happen. But look, we're gonna have another one in this situation, and it's gonna go to the mountain.
यार लगा नहीं था.
It's gonna get crazy.
मोमोज भेजे हैं खा लेना. कहाँ है मोमोज कहाँ है किधर है किधर है मोमोज किधर मुझे दिख क्यों नहीं रहे? क्या मैं अंधा हो गया हूँ?
Won the last match yesterday in Miramar.
I forgot actually. Can
No, you just said it. Nonchalant Red Force.
Okay. I was like, wait, what? What do we do?
Come on, it was an easy layup right there for you, Max. But yeah, Nonchalant Red Force, they've been able to showcase that they can actually win, not only at PMMI, but here as well in the finals when we end up going to Miramar, when we end up going to the final match. Aurora found themselves very, in just an unfortunate situation, especially with the circle, with the rotation that this team had to make.
I have strong words for Aurora, which I will not be saying here. But just one play I'd like.
बढ़िया बाहर घूम के आई हूँ fresh air आ रही.
Maybe later. No, I just
fresh air लेके आए हो आप क्या बात है?
Yes, it was a really difficult entry into.
तो बाहर से कुछ खाने को लेके आए कि नहीं? कौन जीत रहा भाई? कुछ भी नहीं कह सकते. शेडी कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते. By the way, welcome to the stream. Like कर दो भाई पहले तो तुम. अभी कोई भी जीत सकता है. 4 टीम से कंटेंडरशिप में. अलूला बोल रहा हूँ sorry. S2G, NS, Aurora, and the last but not the least, E-Arena. इन तीनों से कोई भी ले
position, stay there, play from there. You could have won.
भाई ये दोनों आपस में लड़ने के लिए आई हैं यहाँ ये बोल रही हम लड़ेंगे ग्लोबल स्टेज पे एक दूसरे से मजाक मजाक यार बट चीजें लेफ्ट राइट हो रही है बट अच्छा खेल रहे हैं थोड़ा रोटेशन में इनका जीजी हो रहा है बट ना गन गेम में देखा है भाई हर 4v4 जीते इन्होंने 13 नहीं गॉडल का 11th है शायद और ओजी का 14th है शायद मफिन्स लेके आए हूँ चाय पगलू भाई चैट देख लेना भाई 1 मिनट देख साइको स्ट्रीमर ड्रामेबाज अरे एसजी भाई यार ऐसा मैं ड्रामेबाज नहीं हूँ ये लो ये खोल के खा लो इसमें मोमोस है यार वैसा करोगे आप मुझे पार्सल करो रियल में टॉप 10 में दोनों तू है एंड कर ले एक गॉडल कर सकती है लास्ट गेम है ना अपन फियरलेस खेलेंगे मार के खेलेंगे अभी गॉडल तो गॉडल टॉप 10 कर सकती है नो डाउट ओजी का थोड़ा टफ है बट जैसे अलूला लेके गई है अगर वैसा गेम दिखा दिया टॉप 10 है चलो बाय अरे जाविला बिन एक मोमोज नहीं खिला सकते आप अलूला लास्ट में थी देखते कौन सी पोजीशन है उनकी देखो अभी पता चल जाएगा ओजी से उम्मीद ना थी टू बी ऑनेस्ट मुझे भी नहीं थी मुझे गॉडल से भी उम्मीद नहीं थी गॉडल से था अच्छा है मोमेंटम चल रहा है बट ठीक है लेफ्ट राइट हो रही चीजें ऐसा नहीं है वो जानबूझ के खराब खेल रहा है बट अच्छा है जो भी अच्छा जा रहा है गाइस 10 लोग देख रहे हैं लाइक कर दो जिन्होंने भी सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया कर दो जल्दी से लास्ट गेम है फुल ऑन क्योस कोई भी ऊपर की 4 टीम्स देख लो भाई कोई भी चिकन लेके जा सकती है अगर इन चारों में से कोई नहीं लेके गया तो S2G विनर है बुरा लग रहा है इस बार बहुत ज्यादा यार बुरा क्यों लगेगा भाई मुझे बुरा कहीं से नहीं लग रहा गॉडल जो खेली है भाई मैं अभी बोलूंगा चुम्मा खेली है भाई आज 4v4 में उन्होंने दिखाया कि क्या गन गेम है कल सोलो में पावर ने दिखाया क्या गन गेम है हमारा 4v4 हमारा स्ट्रांग है कहीं ना कहीं रोटेशन में लेफ्ट राइट होया बट बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं भाई ओवरऑल देखा जाए ठीक है फर्स्ट टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग बढ़िया खेले नो डाउट मुझे तो अच्छा लगा भाई उन्होंने 4v4 फाइट आज देखी 2 बैक टू बैक स्क्वाड्स को सीधा रोंडो में दिया है भाई तो है भाई उन्होंने दिखाया है कि है इसमें सैड होने वाली कोई बात नहीं है मैं तो नहीं मानता थोड़ा बुरा लगेगा कि हाँ ट्रॉफी नहीं आई बट एट द एंड बहुत अच्छा खेले चाय पगलू भाई खत्म हो गए मोमोज जो ये जो सुमित भाई ने सुपर चैट की है ना उस पैसे से खा लेना सॉरी बुरा मत मारना मजाक कर रही हो अरे यार जमीला बेन उसमें से 30% जो है ना मेरा यूट्यूब काट लेगा उतने में नहीं आएगा मोमोज उतने में नहीं आएगा मोमोज 30% तो यूट्यूब काट लेगा यार
We're looking at some really decent jumps up in that rank, jumps up in that prize pool. All these teams are going to be fighting.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the top 5
अब
players so
क्या
far,
करूं मैं
because that MVP
अब क्या करोगे आप मुझे मेरे मोमोज भिजवाओ
different team as well, but right now it's none other. Usually we're used to talking about human. Max, you might have a new player to fanboy over because Tizzy is popping off.
I agree with you Psycho भाई yes you should agree with me बट ये हंसने वाला इमोजी किस लिए किस चीज में एग्री करें चाय पगलू भाई देखो चाय पगलू भाई ने भाई नहीं खाए हैं मोमोज मजाक करी हो किले बोल देखो 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 झूठ भी बोल रही है पकड़ी भी जा रही है ये गलत बात है जामिला बेन अब आप मुझसे झूठ भी बोलोगे मोमोज नहीं खिला रहे वो बात ठीक है एक बार को वो सह सकता हूँ मैं अब झूठ भी बोलोगे मुझसे ऐसा करोगे जामिला बेन चाय पगलू भाई यस अरे सुमित भैया थैंक्स फॉर दिस 100 रुपीज सुपर चैट ये ले मोमो अब मैं इसे क्या ही बोलूं थैंक्स फॉर दिस 100 रुपीज सुपर चैट सुमित भैया भाई, सुमित भैया ओपी कर दे यार, 100 रुपीस भेजे भाई उन्होंने।
You know what? I'll scratch away that you have had a bad day, E-Arena, because right now this is your moment to shine. If you're not able to lift that trophy, if Ravenclaw wants to win here again, but let's take a look at this head-to-head between Nonsham Red Force
चाय
and
पगलू
STG,
भाई,
and
मैंने
this is for today. And you can
सुमित
see
भाई को
which
दिए
team
थे
has
पैसे
been
भेजे
performing
उन्होंने।
better overall in this. None other
सुमित
than
भैया क्या
STG.
ये सच कह रही है? क्या ये सच कह रही है? अभी बताओ मुझे। सुमित भाई जोकिंग, अरे वो समझ आ रहा है। सुमित भैया, अरे सुमित भैया दिल से शुक्रिया यार, ये आपके लिए स्पेशल दिल। ऐसे ऐसे रुको, निकाल लो यहाँ से, दिल निकालता हूँ ऐसे। ये लो मेरा दिल। मत पूछना ये ऐसा क्यों है, क्योंकि ये दिल टूटा हुआ है, इसलिए ऐसा है। ये लो। टूटा हुआ है यार, मैं यही दे सकता हूँ, मेरा पास यही है।
And years, and he's finally on the brink once again. Is the curse of the second place going to come back to haunt him, or can he finally wrap it up and get that win?
It's going to come down to what kind of circle they're going to be
लाडले
getting.
झूठ बोल रही है, हाँ ना, झूठ बोल रही है। जामिला पे मेरे पे ऑलरेडी है दिल। अरे कहाँ से आया? अच्छा आपके पास तो भाभी का दिल होगा। सॉरी सॉरी, माय बैड माय बैड। इससे बड़ा ड्रामेबाज नहीं देखा मुझे। ड्रामेबाज SG भाई, सह लूंगा मैं, ये भी सह लूंगा। इस दिल पे पत्थर रख के मैं सह लूंगा, मैं सह लूंगा। बट मैं
with one more chance to do so. Will it be
यार
a heavy hammer that smashes the tournament, or will we find a points victory?
सुमित भाई ने ही दिए है पैसे, मैंने नहीं दिए इनको। अरे अरे मजाक चल रहा है जामिला बेन, चिल एकदम स्मूथ। अरे SG भाई, अरे लिखने से नहीं होगा। मुझे बुरा लगा, आपने मुझे ड्रामेबाज बोला। मैं आपको ड्रामेबाज दिखता हूँ क्या? आपको मैं यहाँ पे ड्रामेबाज दिखता हूँ? गाइस किसको किसको लगता है कि मैं ड्रामेबाज हूँ? बताओ। लास्ट गेम में चाय पगलू भाई अपोलोजाइज। अरे क्यों अपोलोजाइज यार, मजाक चल रहा है। किस सॉरी मत बोलो यार, ऐसा मजाक चल रहा है यहाँ पे।
Every single point you earn, so important, and those chicken dinner tiebreakers as well. At the moment, I mean, if one of the top 4 teams wins, they win by smash rule. But there are 2 teams with 3 chicken dinners, 2 teams with 2.
आपको क्या लगता है?
Those tiebreakers are going to be so important. Those placements that you've been earning over the last 17 matches will come in clutch, and every single molecule of brain power needs to be focused.
लास्ट गेम में गाइस क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा? 10% चार्ज हो गया यार अपने को चैट देखने। ये तो नाराज हो गई। अरे नहीं यार, नाराज नहीं हुई है। लास्ट गेम, सबसे ज्यादा क्योसफुल गेम। रुको, तुम लोग को मैं, क्या तुम्हें ये खाना है? बताओ, क्या तुम्हें ये खाना है? जल्दी बताओ। अरब नहीं हुई, अरब ये मेरे को नहीं समझा था मेरा वे। अरे उस वे में नहीं, मतलब एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए बोला। फुल मजा आ जाता है। तुम्हें मजा आता है ना भाई, बस ये सुन के अच्छा लगा, मेरे दिल को ठंडक आई। डिनर टाइम, बाय 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 बाय, थैंक्स फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। फिर से जरूर आना। मतलब तुम मानते हो कि मैं एंटरटेनिंग? क्या बात, तुम्हें मैं मंच खिलाऊं? आओगे? देखो मैंने दिया, एक खत्म भी हो गया। देखो एक खत्म हो गया, सबको दिया मैंने। देखो खत्म हो गया एक। ये दूसरा पैक, ये दूसरा है, एक खत्म हो गया। मैं सबको देता हूँ। ये लो तुम्हें खिला रहा हूँ, ठीक है। इसमें वुलपाई भी खा के गए, ठीक है, उनका भी योगदान है। उनसे पूछ लेना, मेरी बात पे विश्वास नहीं है, वुलपाई आएंगे रात को, उनसे पूछ लेना कि मैंने खिलाया कि नहीं। रुको, ये लो खा लो तुम लोग, जल्दी जल्दी आ करके खा लो गाइस, ये लो खा लो खा लो खा लो खा लो खा लो, ले लो जल्दी लो, ले लिया होगा।
A chicken dinner on side to win this tournament and give that 3-time title over to Schweppes. Allow Ravenclaw to be
झूठ पे झूठ खुद ही खा गए हो गए। मैंने दिया है, सच्ची बता रहा हूँ, मैंने दिया है, मेरी बातों पे विश्वास करो। वुल्फाई आएंगे चैट में, सॉरी रात में स्ट्रीम पे, उनसे पूछना चैट में, उल्टा बोल दिया था मैंने, उनकी चैट में पूछना, उन्होंने भी खाया है। बुलाओ उनको, अरे वो अभी खाना खाने गए, रात को स्ट्रीम पे आएंगे ना वो, तब उनसे पूछ लेना कि उन्होंने खाया है कि नहीं मंच। मैंने दिया है, उनके सामने दिया है सबको। अब मैच शुरू हो गया, एक और बार दे रहा हूँ, एक और बाइट ले लो, ये लो, झूठा नहीं किया अभी, जल्दी खा लो। चल झूठा सच में, तभी मानू, अभी मैं उनको कैसे भूला हूँ। सबको खिलाया मैंने।
Harrying the retreat here for Team Flash. Team Flash who have managed to find some late in the day points to send them up the tables. Trying to compete with that middle pack. They are right in and amongst it in the thick of that 5th through 10th through 11th actually melee in the middle to try and jump up on the prize pool. Tens of thousands of dollars on the line if you can do it.
Absolutely, it's the prize pool jumps significantly every single placement, and I'll tell you one thing you guys gotta do for the final time: get into the game, get into that lucky spin, and drop one of those exclusive 2026
at least एक team top 10 कर लो।
Oh yeah.
Get them before they're gone. And looking at these leaderboards, top 4. Looking pretty much as a lock at this point, right? I mean, we're going to see these top 4 in that range, right?
Yeah.
The difference is just where are they going to end up? Just a reminder, folks, this is a
$3
million prize pool.
कौन ले जा रहा है ट्रॉफी? घर कौन ले जा रहा है?
$1.7 million.
प्रेडिक्शन दो गाइस, जल्दी 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 जल्दी।
Just a few minutes. First place
डिनर टाइम, बाय बाय। आप भी जा रहे हो, ठीक है? फिर से जरूर आना हमारी स्ट्रीम पे।
And fourth, 120,000. So
thanks for joining.
Teams are going away with a whole bunch of cash, but there's a whole lot more at the tippy top.
The chicken dinner to these 4 teams is worth $375,000. That's right. That
गाइस 7 लोग देख रहे हैं, काला फॉर रीजन। इसी बात पे लाइक भी कर दो यार। लास्ट गेम चल रहा है, लास्ट क्योस अपना दो। अरे ट्रॉफी कौन लेके जा रही है? चिकन ने ट्रॉफी के लिए पूछा। सुमित भैया, एसजी भाई का प्रेडिक्शन है अरोरा। मैं जाऊंगा S2G के साथ। नहीं नहीं नहीं, मैं ही कंफ्यूज हो गया यार। मैं NS के साथ जा रहा हूँ। Okay, bye. Bye-bye. Thanks for joining.
Had some really big games. It's just the consistency that seemed to plague them
Thanks
here.
for joining
For
the
their
stream.
first time at a World Cup, it's so difficult to face a challenge like this. I think they definitely gave it their all. I think time will definitely show them, and they'll get that seasoning going, and we'll see them rank up the leaderboards in the future for sure.
I've also loved watching 4 Thrives over the course of this tournament.
Yes.
Topping their group stage. Able to do a lot of work and really impressing here. Currently in 6th place.
नहीं नहीं, genuinely बताओ, कौन जीत रहा है? ट्रॉफी कौन लेके
आया? Before that 5th to 11th place melee, they are very much in flux. But
तब भी नहीं जीतेंगे।
Most important story for me when it comes to
अगर पॉइंट्स के बेसिस पे गया ना, ये ले जाएगी।
They have managed to improve and consistently.
ये 70 + 78 आपने किस हिसाब से 158 कैलकुलेट करा?
Back in those group stages, some crazy flex outs. One springs to mind over on that military.
148 होता है।
On the south
S2G 154 पे बैठ गया।
But absolutely impressive stuff for this 4Thrives roster. They should be so proud to be able to put this sort of a record down on this tournament. And I'm sure we'll be seeing them again.
That's for sure. I want to see almost all these teams stay together. I mean, this was one heck of a tournament. I think every single squad here, for the most part, has what it takes. It's just a matter of time here. It's really tough, though, when you deal and face some of the best teams on the world that have been doing it for so long. And we're starting to see Ulf get into it with OG. Battle ringing out. Here we go.
Let's see if Scarface can put that MVP title on the cards as well, because two of his teammates are down. He's going to need to come up big. Him and Aaron playing off of one another. Two titanic forces on the inside of the compound against 3 players from Orangutan total. I don't know if they're all here and in the fight, though, but Ketch will get flushed away. And they are now, all 3, looking to take this fight. Aaron on the outside, but Scarface can't quite deliver the goods here, and it is all up to Aaron. A good nade around the corner, over onto Aru and in with a Tommy gun.
Hey, time to show what you got, Aaron. Let's see. All by himself. Oh, nice shots there from that is just too good. Talk about getting predicted. OG gonna get 4 eliminations. And that is it for Ulf for this tournament. Give him a round of applause here, folks.
Ulf, all things considered, I think people may have expected more from this roster coming into this tournament. 10th place, likely slipping down further than that as well. Not what they were aiming for, but they did manage to get to those finals. They did manage to qualify alongside their countrymen. And again, there is so much potential there. So much star power, so much still left to give. But they can't give it here. It's done for them.
That is it. Gives teams like Aura, Vitality, opportunity to push themselves further up in the leaderboards and grab some more cash here. As this is one insane prize pool in this tournament. Let's take a look, though, at Nongshim Red Force, the biggest threat in the lobby, if not for S2G. They have been dominant all day long, and they could definitely take this one. Just a quick flashback for everybody that missed it. PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, not too long ago, global event. Nongshim Red Force smashed in the last match. They have been here before. They felt this pressure, and they succumbed it over, made it, and that is what you gotta do. So out of all the teams in this lobby, Nongshim Red Force, they know what it feels like to be here.
They have borne this burden before. Will they be able to raise that knee off the ground and shrug like Atlas, the weight of the world? On the western side, they are behind Aurora, one of their direct competitors, and we're going out all the way east. It's a long road, but I tell you who's already at the end of it, S2G. In the shadow of the Labendita crater right now on the southeast side, Dukes, they may have another opportunity here. They have had so many in these last few games to find those smashes. Is this the one? But they have to fight against GodLike for the compounds.
Here they go, folks. S2G battling it out with GodLike. Kamikaze getting caught by the nade. A devastating blow. And the finish. It's S-Power looking to crush the dreams of S2G.
Another! S-Power ruining the dreams for S2G, and Turkey may have it all dashed here, has lost the last to stand. God Power putting an end to the run, but he's still got one more player, a little bit of fire left in the heart, but it is not enough. S2G are done!
A massive blow to the lobby. So close to
सुमित्रा
winning
देखा ना
this tournament
कॉर्नर लाइन
in
पे
the past
क्या
2
ना गर्लफ्रेंड
matches,
से बात कर रहा
and they go out as the second team in the last game. All eyes are on those leaderboards to see if they can hang on. Meanwhile, 4Thrives looking to tear this up as they are putting in the work onto GodLike.
A little bit of burn, a little bit too hot underfoot, but it's just S-Power now. We've seen what he can do with these nades. Can he do it again?
Looks good.
Nade out the window. Doesn't get the block. T24 still launching himself forwards.
क्या पावर है भाई. सुपर पावर है ये बंदा सुपर पावर है भाई. क्रेजी ब्रो, क्रेजी ब्रो. भाई क्या क्या ही भाई, क्रेजी ब्रो. What the heck? What the heck bro? ये है सुपर पावर, ये है गन गेम हमारे देश का. आओ तुम्हें गन गेम दिखाएं. आओ तुम्हें गन पावर दिखाते हैं. दिखाया गन पावर. आओ.
Meanwhile, teams across the board are making their way to the zone. 3 teams still in that smash potential. Nongshim have lost a player. Through all of that chaos, they are down to 3. Aurora out on the western side. North Hills have lost Leonas. E-Arena, they're in the shadow of La Bendita. Right near to this fight on the northwest side of this, where S2G used to be. S-Power now has to deal with Orangutan.
But this man is I'm telling you, by himself, putting in so much work, but IQ finally shutting down the monster that is S-Power.
Finally taking a final breath within the lobby. And Admino now, the Lone Ranger for Godlike, to try and ladder up. Maybe jump past Ulf with 6 elims on card. They might have a chance here. Orangutan looking to do the same, but they've only got 2 players. You can see off in the distance, though, a crash from E-Arena. Moving over towards Ida. Ida really not being providing of much resistance over the course of these finals. But maybe they'll be able to find it. Finally, digging deep, and down goes Schweppes.
The top teams are getting devastated. Nongshim Red Force lost a player, and now it's Ida. Oh, but Joker shuts down Darkin. A huge 1v1 play keeps his team alive, and it looks like they're gonna hold on to 3 for now.
Nade over. Swain cooking a nade. Wants to answer.
Super power, bro.
Darkin off in the distance.
Super power बोलते हैं
still in action.
एस पावर ने पाकिस्तान की ले ली. ऐसे घुमाया उसको. सुपर पावर ब्रो. सुपर पावर.
And he's completely off in the distance. No way he can get back to this. So for E-Arena,
ओजी मार दे 40 को. मार देगी.
But Nigma Galaxy are
मारेगी भाई, मारेगी.
Here comes Nigma
कोई ना.
Galaxy. And I'll tell you one
गन
thing.
गेम दिखाया लास्ट गेम भी भाई. पावर ने बोला भाई आओ तुम्हें पावर दिखाओ, तुमसे ENC में मिलते हैं स्पोर्ट्स नेशन कप में भाई. क्या क्रेजी वे. मजा आ गया भाई. भाई कौन कह रहा था मैं सैड हूँ भाई. मैं खुश हूँ भाई जो इन्होंने परफॉर्मेंस दिखाई है भाई. मजा आया भाई देख के. सच आदमी एक्साइटेड हो जाता है भाई. खुशी आ जाती है उसके चेहरे पे.
That they are, and on the northwest side, we said before, to win this one, it's likely a chicken dinner
Chalo ji.
for them. Aurora with 4 players alive, but they have got the blue zone.
कौन कहेगा मैं सैड हूँ भाई ऐसी परफॉर्मेंस देख के भाई. मैं नहीं कहूँगा मैं सैड हूँ भाई. मेरी टीम बहुत अच्छा खेली भाई. दिखाया उन्होंने. PKM के अरे भाई. Crazy bro.
Position for so many, and IQ wants to dish out a little bit more pain here. Around the corner, spots the shotgun wielding player.
चेप्टा मारेगा अभी देखना. शॉटगन का चेप्टा मारेगा इसके मुंह पे.
Through the threshold, goes for it, darts in, and nobody's connecting. Jukes, they're not figuring out whose turn it is.
चेप्टा पड़ेगा अभी तुम्हें. चेप्टा पड़ेगा बापू देखो.
Shotgun ends up getting some more shots on the Wisconsin. Finds the angle. IQ making the plays here.
गाइस अपनी टीम के लिए एक बार यार, टीम इंडिया के लिए यार एंटी कर दो यार. एंटी कर दो, एंटी कर दो, एंटी कर दो भाई. अच्छा खेले भाई दोनों टीम्स. वेल डन. हक दिया दोनों. कोई बात नहीं भाई. ओ जी ओ जी ओ जी चल रहा.
Let's see if they can hang on. They know
एंटी यस एंटी 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 वेल प्लेड. हमारी टीम ने अच्छा खेला, खास करके गॉड लाइक ने तो जो दिया है भाई, जो दिया है हर मतलब क्या ही बोले. ओजी खराब खेले. हाँ ओजी थोड़ा डाउन साइड थी, बट गॉडलाइक ने दिल जीत लिया, दिल से गॉडलाइक हो गया भाई फिर से once again.
Out of the game. Enigma Galaxy gonna have to do it with 2 players remaining.
Especially super power भाई.
Despite being out, may still be able to hold on.
डिनर करके आता हूँ, ठीक है संचित.
3 competing teams go down. Nongshim have to go down first.
मजा आया भाई, पूरा टूर्नामेंट देखने में बहुत मजा आया भाई. ये जो 18 मैचेस थे भाई, अपने लिए कुछ मैचेस खराब गए, कुछ अच्छे गए, लेकिन मजा बहुत है.
It's possible, but 7 points. 7 points will 100% guarantee
S2G का चिकन गया.
this championship. Unless of course
मैं अरोरा के साथ हूँ, मैं पहले बोल दिया हूँ अरोरा. और कौन था? कौन किसकी साइड था?
But is there a 7-point game from their position on the southwest side? I mean,
God.
it's difficult. Lord,
अरोरा के साथ SG भाई थे. मैं भी अरोरा के साइड हूँ.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride in these finals. They've always been present, they've always been relevant.
अभी भी भाई S2G जीत सकती है. S2G प्रे कर रही होगी कि मेरे नीचे के प्लेयर्स प्लीज सारी टीम्स एलिमिनेट हो जाओ, मैं ऐसे ही जीत जाऊंगा.
Step you up to those top spots.
Man, great tournament overall for Enigma Galaxy.
चल NS.
They're in 7th place, dealt with a lot of hot
NS अरोरा, मैं इन दोनों में से
I can't wait to see what this team does.
देखना चाहता हूँ कौन उठाएगा.
It's interesting to think about those 2-2 splits in Erangel, you know. If they maybe made some adjustments, who knows?
टूर्नामेंट की स्टार्टिंग में लग रहा था अरोरा का डाउनफॉल चल रहा है.
Good solid finish from this squad. But at the end of the day, they always end up.
अभी S2G सोच रही होगी क्यों पुश किया गॉडल पे.
Hey,
हाँ ना.
comebacks. I mean, Tianba, what a resurgence today. They have done
मैं बोला ना अभी
themselves
गॉडल
so
फेयरलेस
proud.
खेलेगी, बढ़िया 6 फिनिशेस लेके गई है, नो डाउट बढ़िया खेला उन्होंने. बट S2G अभी ऐसे प्रे कर रही होगी कि प्लीज NS अरोरा ये अरीना तुम लोग मर जाओ. ये सब मरे, जितना S2G 100% श्योर है. बट मुझे अभी भी लग रहा है NS लेके जाएगी या फिर अरोरा लेके जाएगी. साला मैं दोनों में कंफ्यूज हूं, मैं दोनों को चाहता हूं, कोई भी लेके जाए भाई. सबने अच्छा किया. अरोरा का स्टार्टिंग से डाउनफॉल लग रहा था, उनका गेम्स कन्वर्ट नहीं हो रहे थे, 4v4 में चोक कर रहे थे. सब कुछ शॉर्ट किया उन्होंने सेकंड डे पे इंप्रूवमेंट आया. क्या खेला उन्होंने, मजा आया. सेम गोज फॉर NS ने क्या खेला भाई.
They put 2 players out there.
11th या 12th नंबर पे थी, वहाँ से सीधा on top.
Do finally fall. They will go out. But again,
Crazy.
very pleased with
इनका
their
इंटेंट
performance
अच्छा
over
था,
the course
इनका
of
गन
this
गेम
tournament.
अच्छा था, इनका
Happy to
सब
see
बढ़िया
them
था.
here. Hoping to see them again.
मजा आया भाई देख के.
Meanwhile, whilst Nongshim and Irina have their
ये अरीना
standoff,
एकदम
Aurora
कंसिस्टेंट चल
have
रही
their
है, 1-2 गेम
challenges
चोक
on the
की
other
बस,
side of the
बाद बाकी
circle.
कंसिस्टेंट है.
Who spoiled the day for our 2 teams that could do it last time. Now have
कोई भी लेके जाए भाई,
off against.
सब अच्छा खेल लिया भाई.
They're a little bit pressured as another knock comes on through. Quick already down.
Aurora for sure.
Yes.
Yes.
Before they could own these East Hills.
Hey, Aurora game.
But I still want
but at the same time,
यार मैं कंफ्यूज भाई. कोई भी NS लेके जाए, अरोरा लेके जाए, ये अरीना सब डिजर्विंग है. सबने
that could have been over just like that.
टॉप
But Aurora, this
ऑन
could
टॉप
have
चले
been
जाए.
The opportunity for them is looking pretty good. They still have, they're the only team in the top
S2G
4
वाले
with
भाई.
all 4 players up. And that's good solid position. in
अरोरा
this
का
mid
इंटेंट
zone.
है भाई.
Can't afford to lose a single player. They catch claws out. And that's another point on the board. Nongshim in trouble. That's Tizzy done. They're down to 2.
इनका प्लेयर गया.
One of their strongest players now out of the mix.
NS 2 मैन हो गई.
And leave Josh Yunbin and XCY
1 by 1 खोते जा रहे हैं ये लोग, और एक बंदा जोन से जाएगा.
as they can, but they are dwindling. The fire is being blown, is being blustered, leaning this way and that, started to look threadbare.
Oh, the fire starting to look like embers.
ये जोन
here.
से
It's
जाएगा
not looking
अगर
good
फर्स्टेड
for the
नहीं.
side of
कितने
Nongshim
फर्स्टेड
Red
है?
Force. Losing Tizzy is a huge loss. We saw it earlier on the desk. This was pretty much almost your MVP.
पहुंच जाएगा जोन में.
Now it's up to none other than Hyunbin though, and XZY still
Hyunbin
two massive
भाई
players.
साहब.
They just want to put some points up on the board, but even then, that might not be enough because Aurora are still there. They can surpass
ये
them.
होरा का
And
चिकन है.
CY with the drive.
अगर होरा चिकन लेके जाती है ना ब्रो, S2G विनर है.
He finds a smoke.
बट मुझे जितना इंटेंट दिख रहा है, जो अरोरा में दिख रहा है, जो हंगर दिख रहा है, अरोरा लेके जा रही है. यहाँ से भी एनएस लेके जा सकती है. फ्यूरिया भी है भाई, बट ट्रॉफी की बात हो रही है, तो ट्रॉफी की बात में तो भाई अरोरा ही जा रही है.
On that edge of the circle on the northern side. Arena also now marshalling their forces. I said these roads can act like rivers. Let's see if they've got their paddle.
And Arena are putting up points in the final game. They are making some noise here. They've got 4 eliminations. They're still rocking a trio. Joker starting to keep his eye on Team Flash. Looks like the fight might be imminent
और
here.
यशु वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम बड़ी की हालचाल.
Got to decide what they're going to do. Joker's going to have an angle.
चल अरोरा जीतेगी. लास्ट मैच है, यस लास्ट गेम है ये है लास्ट गेम. ये होरा का चिकन अगर होरा का हुआ, सिंपल सी बात है S2G है विनर, नो डाउट, क्योंकि उन्होंने 15 या 16 पॉइंट का लीड बना रखा है. अगर बाद बाकी तो इन तीनों में से किसी ने चिकन लिया तो हो गया खत्म. बढ़िया हूँ यू से अरोरा फॉर द ट्रॉफी. यस अरोरा फॉर द ट्रॉफी. लाइक कर दो गाइस जो लोग भी स्ट्रीम पे नए आ रहे हैं भाई. लेकिन तूने गॉडल का मैच मिस किया. जो सुपर पावर ने दिखाया ना भाई, वो क्रेजी था ब्रो. उसने दिखाया इंडिया का गन गेम भाई, जो करा है उसने. अभी एमवीपी शायद ह्यूबिन चल रहा है, एनएस का ह्यूबिन शायद. वो तो इस गेम के बाद पता चलेगा. इस गेम टेबल बहुत स्प्लिट होने वाला है. अपना पता है पावर 3rd में आ गया होगा अभी शायद एमवीपी लिस्ट में. इस गेम में 5 या 5 फिनिशेस लिए उसने.
All too happy and looking all too solid right now. Aurora are looking dangerous.
तूने बहुत मिस किया भाई, कल भी मिस किया, आज भी. सुपर पावर ने जो मारा है ना भाई, 1v3 1v4 मारा है ना उसने, पागल कर दिया भाई.
They are hoping and praying here.
सेंट मैंगो लस्सी. अरे शुक्रिया यशु, थैंक्स फॉर दिस मैंगो लस्सी. ट्रॉफी भेज दे भाई, ट्रॉफी भेज दे. अरोरा का इंटेंट है, बोला ना. ओह समोसा पानी पूरी. शुक्रिया यशु, शुक्रिया. थैंक्स फॉर दिस ज्वेल्स.
And get things going, but the southwest side now, Jukes, is looking pretty hot. Arena could potentially get involved here if Flash, Horror, and Nongshim, Red Force have that scrap.
They're gonna have to, because I'm gonna tell you one thing here, folks. This is where Aurora Gaming worked their best, with the zone to their backs. Nobody behind them, only needing to focus forward and start.
भाई ह्यूबिन जो है ना भाई, मैं स्टार्टिंग से बोल रहा हूँ, मुझे अगर इंटरनेशनल में इस सीजन कोई बंदा पसंद आया तो वो ह्यूबिन आया. उसका जो गन गेम है, इसका जो स्प्रेज है.
He does have 2 eliminations so far, but shots ringing out in every direction. It's not looking good here for Nongshim.
Oh, it is going to be a tough time for them, but they are much more central than a lot of other teams, and these South Hills will need to conclude. Quite inaccessible, but look at the bullets keeping him suppressed. And XZY go down.
इस प्लेयर ने भाई मुझे बता 9 पॉइंट्स डिफरेंस. पॉइंट से कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है. चिकन जो लेके गया वो जीतेगा ना. जो चिकन लेके गया वो जीत रहा है. अरोरा एनएस या फिर ये अरीना, कोई भी चिकन लेगा जीत गया.
They got 30 seconds on the clock to get these reses going and to be able to support their teammates. But Team Vitality are looking in this direction. They got nothing to lose at this point. And they are looking straight at them.
एक बंदा उठा, एक और इजी हो जाएगा, अब इजी रहेगा। लाइक कर दो गाइस जल्दी से, छेती छेती।
When it comes to Nongshan Red Force though, it's up to one single player and it's none other than Hyunbin.
ना सही भाई, ह्यूमन जो भाई मजा आया।
Getting rolled up on by Furia. Oh no, Dark is down. Top is low. Seoul needs to anchor for them, but he's fallen too.
टॉप लास्ट में क्या नहीं दो, हाँ।
Top goes down. It's down to one.
फ्यूरिया ने गेम बिगाड़ दिया ब्रो। एनएस भी गई, क्या मतलब S2G जीतने वाली है। क्रेजी, ई एरिना लास्ट कंटेंडर है जो जीत सकती है। क्या चल रहा है।
Oh, it's so close. He gets the spray. And there goes Reefus is down.
एंटी खत्म है। एंटी अरोरा एंटी। भाई ये अरीना को अगर मार दिया भाई, S2G से ज्यादा क्या क्रेजी ब्रो। चल चल चल, थोड़ा चिकन ले ले, चल एक चिकन तेरा भी देखना है हमें। थोड़ा चिकन लेके।
This is going to be very difficult for them, but this duo is still alive. If they somehow steal this win, it's tournament over, and E-Arena will win a world title for Thailand.
वही है ना, जो पसंद है वो नहीं।
यार
जो पसंद है, अरे मुझे पता है, मैं बता ऊपर के जो चार है ना, मैं चारों को जीतता हुआ देखना चाहता था। कोई भी जीते, चारों ने क्या चुम्मा खेला है। S2G कहाँ, वो नहीं पता भाई कहाँ की है, बट शायद फ्रांस की है। पूरा का भी गेम बिगाड़ा वाइटलिटी ने। कोई फायदा नहीं भाई, चिकन लो नहीं लो, S2G जीत रही है। अगर ये अरीना हारी तो ये अरीना को रोकेगी वाइटलिटी, रोक दिया क्रेजी। S2G पहले मर के चिकन ये जीतेगी भाई। S2G
one player left, one Tourney K that is in the way.
S2G जीत गई भाई, S2G जीत गई। क्रेजी वे, क्रेजी भाई। इनका आज का कंसिस्टेंसी था भाई। W मस्त मस्त, एकदम प्यारा मैच।
The Titans from Turkey will reign supreme in Paris. They will take
क्रेजी ब्रो, क्या आज भाई लगा नहीं था भाई, क्या हो रहा है भाई। ये आज 2 बार जीतते जीतते रह गए थे। 2 चिकन इनके मुंह से चला गया था। लास्ट गेम भाई, इसको बोलते हैं मैजिक। मजा आया भाई, क्या ही क्योस था।
To regrow those nails on their fingers, baby. That is what I'm talking about.
आज की कंसिस्टेंसी थी भाई। भाई कल तक लग ही नहीं रहा था S2G कंटेंडर भी नहीं थे जीतने की। आज जो इन्होंने किया है कारनामा, कल 3-4 टीम्स में चल रही थी कि इनमें से जीतेंगे, आज सीधा पलट दिया टेबल।
They did not have the stamina. And Tiamba looking to close this one out, looking like they're in control.
मारने के बाद हाँ मैं बोला ना, वो प्रे कर रहे होंगे कि सब मर जाए। सुमित भाई कल तक आपको लग रहा था S2G जीतेगी, ये कंटेंडरशिप में नहीं थी। क्या खेली भाई आज इन्होंने, फुल ऑन कंसिस्टेंसी। 3 गेम बैक, एक टॉप 3 निकाला, 2 गेम टॉप 2। इसमें पहले मर गए लेकिन जीत गए। S2G ओपी भाई, जीजी कर दो भाई, ओपी लिख दो यार, S2G ओपी कर दो यार। W भाई पिछले साल कौन जीता था? शायद पिछले साल ये जीती थी, टॉप की टीम जीती थी शायद।
Kamikaze and the rest of the squad just shining.
S2G WW हाँ ना WW
become the champions, Max. Turkey back on top of PUBG Mobile Esports.
It is going to Turkey here right now. Kamikaze,
WS2G,
Pmwc,
yes.
and Solke making history for Turkey once more.
टर्की के भाई crazy bro ये ले भाई हार्ट
Since the OG days is still here delivering performance after performance, and now we'll be lifting that trophy.
मजा आया full on chaos था सारा गेम मजा आया
One chance down, two chance down, but it was enough to take the
भाई ये जो
title home.
क्या ही बोले भाई क्या खेली है मजा आ गया
Single play from S2G was immaculate. Fantastic stuff coming in from S2G. Once they do it, twice they do it. They were so close. They get just a little mistake, a little fumble, but finally they don't get the win, but it doesn't matter. S2G are our champions. What a play, what a game, what a day for this squad.
A team that didn't start off too hot in the first day, but boy were they able to bounce back with those wins that they were able to get in the second day, propelling them to the top of the leaderboard and challenging for that first place.
We had so many teams looking so good at the top right. The 4 teams all contesting a spot for the championship to be crowned your champions. But I would have to say S2G, the most improved team going into this event from the group stage, making it right to the finals. And it was close. It was down to the wire. It was a 3-way tie at one point today. But they do take it home. And keep in mind, Pmwc later on this year will be happening in Turkey here. Will S2G be able to do the international back-to-back?
S2G will be looking to win another trophy back at home, but I think it's time.
इनके पास 2 ट्रॉफी हो गई क्या मतलब पिछले बार भी यही जीती थी
Players lift that trophy and crush some keys.
Yes, that is right, of course. After a nail-biting day 3 of Pmwc, your champions are, of course, S2G.
G.
I have to ask, that final game, that must have been the longest game of your life. How did that feel? Solke, I'll ask you, buddy.
Son maç hayatımızın herhalde en uzun maçıydı. Sizin için nasıl hissettirdi?
We want translation bro. We see APG we third.
Yani açıkçası biraz şüpheli oldu çünkü rakiplerimizin hepsi yaşıyordu ve hiçbirinin infosu yoktu. Yani bilmiyorum kaybettik gibi hissettik. Sonra böyle bir rakiplerimiz oyunda ölünce bir acaba mı dedik. Yani şu an bile farkında değiliz anlamadık. Bu bir zaman sonra fark edilecek bir şey. Aramızda
भाई मजा आया भाई फुल टूर्नामेंट chaos वाला था सारे 18 मैचेस हर मैच नया कंपटीशन नया प्रेडिक्शन के कौन जीतेगा हर बार टेबल फ्लिप हो रही थी
because we knew our biggest rivals are still alive. But then, and we also doubted it.
S2G ने कहाँ 2 या 3 किल के साथ पहला चिकन लिया था एक एंगल में जेली के हेल्प से वहाँ से लेके यहाँ तक का सफर
Number 2, second championship. How you feeling? You feeling good?
Yeah.
He feels good, baby. All right, we've got things to do before we lift that incredible trophy. So follow me. We're going to the Crusher, baby. After an incredible performance today, S2G managed to secure the Pmwc Championship. And with this being at the Esports World Cup, we of course have some additional things to do, like crush 15 of their opponent's keys until their key is the last one left intact. Okay, S2G, if you could step over here onto the Crusher. We've got some important things to do. Right, step on up, please. Up on here. Okay. Woo. Are we feeling better now? Kamikaze, you okay?
कहाँ काजी भाई हर गेम पता है लास्ट मैच सर्वाइविंग था भाई ये हर गेम संभाला एक ने एक प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट 2 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट निकाला इसने भी बेस्ट बैकअप मतलब मानते हैं ना कि डूबती नैया को सहारा दिया इसने हर बार और बाकी टीम ने तो क्रेजी
Here we go. Here is the Crusher. Something special about the Gadia City Grid is that we get to crush 15 keys at once. So, Solke, Pmwc, if you would like to pull on this, not too hard, just like gently, just, you know, feel good. In 3, 2, 1. Wave, good.
Hey,
how did that feel?
It's so good.
So good. Right, one
कोई
final
ना
thing.
We played
That's better, isn't it?
very
One
well.
final thing that
Very,
we'd like to
very
do
well.
before we send you down to lift that trophy is to invite the keymaster, Jacob. We'd like to invite him onto the stage to hand you
Well
your
played भाई.
key,
अपनी टीम
the
भी
last
इंडियन में
remaining
बहुत
key
तगड़ा
intact
खेली.
for Pmwc.
S2G
Jacob,
yes.
come on over here, buddy.
संचिता तुझे कल तक लग रहा था S2G जीतेगी. कंटेंडरशिप में नहीं थी. आज इन्होंने क्या ही मचाया. Let's go.
Okay, so now what I would like you to do, I would like you to walk down the Gadia City grid. I would like you to raise that trophy and cement your legacy as the champions of Pmwc at the EWC 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your champions, S2G Esports!
एक दिन टीम इंडिया हाँ जरूर फॉर श्योर करेगी ही ब्रो. करेगी ही. एक बार अपना ये हो जाए ना, ग्लोबल लॉबी खुल जाए ना अपने लिए प्रैक्टिस वगैरह के लिए, तब तो मजा आ जाएगा. तब तो कर ही देगी. हाँ पर लगा नहीं था जीतेगी. हाँ ना भाई, लेकिन आज जो इन्होंने कंसिस्टेंसी दिखाई, लक भी आज इनका साथ दिया भाई, सब कुछ है भाई. 2 गेम तो जो ये हागे ना, 2 चिकन जो मिस किया, वरना पहले ही चिकन ले जाते हैं. बट मजा आया. कस्टमाइज टीम लेके जाने का नहीं रे, प्रैक्टिस किया. W भाई क्रेजी. S2G OP भाई. W भाई W. मजा आया ब्रो. क्रेजी. धीरे धीरे सब हो जाए. हाँ धीरे धीरे सब हो जाएगा. राइट. क्रेजी क्रेजी क्रेजी. क्या मूवमेंट रहता होगा भाई यार, ये क्या ही मूवमेंट रहता होगा. ये बोल रहा है ट्रॉफी तो मैं घर लेके जाऊंगा. अभी स्ट्रीम ऑफ कर देगा ना तू. हाँ थोड़ी देर में पूरा देख के जाते हैं तो 5 मिनट का तो और रहेगा. ये जाके उधर वो बड़ा वाला जो सर्किल होता है वो लगाएगा शायद, उसके बाद खत्म. नहीं अभी तो प्राइस पूल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करेंगे. MVP देख के जाते हैं कौन है. MVP वगैरह देख के जाते हैं कौन है. फाइनली दे मेड इट. बढ़िया. बट अपनी टीम भाई बढ़िया खेली भाई. टीम इंडिया चुम्मा. स्पेशली गॉडल भाई.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Kalaris, who is standing by with our Sony tournament MVP.
MVP
Yes,
देखते
that's right.
कौन
Thank
जा
you
रहा
very
है.
much, Barney. Of course, we are
Oh!
with our tournament MVP. After PMMI MVP, we now have the
Tianba
PMWC
Milu.
MVP in QZZ. Make welcome on, of course, the award here. 2 times MVP on international stages recently. QZZ, congratulations
oh.
here at PMWC.
सॉन्ग का परफॉर्मेंस खास नहीं था. अच्छा खेला सबने, मतलब दिया है. ठीक है. तियानवा QZZ. मेरे को लगा मीलू है भाई. ये 2 टाइम MVP है भाई ये ऑन इंटरनेशनल्स. लेट्स गो.
Okay. This is fun, isn't it? This is good. Okay, let's have another chat. Let's have another quick chat. Competing with these teammates, experiencing all of this, going through the training. Okay, we're shaking hands. All right, buddy, how's it going? The training, the experience, everything. What does it mean? Like, what do you want to say? How proud are you of each other?
भाई इन चारों में ऐसा लगता है भाईचारा बहुत है.
We just strengthen the team, or focus all the time for team play, and we did it. We have been champion. We are so happy now.
I can imagine. I can see it on your faces. I can see it.
भाई कितने सिंपल लोग हैं भाई. बढ़िया ब्रो. ट्रॉफी जीती ज़्यादा बोलेंगे नहीं. परफॉर्मेंस ने बोल दिया है. ट्रॉफी लेके जा रहे हैं after all.
At the 2026 Esports
Second time winner.
World Cup. And so, are you guys ready? You ready? You're ready. They're ready. And so, ladies and gentlemen, your champions of Pmwc at the 2026 Esports World Cup, S2G Esports!
हाँ ना, बढ़िया खेला भाई. देखा ना उतना ज़्यादा तो हम जहाँ बस जीते सिंपल वे में. अच्छा है भाई, यही होना चाहिए. ना किसी को क्रिटिसाइज करना, ना कुछ करना, एकदम प्यार से लेके जाने का घर.
It started off last year for S2G when they weren't able to qualify to Pmwc at EWC 25. And they were spamming everywhere, hashtag invite S2G. But the thing is that here at EWC,
correct,
nothing is given. Everything is earned. And these are your champions.
Legacy for themselves.
इसने इसीलिए ट्रॉफी में बोला नहीं, बोलेगा मैं लेके जाएगा इसको. तुम लोग उठाओ, मैं लेके जाएगा हाथ में.
Won by Sulky with Footballist, and that's their second trophy and the very first for Kamikaze and Lost. They should be proud of what they've achieved here today in Paris.
For Turkey, this is a moment that you're proud of once again, standing on the top step of PUBG Mobile Esports. But for S2G, now it's time to cement your place in history for EWC.
Please welcome to the totem your Pmwc champions.
यहाँ लगाएंगे ना, वही मैं बोला.
2026 S2G.
G.
Congratulations, guys. What a performance. Please shake the hands of your supporters. Say thank you to the support. What a performance. Incredible work, Trav. Brilliant from S2G.
Absolutely. What a performance. Just getting it over the line in the dying seconds. Congratulations, guys. Make your way over here. Congratulations,
भाई
S2G
लड़की से
once
हाथ
more.
नहीं मिलाया. देख रहा है. छोड़ दिया इसने. लगता है इसकी बंदी है.
Congrats, guys. Without further ado.
देखा नहीं रहेगा रे. Awkward moment. साला वैसा moment में awkward हो जाता होगा नहीं.
Place your frame in the totem and immortalize yourselves in Esports World Cup history.
लगाने जा रहे हैं अपना (2026) PUBG Mobile S2G Esports. एंड हेलो जयेश भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. नहीं भूला नहीं हो ब्रो. हाउ आर यू? लाइक कर दो. आए हो तो बड़े टाइम बाद आए हो. किधर गायब थे?
Back in
Crazy movement,
2024
bro, crazy.
at the Esports World Cup,
W.
it ended up being Alpha 7. Last year, it ended up being Yangon Galacticos. But move over and make some space, because now, at 2026 Pmwc at EWC, it is S2G.
A new team, a new name, a new roster, a new lineup, making their way down the aisle, putting their key in the totem that will be immortalized forever in the history of EWC. The Turkish super team, you know how much it meant to Solke. You could see on his face, he's been close so many times after PMWL, but he finally secures it. The relief, the happiness, the glory, everything that it means for them here today.
And one last time, ladies and gentlemen, your PUBG Mobile World Cup at Esports World Cup 2026 champions, S2G.
फेमस होने के बाद भूल मत जाना। फेमस करने में तुम लोग का भी तो हाथ होना चाहिए ना ब्रो। तुम लोग शेयर करो, फेमस हो जाएंगे। चलो गाइस, आज के लिए काफी है। अपन ने भी स्ट्रीम कर ली अच्छी खासी। मिलते हैं अब कल की स्ट्रीम पे। ऑलराइट, जो लोग भी अभी तक बने रहे स्टार्टिंग से लेके अभी तक, दिल से शुक्रिया भाई तुम लोगों का। पूरा टूर्नामेंट बहुत बढ़िया गया यार। डब्ल्यू फुल ऑन क्योस था, बहुत मजा आया भाई। बाय बाय मित्रों। यस बाय बाय मित्रों। अब ये बताओ कल सुबह आना है, क्या करना है? मॉर्निंग स्ट्रीम चाहिए, आफ्टरनून चाहिए, इवनिंग चाहिए, नाइट चाहिए? कौन सी स्ट्रीम चाहिए वो बताओ। ये बताओ। जो बोलोगे उस टाइम पे हम आ जाएंगे। अरे भाई, इसमें एस पावर का वो मूवमेंट दिखाना चाहिए था। 9:30 होने आया, आजकल से 1 घंटा पहले स्ट्रीम। गाइस 10 लोग देख रहे हैं। जो भी नया आ रहा है भाई लाइक कर दो एक बार, सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया तो कर दो। आज के लिए हमारा प्रोग्राम खत्म होता है। अब मिलेंगे नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम पे विद बैक टू बेसिक्स BGMI, और देखते हैं क्या कर सकते हैं। जब मन आ जाओ, आ जाएंगे। इधर से काम हो गया खत्म। ऑलराइट, इंडिविजुअल अवार्ड्स देखो। ग्रेनेड मास्टर अपना पावर, बेस्ट IGL डॉग, MVP ये है। चलो पावर रूपी भाई, पावर रूपी, पावर रूपी। BGMI और यस BGMI
How does he keep getting away with it? The beast from Mongolia strike once again. It's Doc to get it done with those 22 eliminations. That survival time was looking really good.
Power best grenadier में
Power 7.
Grenade master.
The first time in the longest time we see an individual award being granted to an Indian player.
It might have not been one of those top 5s that people were predicting. It might have not been even a top 10. But for S-Power, this is amazing. You couldn't expect anything different out of this player. The confidence that he has, the skill that he has. I can't wait to see what S-Power from GodLike representing India is going to showcase later in the year.
I'm telling you, if we're going to get an Indian global MVP, it might just be him. But looking also at the Field Medic and Eagle Eye awards secured by Mormon and Tony K respectively. Really strong team play from every single member on the Thai team. We'll see if they can take it next event. But definitely an
corner से दूसरे corner मार देगा ये तो.
And Tony K with the Eagle Eye from E-Arena. 394
और देख के जाते हैं क्या क्या है, ठीक है? जब इतना देखे ये भी देख के जाएंगे.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed the amazing show that we were able
बस
to
इतना ही
provide
दिखाओगे?
to you. From Maxman, myself, the 7WG, Lace, Neptura, John Allen, Blank, Jackie, Hot Jukes, Kalaris, Barney Banks, and our special club championship reporter, Glitter Explosion, and from all the production here from Paris at Esports World Cup. Thank you for watching PMWC at EWC 26.
खत्म. ठीक है गाइस, चलो. ओपीएस पावर, यस पावर ओपी भाई, सुपर पावर बोलते हैं उसको. पूरे इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट में बहुत ही प्यारा खेला. हमारी दोनों इंडियन टीम्स को भी अच्छा लगा भाई देख के. खेला उन्होंने, इंटेंट बढ़िया था. गॉडल ने तो चुम्मा खेला, पावर ने इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस दी. ओवरऑल अच्छा था, ऐसा नहीं है कि खराब खेला हमने, बढ़िया था. चलो मिलते हैं अपन कल की स्ट्रीम पे. अब आज के लिए इतना ही. ये 3 दिन बहुत मजा आया यार स्ट्रीम करके भी. पहली बार देखा, वॉच पार्टी करा, ठीक था. चलो जी जी, गुड नाइट. यस गुड नाइट गाइस. मिलते हैं अपन कल की स्ट्रीम पे. शेड्यूल हो जाएगी, उस टाइम आ जाना. तब तक के लिए बाय बाय, गुड नाइट. जस्ट अ सेकेंड. ओके गाइस, बाय बाय, गुड नाइट, स्वीट ड्रीम्स, टेक केयर. ध्यान रखना, कल की स्ट्रीम पे आ जाना. बाय बाय.